Shinobi of the High Seas by Kenchi 618. Link in the description. Chapter 1, Dawn of a New Age. Bured Dea. Uzumaki Naruto sat by himself on the coast of the elemental nations just staring out over the ocean. It had been around 100 years since the close of the Fourth Great Shinobi War and Uzumaki Naruto was bored. Damn it, nothing has happened around here in like 50 years. Appearing 18 years old, Naruto was dressed in his red sage jacket. Instead of his orange jumpsuit beneath, he had changed his clothing so as to allow himself to vanish into the background more easily. He now wore a dark red short-sleeved shirt tight on his body with white pants with white shinobi sandals. Unable to totally part with the color that had defined him for years, Naruto had an orange sash around his waist. Naruto no longer wore the headband signifying his allegiance to Konohagakure, his home village, for his own reasons. Instead of having the leaf symbol on his forehead protector, he had one custom made to show the kanji of Mt Mayaboku, the home of the toads and where he became a sage. Due to the combination of the naturally enhanced life force of the Uzumaki clan and the fact that Naruto had been sealed with perhaps the strongest entity in the known ninja world, the Kyubi no Yoko, his already potent life force extended his own lifespan due to the boost from the fox. Now, after countless years of being the protector of the elemental nations, he found himself utterly dissatisfied with his current trend of action, or namely the lack thereof. He didn't even have anyone to spend time with. All of his friends and allies from his heyday were dead and gone. There were no challenges anymore, Madara was gone, Akatsuki had crumbled, the Moon's Eye plan had been utterly stopped. Even the system of shinobi that had ruled the lands for years before Naruto's birth was beginning to fall out of practice. There was just nothing to do anymore. He never became Hokage, he simply settled in as a traveling protector of the lands. It wouldn't have worked out anyway, I mean he was basically damn immortal with his lifespan, and as an immortal being Hokage that situation would have been troublesome, so he vanished from the limelight. Having someone of such notoriety and strength aligned to one village for however long Naruto's life would last for would have made things tense, especially seeing as how his name was legend among every hidden village. Who knew being damn near immortal was so boring? I guess I can see why Madara team took to trying to manipulate his way into ruling the world. There isn't anything else to do and that's an option that's always on the table. Naruto yawned as the waves crashed into the shoreline. He didn't have any responsibilities, no challenges, nothing really. He could go where he wanted, do what he liked, and the thing about it was that if anyone in the elemental nations did know about him, there wasn't anyone powerful enough to do anything to him. At this point it was like he was just existing without any real purpose. Naruto looked over to the side and saw a harbor full of ships. I've never even been off of this continent. I have no clue what else there is on this planet. Who knows? I'll probably find something else to do for the next 100 years. Nodding to himself, Naruto stood up and began making his way towards the nearest coastal town. XXX. Naruto found a merchant's ship that looked undermanned. Walking up to what looked to be the quartermaster, by the way he was giving out commands and requests, Naruto tapped the man on the shoulder. Yes lad, what can I do for you? Naruto held back a smirk at the lad remark. Lad? Yeah right, I'm older than you. Naruto grinned. Well you guys look kind of swamped and I'm bored. The quartermaster gave Naruto a grateful smile. Thanks lad, but we haven't much to pay you with if you could help us. Naruto looked around. Well, if I could get passage on your ship that would be great. I'd help any way I could the entire voyage. A strange look came on the man's face. Do you happen to know where we're heading lad? Naruto shook his head, grin still in place. Nope. The quartermaster's sweat dropped. We plan on leaving the elemental nations altogether. You'll be an unfamiliar land's boy. Naruto's grin grew ever bigger. Even better. I'm definitely going now. It's getting very boring around here for a guy like me. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something to do out there. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Yeah, this place hasn't needed me in a while. I think it's time for me to disappear. He opened his eyes and smiled. So where are you going anyway since you aren't kicking me off? The man smirked at Naruto. And who said you're getting on lad? Life on a ship is hard work. If you're going to be on this ship you're going to have to work for your keep. He poked Naruto in the chest. What can you contribute to our crew? Naruto returned his smirk and moved past him. Well we'll see. You can either accept the extra help from someone that would work for simple passage on an understaffed ship, or you cannot, and maybe end up making things harder on yourself. A loud laugh came from the side where Naruto saw a man coming towards him and the quartermaster. The man was middle-aged with flecks of gray coming into his brown beard. From the way the quartermaster acted upon seeing him, Naruto assumed that this man was the captain. Walking up to Naruto he thumped him hard on the shoulder. Well now, you're a strapping young lad. Naruto cursed in his head at yet again being called lad when he was sure as hell older than everyone else on the ship and then some. Is this boy trying to gain passage on our ship? The quartermaster straightened up. Yes sir. It seems he was pretty much the only person that we wound up commissioning to return with us to the East Blue. The captain gave a sigh. This final discovered continent sure has some introverted people inhabiting it. You must be pretty hard up for some action around here, kid. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, you could say that. So what do you say? Am I in? Can I go with you guys or what? The captain stroked his beard for a moment before slapping Naruto hard on the back. I like your pluck, kid. You're in, but you're going to have to pull your weight around here. Now that that's settled, Quartermaster Gibbs, let's be off. The quartermaster, now identified as Gibbs, sweat dropped. Captain, we're understaffed. Many of the men we came here with have disembarked in order to try and live here. No one is attempting to come aboard with us except for this boy, and that means we can't take to the seas. Naruto blinked. So you're saying that the only thing keeping you all here is the fact that you just don't have enough guys to run the whole ship? Gibbs and the captain blinked. Aye. Naruto grinned and made a cross sign with his index and middle fingers on both hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of smoke there were now 30 Narutos where there once was one. Will this be good enough for you to ship out of here with? Naruto said with a satisfied look on his face. Akuma no Mi, devil fruit, was the collective cry that came up from every man on the ship who had witnessed the feat of self-replication. Naruto looked around in a confused fashion. Akuma no what? The captain pointed at all of the Naruto copies. Such a power. The only thing like it is the power of an Akuma no Mi. Which one did you take, boy? Naruto didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but decided to just go with the flow. I don't know. I've had this power since I was 12 really. He wasn't really lying. Gibbs ran his hand through his hair. Oh well, that isn't important right now. What is important is that we have enough staff to head out of here. The captain stopped focusing on Naruto's Kage Bunshin and turned his attention to the rest of the crew. All right gentlemen, prepare for departure. He turned to Naruto. What is your name, my boy? Naruto grinned and pointed his thumb at himself. Me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, at your service. XXX. 2 months later. After about a week of seasickness, which was especially miserable on the first day when Naruto's clones all got seasick and puked randomly all over the place before dispelling, Naruto started getting his bearings around the ship. After watching the others in order to learn what needed to be done, he began to take some of the jobs for himself. Once again utilizing Kage Bunshin, he managed to get experience in many workstations on the ship. His favorite, however, was manning the crow's nest, as it was just a fantastic excuse for a lazy bastard to sleep. Shikamaru would have loved it. However, one day when he found himself actually paying attention to his job of keeping lookout, he saw something. Hey captain. What's with that ship out there with the crap on its sails? Naruto pointed out at a ship that was coming up on them rather quickly. The captain looked through a scope and began to sweat. Pirates. The ship broke into an uproar as men scrambled about. Naruto quirked his eyebrow. He wasn't a stranger to pirates. When he was a ninja, pirates roamed the coasts of the elemental nations all the time, but they were so weak it was pathetic for the most part. Naruto climbed down from the crow's nest and got the attention of the ship captain, who was barking out frantic orders. Yo captain. Let me go over and handle them, I'm starting to get bored anyway. The captain looked at Naruto with a WTF face before his features lit up. Of course. You're a user of the fruit, you're basically a one-man army. Yes, go and take care of them and you'll have my eternal gratitude. Naruto shrugged as he headed towards the edge of the boat to jump over the railing. I'm on it. Wait. Those that eat the Akuma no Mi can't swim. You'll drown, Uzumaki. Naruto turned to the rest of the crew and smirked. It's not that easy to get rid of me, you know. Naruto jumped over the edge amid the gasps of the others as they crowded around to potentially jump in and save him. They got quite a shock, however, when they saw Naruto standing on the surface of the water, running at a speed none of them could match towards the pirate ship. Turning and waving over his shoulder, he grinned. I'll be back in a flash, okay? XXX. That idiot Krieg. Taking us all into the Grand Line like that. A bald man with dark eyes stated as he looked out at the merchant ship they were quickly gaining on. Well, now that he and all of those other idiots are toast, we can do what we want now. A pirate ran up to him. Captain, we'll be on them within 5 minutes at this rate. He smirked and rubbed his hands together. Good. Tell the men to get ready to board. We'll be getting quite a haul tonight. Yeah, you guys need it too, your rations are total shit. Where's the ramen? The captain turned to come face to face with a blonde teen sitting on the banister eating a can of their food. He cringed and threw it overboard. Yuck, this is terrible. How could you feed this to people? I would eat my own leg before I eat that crap again. The captain got a tick mark on his head. Who the fuck are you? The blonde grinned widely and stood up before settling into a ridiculous pose. I am the man that makes the men of the nations of the elements quiver in fear and their women in lust. I am the immortal Shinobi, the eternal Toad Sannin, and your personal hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto finished, hopping on one leg and gesturing grandly like his old master. For some reason there were kabuki instruments going in the background. Apparently Naruto had created some kage bunshin before getting on to play them. Naruto stood up straight and sighed in contentment. I see why that old pervert did that now. That was awesome? Hey, you guys aren't planning on attacking that ship over there, are you? Because then we'd have a little problem if you were. By now Naruto's presence had been registered by the remaining pirates on the boat, who had begun to crowd around him with their weapons drawn. The captain scoffed and gestured to his men. Who do you think you are, punk? We're from Don Krieg's pirate armada. We'll tear you apart. Cheers went up from the pirates as Naruto stood with a dull look on his face. Naruto cupped his hands to his eyes and looked around. Now I'm not the smartest guy in the world and I'm pretty new at all of this nautical stuff, but isn't armada a term that basically means a fuckload of ships? And here I only see one. Yeah, this is a real armada alright. Naruto then got a tick mark on his head. And what do you mean, who do I think I am? I just fucking told you, shithead. Do you have the short-term memory of a goldfish now too? The captain growled. Damn it, we're wasting time with this guy. Kill him already so we can go get our loot. The pirates rushed Naruto with sabers and bare hands, getting a sigh from Naruto. 20 men ended up getting knocked senseless where they stood, or being thrown overboard in no time flat at the hands of some random blonde kid that came out of nowhere. Naruto sighed as only the captain was left. That's it? That's the best you idiots have got? I shouldn't even have woken up for that. That was pathetic. If this is the best the world has to offer, then I'm not impressed. The captain brandished his sword and rushed Naruto, screaming at the top of his lungs. Naruto lifted his leg out to the side and kicked his in the chest. The pirate was as if he ran directly into a metal pole rooted into a brick wall and dropped to the ground accordingly. Naruto grumbled to himself as he made a mass of kage bunshin and ordered them to go get rope. I should have stayed home for this. XXX. The captain of the merchant ship had a gobsmacked look on his face when Naruto came running back onto his ship 10 minutes after he left, saying he would handle the pirates. Boy, have you ever thought of joining the Marines? Naruto took on a thoughtful look. From the sound of that, it seems like some kind of government military, right? Upon seeing the captain nod, he frowned. No thanks, been there done that. I don't fight for anyone other than myself and the people I care for. I'm not becoming someone else's tool. He thumbed over his shoulder at the pirate ship. What should I do with them? I didn't kill them, and they don't have a thing worth taking. The quartermaster came up. Well, you don't look like you have any money at all. If I were you, I would see if I could take them to Orange Town and see if I could get a marine patrol to take them. Maybe you could get a reward. Naruto scratched his head. Why not? Alright, then that's what I'll do. Naruto had them mark it on a map they provided him from the captain's quarters. Thanks for having me, you guys. It was very cool of you to take me on your ship. The captain grinned and patted him hard on the back again. It was no problem, Uzumaki. You saved us from a fight with pirates after all. I hope we'll see you again soon out there somewhere. Naruto regained his footing and nodded. Yeah, you guys too. Stay safe out there and you'll be hearing something about me soon enough, I'm certain of it. With that, Naruto jumped from the merchant ship to return to the commandeered pirate ship to begin his own journey on the ocean. XXX. 1 week later. Naruto pulled into port in Orange Town with the pirates he had captured still tied up on the ship. After docking with the help of Kage Bunshin, he decided to look for someone that could help him with his pirate issue. Walking into the town, he felt something off. It's like no one is even here. A ghost town? But the merchants were so sure that this place could help. Why is this place deserted? He hadn't seen a soul. No people out and about, no one working their shops or anything. The only living creature that Naruto saw in the entire village was a dog standing in front of a pet shop. Naruto spent at least 15 minutes staring the dog down as it simply sat there unmoving. As he pondered this, a crack of gunfire rang out in the slight distance. He then caught sight and sound of someone falling from the sky after being dropped by a huge bird. As he watched the person drop, Naruto turned away and headed back to his ship. Oh well, not my problem. A few minutes later, Naruto found himself back at the ship he had docked as he noticed another, larger, more ornate ship looking somewhat like a carousel was near his ship. Shaking his head at the weirdness of the people that inhabited the rest of the world, he checked on his prisoners, smirking as the restrained men attempted to curse him out. Getting off of his boat, he heard someone call out to him, "Hey!" Naruto turned towards the voice to find a well-figured young man around his age, with short light green hair and 3 gold earrings in his left earlobe. He wore a plain white shirt with 3 buttons at the collar with black trousers, black shoes, a black bandana around his arm, and a green wide sash around his waist. Naruto then took notice of the 3 swords he had on his right hip. Strange, but potentially dangerous. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man. Yes? Can I help you? Hopefully whatever this guy wanted would actually help him find somebody in this town. The newcomer gave Naruto a lazy look, seemingly sizing up Naruto the way Naruto had just done to him. Have you seen a guy with a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat on his head? He probably would have had a stupid look on his face. I think he might be in the grasp of a bird or something. Naruto scratched his head. I don't know about the description, but I did see a guy get dropped by a bird in the middle of town not too long ago, maybe an hour I'd guess. He pointed towards the middle of the town. That should be your best bet. The man sighed and started moving towards the indicated direction. All right, thanks I guess. Naruto waved the swordsman off and returned to business as usual. Sitting on the dock, looking at a map of the nearest places to go in order to maybe turn the fools he had captured in and restock, seeing as how the burg he was currently in didn't have anyone besides some guy with green hair in it. After a while Naruto began to wonder if leaving the elemental nations was such a good idea. Man, this whole traveling the world thing is going to be harder than I thought. Sighing to himself, he made to return to his ship when the noise of cannon fire rang out. Looking around to see what was up, Naruto ended up witnessing his ship explode into little splinters. Naruto stood with a look of disbelief on his face as he watched the wreckage in port. His stunned staring was broken by 3 pirates that had walked up on Naruto from behind. It looks like the captain fired off one of his special cannonballs. This poor schlub's ship is done for. Naruto began leaking off massive amounts of killing intent. The captain? Who's captain? Who's the dead asshole that did that to my ship? The pirates backed off at the anger coming from the strange teen, Captain Buggy. He runs this town, didn't you know? Naruto shook his head angrily with his back still turned. The pirates started getting a little bolder now. You should be ecstatic actually, the captain doesn't use his special buggy balls for no reason. You must have made him angry. They all began to walk towards the seemingly non-responsive boy. Naruto finally spoke. I never met the guy, but he's going to wish he didn't just turn my ship into floating lumber by the time I'm done. And I'll start with you 3. Naruto then proceeded to beat the living daylights out of the 3 pirates until his temper was adequately sated. Naruto spared the unconscious pirates a last glance before he headed into town again, this time finding an intriguing sight for him. Naruto saw a strange man with white hair shaped like teddy bear ears and a woolly-looking half-top shirt riding a gigantic lion 5 times the size of the man riding it. He then saw a pair of arms stretch out, twisting in a spiral, grabbing the lion and lifting it before slamming it on its head. Gomu Gomu no Tsuchi, Gum Gum Hammer. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of that. Oh Kami. Finally, someone around here that can fight. The attacker had kneeled down on one knee by the lion. He had short black hair, a scar under his left eye, a red vest, sandals, and blue shorts. Naruto noticed the straw hat by his side and realized this was the person that the green-haired guy had been looking for. What was that guy worried about? This kid is awesome. The teddy bear-haired man burst into frantic tears. Richie. He pointed at the kneeling boy. What are you? He stood up and dusted himself off. A long time ago I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, Gum Gum fruit. The strange white-haired man looked slightly fearful. Gomu Gomu no Mi. Could it be that you have gained this ability from eating an Akuma no Mi just like Captain Buggy? He started sweating. Okay, I'll give you everything that you want. And I'll apologize. Sorry. The rubbery boy had a dark shade over his eyes. I don't need an apology because it won't bring back Shushu's treasure. And you? He then stared up at the lion tamer with angry eyes. I came to get payback from you. He stretched his arm out and grabbed him by the collar before reeling him in, ignoring his cries for mercy. Have a taste of your own medicine. He then cracked the man in the face ridiculously hard, sending him to the ground in an unconscious heap. The rubbery boy had a dark shade over his eyes. I don't need an apology because it won't bring back Shushu's treasure. And you? He then stared up at the lion tamer with angry eyes. I came to get payback from you. He stretched his arm out and grabbed him by the collar before reeling him in, ignoring his cries for mercy. Have a taste of your own medicine. He then cracked the man in the face ridiculously hard, sending him to the ground in an unconscious heap. Naruto's eyes were now sparkling at the sight of the strange boy effortlessly destroying the 2 enemies. That was awesome. I haven't seen anyone stretch like that since I was a kid, and the guy that could was an ass clown. This kid is the real deal. Naruto ran up to the boy who had picked something up from the lion. Yo. That was great. By far the most entertaining thing I've seen all day. The boy blinked before giving Naruto a stupid grin that looked somewhat familiar to him. Thanks. Who are you again? Naruto chuckled. Me? You can go ahead and call me Uzumaki Naruto. Now who are you? The boy thumbed himself in the chest. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. And I'm going to be king of the pirates. Naruto's sweat dropped. Now what about how this guy just stated that is giving me deja vu? Naruto shook it off as another question arose. Wait? Pirates have a king? Never mind that. Anyway, that fight was awesome. I was flipping out when you slammed that lion on the ground like a dead fish. Very impressive. Luffy wiped his nose bashfully. Oh, that was nothing. He gripped his own bicep with a grin still situated on his face before he noticed what he had in his hand. I'll be right back. Luffy then started to walk off. Naruto, curious about the young fighter, followed him until they came to a ruined building with a small white dog sitting out front that reminded Naruto somewhat of his old friend Kiba's dog, Akamaru. Naruto quickly shook that from his thoughts. No. Don't think about that. They all had happy, peaceful lives after you left Konoha. You kept them all safe, they died happy, that was all you could do for them. Naruto was snapped from his thoughts by a girl Luffy's age with orange hair that went down to her neck. She had on a white and blue striped shirt, an orange short skirt, and orange high-heeled sandals. Naruto smirked as he noticed that this girl looked good, and how the hell did this girl know the rubber kid until she spoke? Oh ho, Mr. Pirate, so you're still alive? I thought you would have been finished off by that lion. An old man next to her in a battle gear spoke up. Hey? What are you saying? She ignored him and tried to lash out at Luffy before being held back by the old man. Before you get your pirate pals over here to raid the village, why don't you just go to hell? Naruto raised an eyebrow out of curiosity at her outburst while Luffy's face didn't even register that he had even heard anything until he walked up to her while she was still being held back. You think you can hurt me? He then childishly stuck his tongue out at her and walked past her. This pissed the girl off to no end as she struggled to free herself and assault Luffy. Okay, you wanna fight me, you stupid pirate? She turned to Naruto, who was snickering with an amused grin on his face. And what the hell are you gawking at? Take your rubber pirate buddy and get out of this place. Naruto frowned. That's not very nice at all. I don't know anything about that guy at all other than the fact that he likes straw hats and he can body slam a lion 4 times his size. And I'm not a pirate, I'm just some guy that showed up in town at the wrong time. He then took on a thoughtful look. Actually, I think it was the right time, because I was getting bored as all hell just sailing. Maybe this was a blessing of some sort. Naruto then stopped paying attention to her as he found himself lost in his own thoughts. She didn't like that at all. Stop ignoring me, you blonde idiot. The sound of something being set down got everyone's attention as they all looked at Luffy. Luffy sat down next to the dog after placing a box of food in front of it with a big grin. That's the only one I could bring back. The rest was eaten up, if you can believe me. The girl calmed down to the point where the old man let her go as they all watched Luffy interact with the dog. Naruto smiled to himself. That's one selfless guy. He started, getting the girl's attention. I saw him fight that lion. I just figured it pissed him off or something. I never bothered to ask why because it just looked so cool. But fighting for this little dog, and now he's comforting him after he lost his building. I really like this kid now. He noticed the girl looking at him, probably mirroring some of her own thoughts, and gave her a cheesy grin. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. She looked a little taken back at his chipper attitude. I'm Nami. Naruto nodded as they watched the dog bark and walk away. Luffy stood up and waved. Yeah? You be strong too. That brought some good-natured laughs from everyone around. After the dog got out of sight, Nami sighed and walked up to Luffy with a smile. Sorry for screaming at you. Luffy looked at her and grinned. It's okay, you lost someone important to you because of pirates. You've been through a lot, haven't you? You don't need to say anything. The old man near them finally exploded. I can't stand it anymore. It's just so miserable. Shushu and you youngsters are fighting like this, but why is it that I, being the village chief, can only watch our village be trampled? Naruto's sweat dropped and pointed lamely. Maybe because you're just an old man with a flimsy spear and shitty armor. Kami, old man, that crap doesn't look like it can stop wooden stake, let alone a sword or a bullet. Nami saw how riled up the old man was getting. Wait, chief, calm down. The old chief looked too inspired to stop. To a real man there are just some fights that cannot be avoided. Isn't that right, kid? Luffy grinned. That's right, mister. Nami yelled at Luffy, don't encourage him. The chief then launched into a spiel on how his last village was destroyed and how 40 years ago he and the villagers built the village that they were currently standing in. Upon finishing, proclaiming that he was going to stand up and fight, a cannonball destroyed the chief's house and sent them all to the ground. Naruto hopped up to his feet and pointed at the wreckage. That's the same damn thing that just happened to my ship. Who the fuck shot that shit off? Luffy jumped up next to Naruto. Ahhh. Zoro was sleeping in there. The chief looked at his former house in anger. Is he dead? The kid with the waistband? Luffy yelled into the smoke and rubble. Hey Zoro, are you still alive? Ugh. That was some bad way to wake me up. A green-haired man sat up holding his head. Naruto identified him as the same guy who had been at the harbor with him earlier. The chief was growling now, "It feels as if my chest is being scraped out. I'll not let these pirates trample all over us again. I am the chief and I won't let the village be treated this way." He finished, holding his spear in the air. As he tried to storm off, Nami held him in place, telling him it was reckless. "I know it's reckless." That forced her to let go of him, and he took the opportunity to jet off to confront the pirates. "Just you wait, Buggy the Clown." Zoro laughed from where he was on the ground. For some reason this is starting to feel more fun. Luffy laughed to himself. "You know? I agree." Nami just looked between them and yelled at them, "How can you still laugh?" Luffy simply gave her his ever-present grin. "Don't worry, I like that old man. I'm not going to let him die." Nami still didn't understand. "How can you still laugh in this situation? Where the hell is your confidence coming from?" Luffy didn't really answer. "Our destination is the Grand Line. Now we're going to steal that map again." He extended a hand to Nami. "Will you join us? You need the map too, don't you? And the treasure." "I'm not going to become a pirate," Nami simply stated while slapping Luffy's hand away. "Rather than partners, let's just say we're cooperating. Helping each other to achieve our goals." Luffy laughed and nodded before turning to Naruto. "And what about you, new guy? Are you in too?" Naruto's lips quirked as he placed his hands behind his head and grinned. "Well, since I owe that Buggy the Clown or whatever his name is for trashing my ride and sinking my bounties to the bottom of the sea, I'm in." Zoro pulled the bandana off of his arm and wrapped it on his head, gaining Nami's attention. "You're going too? What about your injury?" Zoro grinned as he tightened it on his head. "More important than the injury done to my body is the injury done to my name that I suffered because all I did in my last fight was get hurt. So should we go?" The three men along with a somewhat reluctant Nami began walking in the direction the chief went off in to confront the pirate Buggy. XXX. Upon arriving they found the chief being held off of the ground by his throat with a disembodied hand. Naruto once again raised an eyebrow at the weirdness, but hell if he hadn't seen weirder before. Luffy sprang into action and freed the chief by prying the hand off of his neck, getting the attention of Buggy. "Straw Hat? So you come without a single trace of fear by your own will. You morons, you're all so dead." He then noticed Naruto. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto looked at Buggy. He had a red and white striped short-sleeved shirt, white gloves, a sash around his waist, and a pair of loose aqua-colored pants that reached his calves and showed his striped socks and pointy shoes. He had a fur-lined captain's coat and an orange captain hat on his head. On his face there was clown makeup and a big red clown nose. Naruto glared at the clown. "Your stupid cannonball destroyed my ship, you bastard. You'd better have insurance?" "Ass-whooping insurance. Because you're about to pay a deductible." Buggy seethed at the group of kids that were facing him down. "You're all dead." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Far stronger people than you have tried before." Nami backed off. "Listen, I don't care if you guys fight or not. I'm just here for the map and the treasure." Zoro sighed. "Yeah, I know." The chief stood up from the ground. "What did all of you come back for? You four just stay out of this. This is my fight. I'm the one who must protect this village. Don't interfere." Luffy then proceeded to smash him in the back of the head with the palm of his hand, rendering him unconscious. Naruto sighed in relief. "Thanks for that, rubber boy. I'm all for fighting your own battles and all, but that was getting overbearing." He was starting to remind me of somebody, and not a good somebody. Nami wasn't as understanding. You idiot. What the hell did you do that to the chief for?" Luffy grinned. "Because he would just get in the way." Naruto returned his grin with one of his own. He knew there was a reason he liked this kid. Zoro agreed with his captain. "That was smart thinking. If you had left him alone, without a doubt he would have recklessly charged. It's safer for him to be unconscious." Nami yelled at the rubber boy. "Stop doing unnecessary things." Luffy simply pivoted on his foot to face Buggy. "Hey you. You huge, red, ugly, big nose." The entire pirate crew of Buggy went eerily silent until their captain screamed. "Fire the Buggy special cannonball. Fire." Naruto lowered himself to prepare to rush their position. "Oh, like hell, I'm letting you shoot another of those damn things off." The others were preparing to move out of the way except Luffy. Nami and Zoro tried to pull him from his spot. "Oi. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you idiot? Move, Luffy." Luffy had a confident grin on his face. "Do you think that because of a cannonball I'll move a single inch?" Luffy waited the cannonball out before inhaling a ton of air sharply. "Gomu Gomu no Fusen, Gum Gum Balloon." Luffy's body swelled up to a massive size as the ball bounced against his stomach. Much to the shock and horror of Buggy's crew, he fired it back off of the rebound and annihilated the building they had set the cannon on. Naruto grinned widely as Zoro complained that Luffy should have just said he was going to do that. "I don't think I'm ever going to get sick of seeing him do stuff like that. Seriously, this stuff is classic." Nami yelled in disbelief. "What the hell are you?" She marched up to Luffy. "Explain yourself, I don't understand this at all." From the moment you fought that lion and came back alive, this isn't humanly possible. How the hell did you just swell up like a balloon? You sure do like to say hell a lot, Nami-chan. Nami turned her glare on Naruto, who looked away innocently while Zoro chuckled. Luffy crossed his arms, Goma Goma dashta. Nami cut him off, I'm not asking for the name of the move, you monster. The smoke cleared to reveal Buggy standing with two of his crewmen as human shields to protect him from the blast. You're chatting around making a lot of noise, like you're not scared. I'm so mad words fail me. A man that had hidden himself behind the lion of the lion-tamer pirate dropped the giant cat and dusted his hands off. He was a skinny-looking man with a dark green hairstyle that covered half of his face. The lower half of his face was mostly covered by a white and blue checker pattern scarf. He had a purple sleeveless coat that went down to his knees and white pants held up by a light blue sash. Much to the lion-tamer's panic, he tossed the still-alive lion aside until he saw Luffy in front of him, Captain Buggy. Be careful, he's the one I tried to tell you about. He's a rubberman. Nami looked at Luffy. Rubberman? Luffy stretched his own cheeks widely. Yep, want to see? Buggy looked at the man, Moji. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? He picked him up and threw him at Luffy, Naruto, Nami, and Zoro. Moji screamed as he flew through the air, get out of the way. Naruto scoffed and stepped directly in his path of flight, you get out of the way. Naruto threw a roundhouse kick that caught him right in the face and tossed him aside. Now can we please get on with the fight already? I haven't beat anybody up in a good long time. I call the entire crew. He looked at the men standing up from the wrecked building, well, whoever's left of the crew. Kabeji, the man identified earlier and Buggy's second mate, hopped on a unicycle and charged Luffy after drawing a sword. I'll avenge the pain that you've caused my crew. However, Zoro stepped in the way and blocked with one of his own swords. If it's swords, I'm all for it. Luffy looked at the bleeding bandages on Zoro's body. Look, Zoro, I think it's better if I take it. Or maybe we can use the new guy over there. He pointed over to where Naruto had gleefully taken to thrashing the remainder of Buggy's crew with his bare hands. Naruto ducked a slash of a man's sword before grabbing his throat and slamming him into the ground. He turned and gave a thumbs up to the others. Nah, Zoro called him, he's got this guy. Naruto then returned to his originally scheduled pummeling. He grabbed two men and smashed them together. This is so easy. I don't even need to use any jutsu on these guys. This is the crew of a feared pirate? I hope Buggy fights a hell of a lot better than the rest of these clods, or this is going to be cake. Nami watched him take apart an entire group of grown men, smiling like it was his birthday with a sweat drop on her head. Kabeji took advantage of the disagreement and shot his flame breath at Zoro. Zoro dropped to his knees as his face was singed from the fire, and Kabeji took advantage of the situation once more in order to deliver a kick with the point of his shoe to Zoro's wound in his side. Zoro cursed and writhed on the ground in pain as Kabeji mocked him. What's this? I didn't even kick you that hard. Did I? Nami grit her teeth. You dirty bastard. Aiming to the wounded area. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Naruto sounded off in the distance as he continued to crack skulls. Kabeji stabbed his sword into the ground and released a blast of smoke. Zoro held his swords up. It's just a cloud of dust, a stupid trick. On cue, Kabeji emerged from the smoke and slashed at Zoro, who blocked with two of his swords. Kabeji smirked and drew his foot back for another kick at Zoro's wounded area before punting him in the side. Zoro rolled over and cried out in pain. What's this? A grown man rolling around and crying is absolutely pathetic to watch. You were a troublesome bunch at the start, but making an enemy of Buggy and his pirate fleet was a grave mistake. Dai Roranoa Zoro. Nami looked at Luffy, who was simply watching the fight. Fighting with that injury was too much from the start. Why are you watching all silent and stone-faced? That guy's going to die. Zoro simply swatted him away when he got too close. What an annoying guy. Do you really find tearing at my wound that much fun? Zoro then proceeded to cut himself along his wound, much to the horror of everyone around. He placed a sword in his mouth. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Is my condition enough for you now? Let me show you the difference in skill between us. Now holding a sword in both hands and one in his mouth, he smirked as he explained himself. To anyone that calls himself a swordsman, I won't allow myself to lose to them even once. Naruto dusted off his hands as he dispatched the last of Buggy's men to the land of unconsciousness. He turned and saw Zoro preparing to combat Kabeji and saw Luffy and Nami just watching along with Buggy. Naruto sighed as he made his way over to them. Zoro, hurry up and kick his ass so we can beat Buggy. I need to figure out how I'm getting off of this island if you've all forgotten. Karaji sneered, you asshole. Do you really think it will be that easy? Nami looked over to where Naruto had just walked away from and whispered to Luffy, hey. Behind the destroyed pub there's a warehouse. Their treasure is over there and the map is probably still with Buggy. Since Naruto knocked all of them out, I think I'll go over, and after I acquire the treasure I'll make my escape, since whether you win the fight or not it has nothing to do with me. She started walking away. If you actually manage to get the map and fulfill your part, we can cooperate again. Naruto raised his hand and followed behind her as she walked over to the warehouse. I'm going too. Nami turned as Naruto had followed her away from Luffy with a dull look on his face. Nami was somewhat surprised and suspicious of Naruto. What? Why? Luffy and Zoro are still fighting. Don't pirates like you have some kind of code about running away or something? They seem to. Naruto palmed his face, once more for the benefit of those with no short-term memory. I am not a pirate. Say it with me now, Uzumaki Naruto. Is not a pirate. I'm not a damn pirate. And anyway, if you don't like pirates, why the hell do you hang around with pirates? Nami scoffed as they continued on, only turning back as they heard Buggy cry out in pain. Luffy must have finally started in on Buggy. Oh well then. Nami continued on towards the treasure with Naruto in tow. Being bored enough to actually want to go back and see Luffy fight Buggy, Naruto decided to break the monotony. So after you get the treasure, how the hell do you plan on getting out of this place? The only boats I saw were mine, Buggy's, and the little piece of crap that Zoro came in on. Nami turned and winked at him. I have my ways. Why are you coming with me anyway? Naruto shrugged. Well, I need money actually. It's not like I'm really broke, but I truly doubt that my currency would fly around these parts. Naruto pulled out his frog wallet and pulled out a wad of bills to show Nami. Nami turned and looked at his currency. You're right, we don't use that. We use belly instead. What place are you from that doesn't use belly as its currency? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I come from a place called the Elemental Nations. He saw Nami looking at him blankly. I heard the guys on the ship that I took to get here call it the Final Continent, or something like that, if that helps. Nami stared at him in shock. You're from the Final Continent? But that place was just discovered around 50 years ago. The world government doesn't even have any representatives there yet. Naruto's eye twitched. It's called the Elemental Nations. And it's not like the place was hard to find, it was just really, 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 really far out of the way. People have been there for at least hundreds of years. And I doubt your world government will find it that easy to get its hooks into that place. It's really militarized already, it's just now coming into a period of peace after 100 years of on-again off-again periodic warfare. Nami blinked in surprise. Really? How many countries are there in the Elemental Nations? Naruto thought for a moment. There are 5 that have the most significant power, and then there are countless little ones that have militaries of their own. I would say that there are about 20 countries in the Elemental Nations. Nami didn't know how to tell him, so she just came out with it. Naruto. The world government has 170 countries from all over the world in it. Your home is probably the only place in the entire world that is untouched by them. But if you were able to catch a ship from there to the East Blue, then it might not be that far off. Naruto paled at hearing that information. He believed that the 4 great shinobi nations were powerful, he even believed that the other countries had tremendous ninja of their own, but against an allied army of over 170 nations they would be crushed or assimilated. He could only hope that the world government kept their eyes away from the elemental nations, or that they would let them be, but with his knowledge of human nature he knew that was a pipe dream at best. Naruto? Naruto? He was brought back to the regular plane of existence when Nami called out his name. I said, what did you do there? You're a pretty tough guy. And on that thought, why did you leave? Naruto looked at Nami and smirked. If I told you what I did for a living, you either wouldn't believe me or I would have to explain it. And you tell me why you left your home to come out on the big blue ocean all on your own. It seems pretty dangerous for a girl like you. Nami frowned but quickly covered it up with fake laughter. I'm not nearly as helpless as you think I am, Naruto. Naruto chuckled. I'm sure you're not, Nami-chan. I think we're here. Suddenly an explosion rang out behind them, signifying a house coming down. Luffy soon burst out of the debris. Wow. Luffy and Buggy are really duking it out, huh? Nami simply stared at them. How is it possible for such a fight to be taking place? I feel like I'm dreaming. She looked at Naruto who, other than being mildly interested in the fight, didn't show much surprise if any at all. Why don't you look surprised by any of this? Naruto acknowledged her with a grunt. Well, I've been seeing stuff like this go on around me since I was a little kid. The elemental nations are full of people that can do remarkable things. I have to say that they're a few decades too late for me to be shocked by what they can do. There's no such thing as impossible in this world, that's what I've learned. Nami raised a delicate eyebrow at his choice of words. A few decades too late. Naruto frowned. Bite my tongue. He pointed out at Luffy and Buggy's fight. Oh look, Luffy's pissed. That got Nami's attention. She had never seen the boy really angry about anything the entire time since they had met. She saw that he was upset about Buggy nicking his hat with his strange powers to separate his body into segments. I thought he was the kind of guy that never got upset about anything. Naruto nodded. Everyone has their triggers, Nami-chan. No matter how minuscule, everyone has a breaking point. They saw Buggy begin to target Luffy's hat in order to rile him up further, just out of cruelty. He eventually impaled the hat on his blades. Naruto cringed and subconsciously clutched at something under his shirt. He could only imagine how angry Luffy was at losing his hat. It must have been truly precious to him. Buggy laughed as his hand flew back onto his wrist with Luffy's impaled hat on it. Kohahaha. What kind of treasure is this ragtag hat? Luffy outright sprinted at Buggy. That's the hat I swore myself to with Shanks. Buggy cast the hat off of his knives onto the ground, so that's why it looked so familiar. Me and that guy used to be on the same boat. We were comrades back when we were just trainees. Luffy lunged at Shanks with a punch. You say he was your comrade? Shanks was a great man. He nailed Buggy right in his body as his head separated from his body and reattached, forcing the clown pirate to the ground. Luffy pulled on Buggy's cheeks and angrily spoke to Buggy about Shanks. Naruto sighed. Well, it looks like Luffy's little temper tick is anything derogatory to do with either that hat or this Shanks person. Nami re-entered reality. I was so fascinated I kept on watching. I've got to get that treasure and get away. Naruto motioned towards the warehouse. I'm right behind you. When Nami turned to look at him, he shrugged again. What? I'm bored and Luffy is fighting the only entertainment in town. Following you while you hoard all of this clown's loot could be entertaining, therefore I'm going with you. Naruto followed the girl and kicked open the door of the warehouse, gesturing inside for her to enter, mostly so he could adequately see what she was working with from behind. Not bad at all, he had to admit. Nami squealed loudly as she began hoarding everything she could into a sack. Naruto saw some bills sitting off to the side and decided to line his own pockets. Hey, everybody was doing it. Soon enough Nami filled her sack with as much as she could and strolled outside with a content look on her face that Naruto just had to chuckle at. Because of that, whoever touches my treasure, I never leave them alive. Naruto exited the warehouse to find Buggy lunging his entire torso at Nami with his blades pointed at her. Did you think you could fool me, Nami? Put my treasure down so I can send you painfully to hell. I'm not giving you a single thing. Nami yelled at him as she cradled her sack of monetary gain. In the middle of his death lunge at Nami, Buggy stopped with a pained look on his face. Naruto looked to see Luffy had planted a foot painfully right between Buggy's legs as he had left the lower half of his body back when he attacked Nami. Naruto pointed at Luffy and laughed. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. As Buggy's top half fell to the ground, Naruto cocked his fist back and plowed into Buggy's face, sending him flying back at Luffy. Don't try to kill girls that aren't hurting you, Buggy, that's not very honorable. Buggy mumbled to himself in pain. Some kid dared to kick my bottom half, and then some other punk got a sucker punch right in my face. Naruto looked at Luffy as the two nodded to each other. He then turned to Nami and tried to escort her away. Nami, let's get you out of here. As long as you have that treasure around here, you're going to get chased by that lunatic. Let's drop it and get you out of here. Nami clutched the bag tightly. Why should I put my treasure down and run? I don't want to. Buggy growled from the ground. Your treasure? Nami nodded. Of course. Since I'm a pirate treasure thief and I just stole from a pirate, I'm telling you this treasure is mine. Naruto sweat dropped. You know, pirates are known to steal from other pirates too when the opportunity arises. How are you yourself not a pirate again? Buggy flipped out from the ground where he lay. What kind of dumb shit is that? Do you think that if you steal it, it's yours? How the hell were you brought up? Naruto grinned at him, apparently remarkably close to the way that I was. I'm still not a damn pirate though. Nami laughed. A lecture from a bad guy? Enough of that nonsense. She stuck her tongue out in a pouty manner. I don't think I've done anything bad enough to be lectured by a pirate. Naruto laughed out loud at that. Who are you people? You guys are awesome. Where did you all come from? Buggy growled and split his body into multiple pieces, sending them at Nami. Bara Bara Festival, Chop Chop Festival. He surrounded Nami with his body parts and laughed. See if you can protect her now. Luffy grabbed a foot that Buggy left behind and started tickling it, forcing him to stop his movements in order to laugh. Luffy did all kinds of things to his foot, smashing the toes into the ground, pinching the skin, all kind of things until Buggy yelled at him. Nami saw an opening and swung her bag at him, but it was caught by his disembodied hands. The two started a tug of war over the bag while Buggy tried to sneak some blades on her from behind. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this and rushed in with a swirling ball of blue energy in his hand. All right, Buggy, I thought I told you. He jumped into the air and drove the ball into Buggy's torso. Leave women alone. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto's attack drove deep into Buggy before it sent him flying off into the side of a building. Naruto sighed and looked back at Nami. Are you okay, Nami-chan? Nami blinked blankly and nodded. Yeah. Thank you, Naruto. Luffy ran up to Naruto with shining eyes that scared the blonde slightly. That was so cool. How did you do that? Can you teach me how to do that? What was that? Naruto was feeling uncomfortable but answered all of his questions. Thanks, I channeled my body's energy called chakra to use it. It's kind of something personal, so sorry I can't, and I call it Rasengan. He then reached into his own coat pockets. Oh, you wanted this, right? Naruto said, handing off a map. I took it from him when I hit him with that last attack. Luffy grabbed the map and celebrated. All right. I finally got the Grand Line map. Wait, you brats. They all turned to see Buggy with blood coming from his mouth, a mark carved into his torso in the shape of a spiral, and his limbs off of his body. I'll kill you all once and for all. He called for his body parts to return but only ended up getting his hands and feet. Nami stood on a pile of body parts, looking for these? Buggy's eyes bulged out of his head. My body parts. Luffy gleefully shot both of his hands backwards. A thief can do some cool things sometimes. Let me handle the rest. Get lost, Buggy. Luffy shot both arms forward and punched Buggy with both hands. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, Gum Gum Bazooka. The attack sent the clown-themed pirate flying into the distance. Naruto whistled as he saw Buggy disappear into a dot. Damn, Luffy. How hard did you hit him? Luffy looked at Nami. You're going to join my crew now, right? Nami smiled as she tried to heft her large bag of treasure. I'm just working with you while it serves my purpose, remember that. I'll do it for now because it seems like I'll make quite a bit of cash with you guys. She rubbed the bag to her cheek affectionately. This much treasure should be worth at least 10 million belly. Buggy said that all of his stuff was high quality. Naruto walked around and observed the damage to the village as Nami and Luffy spoke about the treasure. Naruto smirked at all of the wrecked buildings. It looks like I'm going to be doing a lot of collateral damage again. Oh well, 100 years was far too long to go without causing catastrophic property damage. Naruto walked over to Zoro and sweat dropped as he heard the man snoring. Naruto kicked Zoro to awaken him. Oi, wake up. The fights are over, you and Luffy won. Zoro stirred and looked up at the blonde. Did he get the map? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Nami also stole a ludicrous amount of treasure from Buggy and Luffy sent him flying. You should have seen it, it was hilarious. Zoro grunted. Ugh, I don't think I can stand yet. Naruto rolled his eyes and hefted the man up on his back. Don't bleed all over my coat. Let's go. Luffy was over by the still fallen chief of the village. Naruto turned and saw a mass of villagers coming, his danger senses tingling. Oh crap. I don't like this at all. What happened here? It's definitely the work of those pirates. Luffy raised his hand. Hey, I did that to the chief. Naruto palmed his face. Why would you tell them that, Luffy? There was no need whatsoever for them to know that. Nami glared at him. Why did you tell them that kind of thing on purpose? Luffy was confused. You guys saw me do it, right? Naruto walked over to them with Zoro on his back. Luffy means well, but he just does not have the brain capacity for more complex thoughts other than Luffy smash. How dare you do this to our chief? Who the hell are you? The pirates? Luffy grinned and shouted, we are pirates. So you are? The villagers all brandished weapons at the group. Naruto waved his hands out in front of him while Nami yelled at Luffy, whoa. Wait. Hold on for just one freaking minute here. He pointed at himself, this guy, not a pirate. Take note for posterity. Not a pirate. Damn it. He pointed at Zoro who was laughing his ass off on Naruto's back. This gimp here, well he did say he was Luffy's friend so I guess he's technically a pirate. But dash? He pointed at Nami before he dropped his finger lamely. Alright, she says she's not a pirate, but she apparently travels the seas and steals stuff. That's like a qualification for a pirate even if she says she isn't, so again, technically, she's a pirate too. Ignoring Nami's squawk of indignation, he then pointed to a grinning Luffy and paused before waving it off as a lost cause. Oh never mind, this idiot just told you he was a damned pirate. But me, I'm not a pirate, so don't kill me, I'm just passing through. Get them. Luffy took off running. Let's run away. Naruto rolled his eyes as he and Nami followed. No shit, Luffy. No, we should stay back there with the rabid people with sharp pointy weapons and lack of reasonable deductive skills. He finished sarcastically. Luffy grinned. This is a good village. No matter what excuse we give them they'll still be mad at us. All for their chief. Naruto grunted. Yeah, but they really would have come in handy a half an hour ago instead of now when the fight is over and Zoro is dead weight on my back. They cut through an alley where Shosho stood to block the villagers from continuing to pursue. Despite the villagers trying to reason with the dog to move, he blocked the pirate group's retreat. Eventually they came to the docks where next to Luffy and Zoro's piece of crap tub in the water stood a boat that was actually respectable. Luffy looked at Nami. Wow, is this your ship? She shook her head. No, I stole it from some stupid pirates. 3 of the pirates Nami tricked for the boat rose up into view. We knew you'd come back, boat thief. If we just waited here long enough dash. He was cut off by Naruto jumping on board and pummeling all 3 after unceremoniously dumping Zoro on the deck. Whatever, you wimps. Blah, blah, blah. Wasting my time. He turned to Luffy and Nami. Get your asses on board now unless you want the killer lynch mob of unreasonable people to catch up and violate us horribly. The 3 beaten-up pirates stood up with bruises and swelled lips. Who do you think you are, kid? Why the hell did you drop me, Naruto? The pirates turned to face the displeased face of Roronoa Zoro. Upon seeing his face, they jumped into the water and swam away frantically. Naruto shrugged and unhooked the boat from the dock as Nami and Luffy jumped on board. Luffy unfurled the sail. All right, let's go. Naruto made a few hand seals as the wind picked up and allowed the ship to move faster with the boost. As they pulled off, he looked up. Hey, that looks like Buggy's emblem on the flag. Nami shrugged. I stole it from his pirates. I'll change it later. Stop right there. They turned towards the dock to see the chief standing there. I still have something to say to all of you. They all listened intently for his words. I'm sorry. I owe you all. The kids all grinned at him as Luffy yelled back, don't worry about it. Just live happy lives. Nami looked around the ship. Luffy, where's the other bag? I gave you half of it? Luffy didn't bat an eye. I left it in the village. Nami snapped. You left it? I gave you half of it. That's 5 million belly. That was my treasure. Luffy shrugged. Well, yeah, but since the village was half destroyed, I thought it would take some money to repair it. Naruto nodded sagely. Yeah, besides. Luffy did do a lot of the damage either directly or indirectly himself. He then got a tick mark on his head. Oh man. I had a kick-ass ship and now I'm in this. I fought for and stole that first one fair and square and now I'm in this heap. Naruto looked up with anime tears. Nami was choking Luffy and trying to push him into the water. If you ever do that again, you're dead, do you hear me? Zoro was still laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world. Naruto stopped crying and looked at Nami and Luffy in amusement. Well, at least this is looking to be something interesting. I think I'll stick with these guys for a while. Luffy yelled out, all right crew. To the next island and adventure. Naruto's annoyed voice rang out across the ocean. I'm not a damn pirate. Chapter 2. It's not lying, it's distorting reality. We need to plan things more. Naruto smirked as he heard Nami try once more to get Luffy and Zoro to do something other than just sit around, sleep, yell out in the middle of nowhere, or just all around do nothing useful. He would have included himself with the other 2 as someone that partook in the festivities that were aforementioned, but seeing as how Naruto didn't call himself one of the crew, he could say that about them and not himself, therefore freeing up his conscience to do all of jack shit when Nami brought these things to him. Oh, Nami said that she wasn't a part of the crew. She would claim up and down that they were simply partners if anything, but the way she was trying to take the lead here, it was clear that whether she admitted it or not, she was a member of the crew. Luffy looked at her strangely as he sat at the tip of the ship. What do you mean, Nami? She sighed. Are we really going to go to the Grand Line like this? Luffy kept his confused look until the thought hit him. Oh, that's right, even though Uncle Cabbage gave us plenty of fruits, we don't have any meat on this ship? Naruto snickered as Nami yelled that it wasn't about the food supplies. Uncle Cabbage was the name that Luffy gave to a strange man named Gaimon whom they had all met on a deserted island a few days ago. Naruto got a good 8 silent chuckles off of the man's appearance, a man with a massive green afro and a body compressed into a treasure chest, but he really felt for the guy when he heard his story. Anyway, after they had befriended Gaimon, or Uncle Cabbage, he had allowed them to take some fruits from the island in order to stay alive while at sea. Naruto had to admit though that Luffy had a point. He wanted some meat too. What he wouldn't give for some miso ramen at the moment. Anyway, Naruto had tuned out their conversation as he was sure he would hear it again and again before he was done traveling with these guys. He thought more towards what he thought about these people. Luffy was, well, Luffy. Naruto would go out on a limb and call Luffy stupid, but he would just be calling a past version of himself stupid in the process. Although he would swear to himself that he was never as thick in the head as Luffy was. Naruto would call himself ignorant. Luffy was just dumb. Dumb, but Naruto liked the guy. He was simple, not unpredictable or unstable. You knew what you were going to get with Luffy, and that's just how he wanted it. He was straightforward, friendly, oddly charismatic, and absurdly strong, stronger than anyone else Naruto had met thus far anyway. He reminded Naruto a lot of himself actually. Zoro was lazy as all hell. Not as lazy as Naruto's old buddy Shikamaru, as when he wasn't found sleeping he found Zoro training with weights. However, it was evident that the swordsman liked to multitask as he had found him lifting weights and sleeping at the same time. That kind of thing eerily reminded him of Rock Lee back when he was in Konoha. Other than that, Zoro was a pretty nice guy. He liked to drink as far as Naruto could tell, as he had heard him mumbling about a lack of sake on the ship since leaving Orange Town, and that wasn't a bad thing either. He had an intimidating outer appearance at first, but Naruto found him to be a very nice guy, also very loyal, as he told Naruto that prior to swearing allegiance to Luffy he hunted pirates. Naruto figured that he had one hell of a goal, to be the greatest swordsman in the world. Naruto knew some pretty amazing sword users in his day, but after beginning to realize just how big the world was when he looked at one of Nami's maps and didn't even see the elemental nations on it, he started to realize that Zoro had one hell of a climb ahead of him. Nami was kind of strange to Naruto. She was definitely hiding something as far as he could see. On one hand, she claimed she wasn't a part of the crew and tried to identify their relationship as business partners or even an alliance, but she took an active interest in their well-being, even his, and he wasn't even a part of the crew himself. She tried to make the others realize what a big deal their journey was and how much danger they really could have been in at certain times. It took a little prying and pestering, but eventually he was able to ascertain Nami's dream in life. She wanted to draw a complete map of the world, and Naruto promised her that he would help her with that by taking her to the elemental nations, to make her one of the few people that have actually been able to mark it accurately on any maps. This drew a blush from the girl that elicited a laugh from the blonde immortal. While he was lost in thought, he found that they had landed somewhere. What? He looked around at the island they had stopped at and yawned. Where are we? Somewhere that actually has a town this time? Nami nodded. Yep, we followed the map and it says that there's a village on this island, so let's get going. Naruto nodded and smacked the sleeping Zoro to wake him up. Wake up, sword boy. We're going into town. Zoro yawned and jumped off of the boat. It's been a while since I've stood on solid land. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. It wouldn't have been so long, but your ass is always asleep. Zoro waved him off. By the way, I've just noticed. He pointed up at a ridge. What are those guys doing there? There were 3 little kids and a teenager staring at them. The 3 kids had hair that looked respectively like an onion, a carrot, and a pepper. The teen had a long nose, black curly hair that was covered by a yellow plaid bandana with goggles over them. He also had on brown overalls and a white sash. Upon being discovered, the little kids ran away, leaving the teen by himself. He shouted at them, telling them to come back, but they were long gone. Turning back to the recently landed group, he took up an easy stance. I am the great pirate fleet leader, Usopp, who is in charge of security in this village. I'm also known as Captain Usopp. He took on a confident look. It's best if you don't try to attack this village, because my 80 million men will destroy you. Naruto's mouth quirked in amusement. If you have 80 million people on this little island, then you should be trying to get your own ass out of here instead of trying to keep us out. I call bullshit. Usopp panicked. Wah. I've been found out. Nami sweat dropped. It didn't help that you just told us. Usopp despaired even more. Arg. I can't believe I said that. Luffy seemed pretty entertained by this guy. You're pretty funny, you know that? Usopp straightened up at that. Hey, don't underestimate me. I am a man with high self-esteem. Everyone calls me the Honorable Usopp. Naruto rolled his eyes. Aha. Sure they do. He moved past Luffy's crew and Usopp. Where did those kids go? Did they run back to their town? I'm hungry. Does this place have ramen by any chance? XXX. No. Naruto had tears in his eyes as he read the menu at a small tavern in Syrup Village. No ramen. How can there be no ramen anywhere? This isn't funny anymore. I need my fix. He was for the most part ignored as Usopp told them about where they could get a ship. Naruto perked up. Oh, so that's what you guys ended up talking about back on the boat. Luffy grinned at him. Yep. Every pirate crew needs an awesome pirate ship. And with us on it, it has to be the coolest ship on the seas. Naruto sighed and cracked a small smile at Luffy's enthusiasm. He may not be very smart, but damn if the guy wasn't enthusiastic. So that's the plan for you guys? You're going to go and hit up that mansion this guy is telling us about and see if you can get a ship. Usopp nodded. It's the only place in the village you can get a ship. It's not very big, but it's not really small either. It belongs to the owner of the mansion on the hill. But she's really a sick young girl that's always bedridden. Nami looked stunned. She's sick? Then how is she the owner? Luffy and Zoro weren't even listening at this point as they both wanted more meat and sake, respectively. Usopp Ten explained how the girl living in the mansion was left everything by her parents when they died of sicknesses of their own, and how she was actually very lonely. Nami sighed after hearing the story. Alright, never mind, we'll go searching for a ship somewhere else then. Naruto grinned at her. Wait, Nami-chan? For someone not on the crew, or so she says, you sure don't act like it. Nami glared at him. And what am I supposed to act like then? A lazy ass like you? A nod and smirk was her answer. That's precisely what you should act like. Usopp noticed something. Oh, earlier you guys said you were looking for companions? Is that right? Luffy finished off another plate of food and looked over at Usopp. That's right. Is there somebody that actually wants to be our companion? Usopp pointed to himself. Let me be the captain and I'll join you. Naruto let out a bark of laughter while Luffy and Nami simply looked away and spoke simultaneously. Never mind. Usopp's loud response to being so readily dismissed added fuel to Naruto's humor flame. Eventually, after looking out of the window, Usopp excused himself, saying that it was that time again, and left Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Naruto to their own devices inside of the tavern. Naruto looked out the window himself and took note of the environment. Wow. This is a really peaceful village. I don't think I've seen an actual functioning village that runs like this place in a long time, if I ever have. It's like nothing ever happens here. Nami leaned back in her seat and stretched. I know what you mean. This place kind of makes you almost want to fall asleep just by walking through it. It's such a cozy place. Naruto nodded. Yeah, nothing like where I came from, that's for sure. This got everyone's attention. Luffy swallowed his food and spoke what was on everyone's mind. So Naruto, where are you from anyway? You don't look like any East Blue person I've ever met. Naruto chuckled. That's because I'm not really from the East Blue, Luffy. I'm from somewhere off of the map. It's actually so far south you'd think you'd have sailed around the world to reach it. It's also really easy to miss if you don't know where it is or you're a crappy navigator. Barely anyone from the rest of the world has been there. Luffy looked excited. Wow. This place sounds really mysterious. He then registered that Naruto said far south. You're from the South Pole? Naruto face faulted but picked him up with a smile, shaking his head. Honestly, now that I think about it, it is a pretty weird place, but being out here and seeing some of the stuff I have so far, it's not that much stranger than being out on the ocean. But my village, it was actually pretty big. There were tons of people in it and they were all busy all of the time. Our military was pretty much the most important job in the village. The most respected, influential, and powerful people were a part of our military. Zoro looked at Naruto. So you had Marines stationed there? Naruto laughed. Oh no, not at all. We were ninja. Every major nation had its own force of ninja, and they fought on and off all the time. It was really very irksome to think about. Nami looked at Naruto with an appraising eye. So what did you do as a ninja, Naruto? Naruto shrugged. Now was as good a time as any to tell them, a little of everything. From menial chores, to escorts, to sabotage, to flat-out assassination and kidnapping. If our leader thought it was the right thing for us to take, he would accept the mission and assign it. You basically lived your entire life in that system. The only real way out was death or retirement, and not a lot of people lived long enough to retire. Zoro was somewhat suspicious after hearing that. It sounds like you were a ninja. A fairly good one too if the way you talk has any indication. Naruto nodded. So how did you end up getting out of there? Naruto looked at him wistfully. That is a story for another time, I suppose. The sound of a door slamming open alerted them all to someone entering the tavern. Usopp Pirate Group is here. The three little kids from when they landed had shown up with wooden swords drawn. They all just looked at the kids in confusion. What the hell? They looked around for Usopp, who had led them there. Hey, where's the captain? You don't think he was eaten up, do you? Naruto palmed his face while Nami laughed at the little kids. What are you munchkins babbling about? Who ate who? And stop yelling, we're inside, don't you know? What did you do to our captain, Usopp? Give us back our captain, you pirates. Naruto's eye twitched as he looked at them all. For the love of all things ramen and ramen related. Why is it that all of you people keep calling me a damn pirate? He gestured to himself. Do I look like a pirate? No. Do I act like a pirate? No. All I am is just some guy that got on a boat with the wrong flag on it. Does that make me a pirate? The kids were a little taken back by his outburst. What did you do to the captain? Naruto slumped in his seat in defeat. Ask the guy with the hat. Luffy abruptly stood up and patted his belly. Aw man. What a delicious meat. Meat? The kids suddenly jumped to another conclusion. He ate the captain. Naruto snorted in amusement. Ah, I forgot how fun it was to pick on little kids sometimes. Does that make me a bad person? Nah, I'm just bored. Zoro chuckled off to the side as the kids turned their attention to him. Tell us what you did? Zoro smirked at them. Nothing really. We just ate him. He finished darkly. The kids stared at Nami in fear. What are you all looking at me for? She snapped at them until they passed out before turning to Zoro. Why did you tell them those weird things? Naruto got a few laughs off of the kids' mortified stony expressions. Oh, calm yourself down, Nami-chan, it's just some good old-fashioned family fun. They'll wake up in like 30 seconds and forget that all of this just happened. After waking the kids up and explaining what Usopp had said, they all understood. Oh, so it was time for him to go to the mansion again. Luffy was curious, why does he go all the way up there? To tell lies. Luffy sweat dropped, isn't that supposed to be a bad thing to do? It's not really such a bad thing. It's actually very good. Naruto snickered from his seat, seriously, what is it with these people? Is everyone he meets out here going to be this goofy regularly? They then explained how Usopp went to tell stories to the girl that was stuck inside of the mansion due to her sickness. Nami nodded in understanding, so in order to help keep her spirits up he's been going for a year to amuse her with made-up stories. The kids all nodded with huge grins on their faces. Yup. I like his nosiness. I like the captain's cowardice. I like his lies. Naruto hit the table in humor as Zoro sweat dropped. What kind of strong points are those? Luffy then stood up and shouted that if he was making her feel better then they would go and ask for a ship. Despite trying to tell him that such an approach really wasn't the best way to get anything done, they all ended up at the mansion and watched Luffy climb over the gate keeping them out. Having no other options as they really couldn't let the idiot go off on his own, they all climbed over the fence except the little kids. Naruto noticed this. Hey, can't you guys get over? They all shook their heads. No, Captain Usopp was always the one to make sure we stayed outside. Naruto frowned and picked all of them up before vaulting over the fence with one jump, landing on the other side. The kids were stunned as he let them go. Whoa. How did you do that? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. A lot of practice? He pointed over to where Luffy was going, finding Usopp sitting by a tree talking inside the building. By the time they had gotten over there Luffy had already asked for a ship. Of course this was cut short. What are you doing here? You can't just barge into the mansion like this. Usopp turned away with a sour look on his face. Ugh, the butler again. The blonde girl in the window tried to save everyone some face. Listen Klahadore, these people are dashed. You don't have to explain Ojusama, I will ask you about it later. He cut her off. The rest of you, please get out. Or is there something you need to say? Luffy smiled at him. I want a ship. No way. The dismissal left Luffy rejected and in need of consoling from Zoro. Klahadore turned his attention to Usopp. You're Usopp Kuin. I've heard some rumors about you. The villagers talk about you all the time. The guard said you were lurking outside of the gates. What do you want here? Usopp tried to come up with some lie about mole rats but Klahadore shot it down. I can see that you lie very well. I've heard about your father too. You're the son of a filthy pirate, so I'm not surprised you've turned out this way, but you had better stay away from Ojusama. This got everyone else's attention. His dad was a pirate? Usopp bristled at the slight against his father. However, did you say filthy? Klahadore adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. You and the Ojusama belong to totally different worlds. This guy was really starting to rub Naruto the wrong way. He was acting like a superior douche, telling people to know their place. Is it money that you're looking for? Name your price. Kaya finally had enough of this. That's enough, Klahadore. Apologize to Usopp-san at once. He simply gestured at Usopp as if he were less than him. There is no need for me to apologize to this uncivilized person, I'm just telling the truth. I feel sorry for you. You hate your father, don't you? Because he's a dumb treasure hunter that deserted his family and his village. Usopp clenched his fists. He'd better hit this guy already because Naruto was fixing to haul off and do it himself. I won't let you say another bad thing about my father. Klahadore chuckled. You're not very smart, are you? You should have just lied like usual. You could have said that he was a traveling merchant, or that he and you were not blood related. Shut up. Usopp had had enough and finally punched the bespectacled butler in the face. Naruto smirked. It took him long enough to do something about it. The butler held his face on the ground, so violent, like father like son dashed. Shut up. Usopp cut him off. I'm proud that my dad was a pirate. I'm proud that he was a brave warrior of the sea. I may like to lie, but I'm not ashamed of having a pirate's blood flow in me. I don't need to pretend that I'm not. Klahadore continued to insult Usopp and his father, saying that he only spent time with Kaya for her money. Naruto had tuned out the conversation at this point and started focusing on Klahadore. This guy wasn't just some random butler. No butler would take a punch like that and keep running their mouth. Hell, most butlers would have stopped speaking after the first time their master told them to stop. The way the guy adjusted his glasses, that was totally weird, such an unnecessary gesture to use the palm instead of the fingers. He stopped pondering as he heard Usopp say he was never coming back. That was a lie. There was no way he was going to just leave that girl alone with that asshole of a butler by herself. Luffy was being held back by Zoro from going over and cleaning the guy's clock until he yelled for everyone to get out. After some apprehension they all left the premises except for Naruto, who simply stood in place and stared at Klahadore. The butler adjusted his glasses once more, getting a small tick from Naruto's eyes as he watched him do it. I told you and your ragamuffin friends to vacate the area. Naruto simply didn't respond and stayed staring, the two as still as statues. He finally turned and walked away. Don't ever speak to me like that ever again. I'm not Usopp and I'm not Luffy. I have absolutely no problem showing you your place. I've seen things that you couldn't even imagine and I've done things that you couldn't even comprehend. I'm not some random hood, you'd best keep that in mind, Klahadore, understood? Naruto didn't let him answer as he jumped back over the gate and left. XXX. Something about that Klahadore just pissed him off. Maybe it was the casual dismissal of people he viewed under him? Maybe it was the way he walked as if he were better than him. Yeah right, he's better than Naruto, he's a damn butler. Maybe it just was the way he adjusted his glasses, because that crap was irritating to look at. Naruto was broken from his personal thoughts once more as he spied an odd sight coming his way. A man in a long blue coat, blue hat, heart-shaped sunglasses, and a strange beard that was actually a mushroom at closer glance was walking backwards down the road. Naruto stopped walking himself to watch the strange man pass him by until he too came to a stop. The man looked at Naruto, then at the mansion Naruto had come from, then at the mansion again. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the strange man. Can I help you with something or are you just going to keep looking back and forth at me because you're weirding me out? The man focused fully on Naruto. Now why am I weird? I'm just a simple hypnotist. What brings you out to these parts, brother? Naruto felt something within him tell him to ignore this man and move along, but he was too damn curious to do so. I'm just passing through. The man pulled out a ring on a rope and began to swing it in front of Naruto. Well then allow me to show you one of my tricks then. When I say 1, 2, Django, you will be very sleepy, understand? 1, 2 dash dot. Naruto tried to back off from the man. I don't think that's really necessary. Django. After that Naruto saw nothing but darkness. XXX. Later that night. Wake up Naruto. A kick to the side was Naruto's wake-up call that evening as he opened his eyes to find Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro standing over him. Naruto sat up with a yawn. What going on you guys? Why am I in the middle of the road? His mind filled with recollection of what happened. Oh damn it, that hypnotist guy. Django. Usopp simply said. Naruto blinked. What? You guys met him too? He didn't pull his hypnotizing crap on you, did he? Luffy grinned. He got me with it too. He made me fall off of a cliff while I was sleeping. Naruto sweat dropped. Of course he did, Luffy. Why am I not surprised? He then looked at the serious faces that everyone else had. What's with those looks? You'd think someone was coming to burn the town to the ground tomorrow or something. When all he got in response was awkward silence, his eyes widened. No way, really? Naruto looked at Usopp. So what's going to happen? Do you know who's coming? What their plan is? Anything like that at all? Usopp gritted his teeth. It's that bastard Klahadore. He's really Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. He'll have his crew come tomorrow with a plan to sack the town and kill Kaya to get her money for himself. Naruto bared his teeth. So I actually get to tear a piece out of that bastard, do I? Naruto looked at the rest of them intently. I get Kuro. No arguments, no trying to pull rank on me, Luffy. I'm not on your crew, I'm not a pirate, that guy just rubs me the wrong way and now I actually have an excuse to beat the crap out of him. I'm taking it. Naruto stood up. Now how are we getting ready for this? XXX. They brought Naruto to a sloped path surrounded by cliffs by the shore that they had coated with oil so that the attacking pirates couldn't climb. It was dangerous because the others could slip down it, but Naruto wasn't concerned about himself. If he used the water walking exercise he could operate just fine. And you're all sure that this is where they're attacking from? Usopp nodded. This is main path to the village. If they want to get there this is the path they have to take. Naruto looked around as the sun began to rise. I'm going to stay hidden for the time being. If you all need help I'll jump in, but for now too many of us crowding the pass could be a bad thing. Usopp laughed. Sure, leave the crazy ideas and the shooting to me. Naruto laughed to himself and hid himself along the foliage of the sides of the pass to wait it out. After a while he wondered where they were until he heard Nami say that she had heard something from the north. Naruto cursed to himself and took off through the woods to reach the other side of the island. Somehow Usopp beat Naruto to the other slope, but he chalked it up to the adrenaline and the fact that he was the local. This is your last chance. If you don't give up now my crew of 1 billion will destroy you all. Naruto heard the enemy pirates grumbling about what a stupid lie that was and smirked to himself, making his favorite cross-hand seal while he hid and subtly flooded the area with Kage Bunshin. Usopp tried to bribe them with the 5 million belly that was inside Nami's ship, but eventually they simply attacked. Naruto watched as Nami showed up and attempted to assist Usopp, who attempted to snipe them off at a distance with his slingshot until he was felled from a shot with a hammer. Naruto cursed to himself as he watched Nami get injured trying to defend him. Enough of this crap. The pirates turned to Naruto, who was standing on the ledge. Hey Usopp, sorry I'm late, I had a little trouble getting your army together. Naruto snapped his fingers as his identical copies poured out of the forest and began attacking the shocked Black Cat pirates. Naruto picked Usopp up off of the ground and wiped him off as the long-range fighter was stunned by what he was seeing. What is that? Are you that strong? Naruto grinned at him. You bet. Now clean yourself up, we're just getting started. My clones vanish after one good hit to them, so whoever else is left standing will actually be competent. Naruto walked over to Nami and helped her to her feet as well. Are you alright, Nami-chan? Nami nodded gratefully and steadied herself on her own legs. Why were you so late, Naruto? Naruto gave her a winning smile. Well, since we were fighting the Black Cat pirates, I figured that was super bad luck, so I took the long way here and doubled around a dozen times. Luffy and Zoro arrived at that moment with angry looks on their faces. Luffy pointed at Usopp. Usopp, why didn't you tell me which way north was? Usopp sweat dropped. You took off running first, I thought you knew. Zoro pointed his sword at Nami. Thanks a lot, Nami, for leaving me at the bottom of the oily hill. You stepped on my head, damn it. Nami waved it off. Someone had to get out of there, didn't they? The other two fighters noticed that there were a half-dozen Narutos currently beating the daylights out of the invading pirates, while there was one standing by Nami making sure she was able to stand by herself. Luffy pointed at the display. Wow. You have a lot of twin brothers, Naruto. Naruto laughed. They're not brothers, Luffy. This is another of my techniques, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. It lets me split that energy of mine that I told you about, chakra, evenly between them and lets them become fully tangible and real entities. They can do stuff like think and fight and all kinds of things. Naruto stopped talking and narrowed his eyes as he felt the last of his clones dispel. Turning around, he saw Django swinging his ring on the rope that Naruto could now identify as a blade. Was he hypnotizing his crew? Just as he thought that the men that Naruto had pummeled jumped right back to their feet, invigorated. Nami yelled in surprise, "What? Naruto-kun just beat them all senseless a second ago and now they look as good as new." One of the pirates punched the cliffside and crumbled it. Zoro was in disbelief. They can destroy the entire cliff with one punch. Naruto sighed. Great, now instead of fighting weaklings I have to fight a bunch of berserk weaklings. Usopp, Nami, get back. Zoro nodded. Right, you guys get back. Me, Naruto, and Luffy will handle all of them. Right, Luffy? Luffy? Luffy let out a loud yell, forcing Naruto and Zoro to palm their foreheads. Oh great. He's hypnotized too. Luffy stormed down the hill at the mass of attacking pirates. Gomu Gomu no Gatling, Gum Gum Gatling gun. Luffy blasted his arms out in a flurry of rapid-fire fists that pounded away at the Black Cat pirates, knocking them all back, if not out, effortlessly. He then ran past their fallen bodies and grabbed their ship's helm. Naruto let out a high-pitched scream as he realized what was going to happen. Wait. Luffy, no. Don't destroy the ship. No. Luffy ripped off the helm of the ship and held it threateningly at the enemy pirates. He's going to use that thing to hit us? Captain, do something. Django quickly pulled up his ring. 1, 2, Django, and you will be asleep. 1, 2, Django. Luffy fell asleep while holding the helm and fell backwards, dropping the helm on himself and a lot of the pirates. Nami sighed in relief with a smile. It looks like he finished all of them. Naruto let out tears of anguish. Damn it, Luffy, don't destroy it. I was going to steal that after we were done kicking these guys' asses. That's just great. I can't fix that, I'm not that good. Now I'm stuck on that other boat with the rest of you. I want a ship. I want open space. I want elbow room. Hey Butchie, the ship's stern is gone. You're right, I wonder what happened to it. Heads turned at the sound of more people on the ship as two guys in cat-themed costumes jumped out and landed on the ground. One was a fat guy with a cat half mask covering his head and no shirt, the other was a skinny guy. Both had cat claws with blades on their fingers. Django pointed at the group. Butchie, Shemu, no matter what, we have to get out of here. As you can see, there are some people blocking our exit from this slope. Can you take care of them for us? The two newcomers acted cowardly at fighting them all, namely Zoro, who was out ahead of the rest. However, when the skinny one trotted out hopelessly and got close enough to Zoro, he turned his killer instinct on and began to fight him head to head. In their initial clash, Zoro ended up getting his swords taken by the skinny cat fighter Shemu. Give me my swords back, Zoro demanded. Shemu chuckled. Oh, these. Before we fight, I have to say that they're really obstructive. He threw the swords aside, leaving Zoro with one. Zoro lunged out swiftly and reached his swords before the skinny warrior drove his claws into his back when he grabbed for them. Upon pinning Zoro on the ground, the fat brother, Butchie, jumped high into the air, killing technique. Cat pounce. Almost succeeding in driving both of his feet into Zoro's spin or skull, he cracked the ground with his landing. Zoro was actually terrible at one-sword techniques, thus the two brothers were able to overwhelm him and drive him back. Nami tried to get Zoro his sword but was stopped by Django, who cut her shoulder. Naruto growled darkly and narrowed his eyes at Django as killing intent filled the area. Naruto stopped growling as he realized that it wasn't leaking from him, he had control of his own. Django was basically quivering. Ah, that feeling is. Captain Kuro/Klahadore was standing at the top of the pass. It has passed dawn and my plan is still not complete. What the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you've been stopped by these rats. Say something, Django. Django backed off slightly. Well, you said that the Usopp kid wouldn't cause us any trouble. Kuro laughed. Yes, I did, but the fact is that you all are simply weak. The brothers took offense to this and questioned Kuro's strength as he hadn't fought in 3 years. You're not our captain anymore. Before you kill us, we'd better kill you first. They both attacked Kuro with their claws but hit nothing but an afterimage. Kuro stood behind them with an extremely long pair of cat claws on his hands. You said you would kill who? As they turned to face him, he had vanished again, hanging off of their shoulders like an old friend. However, he had a blade at both of their throats, terrorizing them both. I feel my body resisting me a little bit. You're right, I'm not your captain anymore. I'm just someone who paid you to do a job, and if you find yourselves unable to accomplish it, I'll finish you myself. I find that these last 3 years have lowered my temper, so I'll give you 5 minutes to kill these people, and if you cannot, I will kill you all myself. Nami took advantage of the confusion and kicked Zoro his swords. The newly inspired Nyaban brothers attacked Zoro once more, who simply crossed his swords in a particular movement, Toragari, Tiger Hunt. Zoro's attack finished them in one move. He stood up and pointed at the Kuro. Don't worry, I'll beat the rest of you in just 5 minutes. Django hypnotized the still-living Butchie, who had a cross scar across his belly and chest where Zoro cut him. Upon being hypnotized, the large cat-themed killer went berserk. Kuro tapped his foot impatiently. 3 minutes, and I will kill all of you. Naruto glared at him and finally moved towards him. You know what? That might be more threatening to me if you weren't a damned butler and if you weren't so pathetically weak. What did I tell you yesterday, team? I guess it's time for me to really show you your place. Naruto's hands were sunk into his pockets as he strode away from protecting Usopp and started walking towards Kuro. Klahadore, stop everything. Kaya screamed from the top of the pass. I heard everything from Mary. Kuro pushed his glasses up on his face. So he's still alive? I thought I'd already finished him. Kaya pleaded with him and tried to bribe him to leave the village as long as she gave him all of her money, but the man simply laughed at her proposal. You misunderstand, Kaio-jusama. I want your money, but I also want a peaceful life. The villagers trusted me for 3 years, it became a part of my peaceful life. My plan will only succeed when I obtain your money and peace. Kaya pulled out a pistol upon understanding that he was here to kill her no matter what. And Kuro began to appeal to her sympathetic side. Do you remember that for the last 3 years we've been together every day? We went to town together, I took care of you while you were sick, we were happy and sad together. I've spent 3 years doing these inane things, everything I've done until today, is to kill you. Usopp launched himself at Kuro to deliver a punch, but he was clocked coming in and was about to be shredded with his claws until a set of metal shuriken cut Kuro's body and cut him across his face. His crew had their jaws dropped. The captain's been hit. Naruto stood with 3 more shuriken spinning around his fingers. I've had enough of hearing you talk. Get up so I can kill you on your feet, dead man. You're not in my league. Kuro calmly stood up with blood coming down his face. So you're another of these ruffian pirates just like the other fools here. Django. I will kill this boy. You take care of Kaio-jusama. After you're done, kill her. Zoro tried to stop the hypnotist from getting past, but the berserk Butchie attacked him once more. Zoro ended up blocking him with his sword and foot. I already beat you once, I won't lose to you. He yelled, kicking him off. Naruto motioned to Usopp, who was still on the ground, as he kept his eyes on Kuro. Usopp. That guy is going to harm Kaya. Get up and stop him. Usopp tried moving but was still too wounded to do much. In his place, he ordered the kids he had been playing with to take Kaya and get her somewhere safe. Naruto nodded. I guess that will do for now, but you still need to get up. I can beat Kuro, but this is your village, you need to defend it with your own 2 hands too. Usopp nodded from the ground and fired a shot at the departing Django from his slingshot, knocking him to the ground. It didn't keep him down as he got right back up and continued to chase. Usopp eventually staggered to his feet before he was attacked by Butchie. Butchie, however, was intercepted by Zoro and defeated for the final time. Zoro hoisted Usopp up on his shoulders. I'll take you to find them, you can't walk and I can't find my way around without getting lost. Kuro moved in front of them, and who says I'll let you leave? A foot planted itself in the side of his head, knocking him to the ground. Naruto landed on his feet with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. Who the fuck cares what you say? I called you a dead man, and no one gives a rat's ass about what a dead fool like you has to say. Zoro took the opportunity to take off into the forest with Usopp. Kuro stood back up and seemingly vanished again, reappearing right behind Naruto and taking a swing at him with his claws. Naruto drew a kunai and blocked it over his shoulder. You should quit now and leave. Maybe then I won't kill you in the most humiliating way I can conjure. Kuro backed off from the clash. I want to know why you would risk your life protecting this pathetic village. Naruto chuckled. Trust me, my life isn't in the least bit of jeopardy from you or your loser crew. I could kill you all in one move, but that would be overkill, and besides, Usopp wants this little battle here to remain a secret from the rest of the village, and who am I to go against such a simple request? However, I'm here to fight for two real reasons. One, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami-chan are here, and I'm getting rather attached to these guys. Naruto pointed down at Nami, who was trying to wake up Luffy, and winked at her. Reason number two. I just don't fucking like your face. Kuro lunged at Naruto with his claws. Die boy. Naruto started dodging the slashes of the claws effortlessly. Dude, you're not as fast as you think you are. Why are you even doing this? She offered you the money, you could have taken it and left, and I probably would have let you leave since it was her choice. Kuro kept attacking. That's not good enough. This scheme is meant to erase Captain Kuro from the world once and for all. I am sick and tired of taking care of my idiot crew. Even though I achieved every pirate's dream of fame, it only brought me trouble I didn't want. That is why I killed my name 3 years ago. Naruto shook his head and socked Kuro in the face, knocking him backwards again. He gave Kuro a sickened glare. You damned coward. You wanted an easy way in life, and when it started getting tough and bothersome you took a cheap way out. But that wasn't enough, no? You got away, and you're still trying to turn tricks. You're scum. Kuro pulled himself to his feet. I have waited 3 years for this chance to happen, and a low-class pirate brat like you cannot stop me. He vanished from sight before reappearing on Naruto's left side to thrust his claws out at him. Naruto simply placed his hand out and caught his claws in one hand. First of all, I can stop you because, like I told you from the start, you're weak and not even anywhere near my league. Second of all, I'm not a brat, not in way, shape or form. And third of all, I'm not a goddamn pirate. Naruto broke the claws on Kuro's hand and backhanded him across the face, sending him flying down the hill. Nami stopped trying to wake Luffy in order to watch Naruto effortlessly dissect Kuro with not even an ounce of effort on his face. Naruto-kun, who or what are you? Where does a guy like you even come from? Kuro stood up with blood dripping from his head as his crew tried to encourage him to keep fighting. Shut up. I thought I said that I would kill you all, including Django, when my plan is complete. The crew tried reasoning with him. I never thought of letting you leave in the first place. If anyone knew that I was truly alive, I would be in trouble soon thereafter. Naruto shook his head once more in disgust. You really are an asshole. Using your men like disposable pawns? What kind of leader are you? Kuro laughed. That's what these pirates are. A kid like you doesn't know anything. He choked on his words when Naruto vanished and smashed him in the body with his knee. Naruto spoke coldly as Kuro was hunched over his knee. You're absolutely nothing. He picked up Kuro by his collar and threw him aside. Get up. Get up and do your worst so that I can break you at your absolute best. I want to see the look on your face when you realize that you had no chance of winning here today. Kuro stood shakily and hunched his body somewhat. You want to see the power of a pirate that has fought in many battles and has survived and thrived? He's going to use the Shikushi? We're in the direct path, he'll kill us all. Naruto's lips quirked as he heard the crew begin to panic. Well, now you've got me interested. You may have fought and survived many battles, but I was literally born for combat and was raised around it. Nami had pulled Luffy's unconscious body onto the boat and she had attempted to loot the Black Cat pirate's ship. What? Did everyone stop? Suddenly crew members began appearing with slash marks on their bodies. Men were being eviscerated, having limbs cut off, all kinds of grievous slashing wounds. Even the walls were slashed. Naruto didn't blink as the sounds of the carnage rang out around him, while men were dropping around him left and right. Nami blinked in horror as she watched the blood fly across the pass. How could someone do this to their own comrades? A low growl began to rip from Naruto's throat as he heard the cries of agony. Naruto shut his eyes and thrust his arm in a random direction as a shockwave passed by his body. In his grasp was the throat of Captain Kuro with his claws at his side. Naruto could feel the man's neck giving out under the pressure of his grip. You couldn't see a damn thing and yet you massacred your own men just to get a decent shot at me? And the real kicker is, you're not even that fast. I've fought guys faster than you. Hell, I'm faster than you. Naruto opened his free hand to form a Rasengan in the palm of his hand and shoved it into Kuro's chest. Kuro screamed in agony as Naruto kept it low-powered enough to leave a permanent spiral mark without shredding his entrails. Naruto waited until Kuro passed out and threw him at his crew. Take this piece of shit and leave this place. I don't want your ship. I don't want anything to do with that pathetic bastard whatsoever. Get off of this island or I will destroy you all. He finished in a warped and dark tone as traces of red flickered into his eyes. The crew scooped Kuro up and hightailed it back onto the boat to hastily escape. Naruto waited until the boat was sailing off into the distance before sitting down on the ground. Nami sat down next to them with a bag. So Luffy's still asleep, huh? Heh, you steal some more stuff? Nami smiled at him and nodded. You must be exhausted after all of that. Naruto shook his head. Not really, Nami-chan, that was too easy for me to get tired. I'm just trying to calm down. I almost lost it listening to that team talk. Is your shoulder okay? Django cut you kind of badly. Yes, I'm fine, it was just a flesh wound really. Nami's smile dropped as she sat down next to him on the ground. I've never seen anyone fight like that in my entire life. It was almost scary. You didn't even do that clone thing that you tried at first. Naruto shrugged. He was weak. I've fought people that would have taken him apart like a mannequin. As fast as he thought he was moving in slow motion to me. I don't use my jutsu on weak people. Nami's sweat dropped. That was Captain Kuro. One of the most notorious and famous pirates in the East Blue. Naruto scratched his head. Really? Well, this region of the world is really weak then. Other than being fast, that guy didn't have anything. Luffy could have smashed that guy if he didn't smash himself after getting hypnotized. Nami looked skeptical but accepted it as one of the strange boy's quirks. Why did you let all of the pirates go if you could have beaten them? Naruto sighed. They were all just idiots that couldn't pick a decent leader. They were misled by a man that was willing to sacrifice all of them for his own selfish gain. Nami adjusted the bag in her lap. What are you talking about, Naruto-kun? That's the way all pirates are. Naruto noticed that she called him Naruto-kun and filed that away for later thought, but for the time being he gave her a dry look and simply pointed down at the boat where Luffy was sleeping. Nami laughed sheepishly. Well, I guess you and Luffy are the anomalies. Naruto smiled at her before a tick mark showed on his head. Maybe so, Nami-chan, but I'm not a damn pirate. What will it take to get my point across? XXX. One day after the battle with the Black Cat pirates, they were found in the tavern that they had been frequenting by Kaya, who led them to the shore where they had just fought the day before. There happened to be a very pleasant surprise waiting for them. Nami clasped her hands together in a pleased fashion. It's a caravel. Naruto was much more vocal with his excitement, however, as he ran up and hugged the side of the ship, sticking to it with chakra like a spider. Oh, thank Kami. Finally, elbow room. I spoiled myself when I started this little journey of mine. Oh, how I've missed having a proper ship. The sight of the grown man hugging the ship like a lost family member caused sweat drops all around. Mary coughed into his hand and launched into an explanation. This ship was designed by me. It may look a little old. Its name is the Going Merry. It's a caravel ship with a rudder in the middle. He looked at the four people of whom he was speaking to. Aren't you the people who defeated the Black Cat pirates? I thought there would be more of you. Luffy threw his hands into the air in celebration. Yes. You'll give this ship to us? Kaya laughed in amusement and nodded. The group began to pale as Mary tried explaining to Luffy how to steer the ship until Nami interjected. He doesn't understand that. You'd better explain it to me. Naruto appeared at her side with a sly look on his face. Well now. I thought you weren't a member of the crew, Nami. Why would you want to know how to run the ship? Nami stuttered for a moment before turning to Naruto. I just don't feel like being lost at sea. What about you? You're still coming on the ship too, aren't you? Naruto waved it off. Yeah, but that's because this is the only ride out of here. I'm not going to actively take an interest in what's going on unless I want to, or whatever is happening is directly my problem. I'm just along for the ride, so to speak. He turned towards the ship to get a better look on it as a smirk crossed his face, though the company is quite pleasurable, I should say. Nami sputtered and blushed at how blunt he was being, but before she could call him on anything, a shout caught everyone's attention. Somebody stop me. Usopp was rolling down the hill with an oversized pack on his back heading right for the ship. Luffy looked at him in interest. What's he doing? Naruto let out an unmanly shriek. Luffy. Stop him before he destroys the ship. I want my elbow room. Luffy stuck out his foot and planted it on Usopp's face to stop his momentum, much to the long-nosed teen's relief. Thanks. Long story short, Usopp decided to go out and join the crew, thus leading to raucous celebration on board that led to Usopp painting the crew's emblem on the sail. Eventually, upon finding out Usopp's skill at using a cannon as well as a slingshot, Luffy drank down what was in his mug with a massive grin. All right. The crew has a captain, a swordsman, a navigator, a sharpshooter, and whatever the hell Naruto is. Naruto had taken up a spot in the common room away from the table where everyone else was to lay about in the couch to relax a bit. I'm not on your crew, Luffy. I'm just here for the free ride and I help you out sometimes because I'm not a moocher. That does not a crew member make. I'm just some guy, like a drifter or something. Luffy pointed at Naruto, you're the crew's vagabond then. Naruto irritably snapped at Luffy, that's not a real crew position, dumbass. Luffy looked confused, would resident ship's hobo be better then? Luffy didn't notice the killing intent starting to radiate from Naruto while Zoro and Nami laughed at him. Show yourself. I'll kill all of you. A shout from on the deck ripped their attention away from the indoor festivities. Chapter 3, Anything for a Pretty Face, or 2. Show yourself. I'll kill all of you. Luffy immediately made his way to the deck where a man with short black hair, sunglasses, a blue hoodie with a purple shirt underneath, and white pants was kicking things around on deck. Hey! Who are you? Upon hearing Luffy's voice, the man brandished a sword from his waist that looked like some kind of cleaver. It's none of your business to know who I am. He then lunged at Luffy and slashed at him, forcing Luffy to dodge. The attack took out the banister, remember that. Naruto sighed, if you're attacking the ship then yes it is our business. Who you are, you idiot. Nami and Usopp were watching inside through a window. There's only one guy out there. Zoro was sitting inside without caring. Leave it to Luffy then. Naruto shrugged and went inside to sit down. Luffy could beat this guy up himself, and if Zoro didn't even care enough to get up and look then he sure as hell didn't care. I've killed many pirates. An infamous pirate like you. The man lunged at Luffy with his sword once again, shouldn't dare to kill my buddy. Luffy was getting pissed off at getting accused of doing something he no inkling of doing. I don't know what you're talking about. Luffy jumped over the attack and grabbed the man's head, but stop destroying my ship. Luffy flipped over his back with his head in his grasp and threw him face first into a wall. The man passed out after peeling off of the wall and hitting the ground. I almost got him. After hearing the loud smash of the strange attacker's body hitting the wall, Zoro walked out. Huh? Isn't that Johnny? What happened? Where's Yasaku? Johnny miraculously jumped right to his feet at the sight of Zoro. Zoro Aniki. Naruto walked back outside. Zoro, you know this guy? XXX. Apparently Johnny and his friend Yasaku, a man with strange headgear, a green trench coat with a black shirt underneath, and yellow plaid shorts, were bounty hunters that had worked with Zoro in the past. While they had been resting due to Yasaku's sickness at the island that Usopp shot their cannon at, it ended up getting blown up by the aforementioned cannon fire. Apparently, as alluded to by Nami, Yasaku had scurvy, and after being given vitamin C he would recover shortly. This drove home a point into the rest that they needed a chef for their crew. Joni recommended a floating restaurant 2 days from their location, and gave Zoro information on a man named Hawkeyes that was thought to be in the area. It was a nice-looking place called Baratai, however they found a marine ship floating out nearby. A man with iron bolts attached to his knuckles noticed their presence. I've never seen that flag before. I am Lieutenant Fullbody, the Iron Fist, of the Marines. Who is your captain? Luffy stepped up. I am, me, Luffy. I just finished my flag 2 days ago. Fullbody then noticed Johnny and Yasaku. Oh, I've seen you two before in some government office. You're the two shabby pirate hunters Yasaku and Johnny, right? You've been caught by these pirates? Johnny and Yasaku took offense to this and went to teach him a lesson but were thrashed by him and thrown back onto the Going Merry. Fullbody then took a woman from the ship and entered the restaurant claiming to be on vacation. Naruto kicked at their flattened bodies. Kami, you guys suck. Am I going to see anyone in the East Blue that isn't a total wimp? He asked to Nami, but she was unresponsive as she had a firm glance on one of Johnny and Yasaku's wanted posters. It must have been angering her because her hands were shaking with the paper in her grip. Hey! Danger! Usopp pointed out at the marine ship. Those marines are pointing their cannons at us. Luffy jumped up and expanded his body to its balloon form to send the cannonball back, however he ended up sending it at the restaurant instead. Sending it crashing through the roof. Naruto palmed his face as the rest of the crew freaked out. Luffy started running around frantically. Oh no. That could have killed somebody. What am I going to do? Naruto shook his head as he saw people walking outside with chef's gear on. Naruto pushed Luffy off of the boat onto the floating restaurant. Well then, Captain. Go and handle that for everyone then. Watching Luffy get carried inside by the chefs brought an amused smile to Naruto's face before he climbed up to the crow's nest and laid down. The others crowded below him when Usopp pointed at the restaurant. Naruto, was that really the best idea? Naruto yawned and looked up at the clouds. Hey, he's the captain, right? Well, the captain has to be responsible for stuff like that. Crashing could be heard from inside. Yep, he'll be fine. Naruto shut his eyes and took to sleeping. XXX. Luffy ended up as a worker in the restaurant in order to pay off the damages he caused with the cannonball. He met Sanji, a blonde cook that he demanded be on his crew, but before that he had more pressing issues to take care of. For 2 days the crew had to stay at the restaurant to wait for Luffy. The others got their kicks by going inside and eating there while simultaneously messing with Luffy. Luffy was constantly chewed out and rotating jobs due to his complete inability to handle even the most mundane tasks, and aboard Naruto got his kicks by making Luffy's job that much harder by sneaking around and setting pranks for the rubber man as he went about his day. Eventually, after 2 days passed, Naruto was sick of the place. While Nami was able to get Sanji to give her food for free, everyone else had to pay, and Naruto didn't have much money in the first place, therefore he stopped going inside the restaurant and stayed on the ship to eat. He took to spending his time in the crow's nest, sleeping while the others went about their own business. One day, however, he woke up when he felt his body moving inside of the crow's nest. Getting up, he blinked in surprise when he found that the boat was moving. He saw Nami steering the ship, but no one else on deck. Figuring that everyone else was inside or something, Naruto used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu, to speed down behind her. "What's up, Nami-chan?" Nami screamed in surprise and turned to face Naruto like she had seen a ghost. "And Naruto, what are you doing here?" Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I was asleep in the crow's nest. That restaurant was boring as hell after I got sick of making Luffy mess things up. So where are we going now?" Nami got back on the wheel. "I'm going to Kami Island and Kokoyashi Village." Naruto smirked. "What about me, Nami-chan? What about the rest of the crew? What, am I a figment of your imagination?" Nami looked down. "Everyone else isn't here. I left them back at Baratai." Naruto's jaw almost dropped at that admission from the orange-haired girl. "What? Is Luffy really in that much trouble that you had to take the ship? Why are we the only ones here? Couldn't someone else have come?" Nami flinched somewhat. "Well, you see, I kind of stole the ship." Naruto simply stared at her blankly. After a minute he spoke. "All right then." Nami couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What?" Naruto walked over to the side and sat down, leaning against the railing to get some more shut-eye. "All right then. I told you all I'm not a part of your crew, I'm along for the ride. The ship is moving, thus I am moving, therefore I am riding. It doesn't matter to me who's running the ship as long as the ship is running. So let's chit-chat. What's in Kokoyashi Village that has you stealing ships to get there?" "It's my home." She didn't bother hiding it. Nami believed that he really didn't care what she had done. He really was just there for the sake of being there. "Why did you even come with us in the first place? You don't seem to want to do, well, anything." Naruto sighed and cracked an eye to look at Nami. "Honestly, Nami, I've seen a lot of things. I don't think there are a whole lot of things that can surprise me anymore. I'm bored, very bored. I'm out on the ocean to find something to do, anything to occupy my time, because time is one thing that I have nothing but. Whether that anything is a purpose to live for, or a person to help, or someone powerful to fight, that's why I'm here." Nami frowned. "Why would you want to leave your home so badly? Was it that bad?" Naruto let out a laugh. "It's not that I hate my home. Quite the opposite, actually. I love my village. But they didn't need me anymore. Ninja are fast becoming a relic in the elemental nations, Nami-chan. There was no more reason for someone like me to be there. I fought for my village, I lived for my village, but now they don't need me, so I left years ago to wander the land. Eventually I got tired of that too. I never realized how small that place was until I left. This world is huge. I know I can find something out here if I keep searching." He smiled at her. "So what about you? Why leave your home and come all the way out here, then steal your friend's ship to get back?" Nami got a somewhat dark look on her face. "You'll see when we get there." Naruto's face turned serious at this. Nami had changed clothes now to a more revealing green top that revealed a tattoo on her right arm. Once again he decided not to press the issue because she was right, he would find out when they got there. And that was more than enough for him. He just hoped that whatever was happening to put such a look on Nami's pretty face was fixable, and may be able to give him a decent fight too. XXX. They landed outside of Nami's home village in order to disembark and walked east on Kami Island silently, with Naruto following closely behind Nami, taking in the things that he saw. This is a really nice place. What could be going on here to make her so somber right now? Soon they came upon a gate walling off an area from the rest of the island by shore. Naruto had to blink as he pointed blankly at the massive building and structures behind the gate, just sitting pretty in clear view of anyone. How the hell did I miss this when we sailed over here? Nami kept her eyes on the place ahead of them. We didn't sail this way when we came here. It's not like it's hidden, it's out in the open to show that they don't fear repercussions from the Marines, although it helps that Arlong has them in his back pocket. Naruto nodded. So what do I call this monstrosity? Who the fuck is Arlong, and why should I not kick his face in with my fist as I am wont to do from the displeased look you have on your pretty little face? Nami simply stared at the gate as if she were preparing for something until they heard rapid little footsteps behind them. A little boy brandishing a short sword stopped in front of them, pointing it at them. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the boy while Nami just looked at him coldly. Get out of my way so I can kill Arlong. If you don't get out of my way I'll kill you too. Naruto gestured towards the boy. Is this kid serious? The boy had tears running down his face. I said, get out of my way. In the blink of an eye, Nami whipped out her staff and cracked the kid in the side of the face, busting his mouth and sending him to the dirt before planting her foot on his chest. Naruto could see the strained grip she had on her staff. Now that you understand, just go back to your house. She dropped a stack of bills beside him. I'll give you my money, it should protect your life. Naruto simply gestured towards the fallen boy, figuring that this warranted some kind of explanation. However, Nami just moved past him and entered the facility. Naruto shook his head and spared the boy one last glance as he watched him pick himself up before he followed Nami inside. Naruto had to blink as everywhere he looked inside he saw human-fish hybrid people. What was Nami doing with these guys? They looked like they wanted to tear him apart simply for just being there, but him being with Nami kept them from acting, thus he stayed close to her for the time being. No need for a senseless fight, yet. However, this didn't keep him from throwing out an aura of "come and try it," as he gave the fishmen a look of challenge. He could feel the tension rising by the time Nami reached the main building. There was a merman in a hat with a sawfish nose and long black hair going down his back sitting by himself on a patio. He wore an unbuttoned yellow tropical shirt showing that he was very physically imposing, as well as brown shorts. The way he carried himself, Naruto figured he was the boss of these mermen. He looked at Nami with a sharkish grin. So you're back? It's been a long time. Nami put a smile on her face, and Naruto now knew why it took so long for her to come inside. She had to paste that artificial smile on because he could just feel the ire for this guy radiating off of her. You still have a very weak security system. The merman laughed. You think anyone would dare to go against me? Naruto blocked a snort. Yeah, because that little kid that was coming to fillet your ass shows just how much you're loved here. Of course, he kept that little thought to himself for the time being. Nami was trying to keep up her act here, no need to blow it all himself. He motioned to the sack that Nami was carrying. How much did you get this time? Come now, don't leave me in suspense. Nami waved the sack in her hand. I got a pretty good amount, but I felt a little lonely this time. She gestured back at Naruto, who smirked upon being introduced. The boss fish started laughing. Where did you get that from? The person who loves to betray people like you. Nami smiled faintly. You think so, Arlong? Arlong pointed at Naruto. You, filthy human, who are you and what are you doing in my territory with Nami? Naruto shrugged. Nami-chan stole the ship I was sleeping on to get here, and I figured why not go along with her. I'm just along for the ride. Besides, she did say she was lonely, right? Naruto finished, throwing a sly grin in Nami's direction. Nami broke her character and started sputtering nonsense in Naruto's direction. Naruto smirked and sidled up to the girl, throwing an arm over her shoulder and pulling her close. Nami-chan, we can't keep this a secret for long. Just think about it, all that time alone together on the ship, how we just stole away, leaving everyone else behind. You can't fight it, girl. Nami finally got him off of her and cracked him in the head, or so she thought before he vanished in a puff of smoke, a log dropping to the ground in his place. Now that wasn't nice, Nami-chan, and after all I did for you. Naruto said from the seat next to Arlong on the patio, surprising everyone there, after I let you steal all of that crap from everybody and didn't say a word. He looked around from his seat. Man, you've got a nice place here, the mortgage must be a killer though. Arlong had to hide his surprise at the boy just appearing from Nami's side next to his own. Who are you, boy? Naruto looked at Arlong and got a grin on his face. You wouldn't happen to have an old relative by the name of Kisame, would you? Naruto quickly waved his own question off. Never mind. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm just some random guy, just passing through. Don't mind me. Arlong gave Naruto an appraising look. I see. What is it that you do with skills like that, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto shrugged. Whatever I need. I do what I want, and I take what I want. He raised an eyebrow at Arlong. Why do you care? I thought I was just some filthy human. Arlong slapped his webbed hand on the table and grinned. Then it's settled. You work for me now. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I work for money. Arlong's grin got strained. Like I said, you work for me now. Naruto didn't blink. I work for Dashta. Enough. Arlong broke the table with his fist. I'm trying to spare your filthy human life because I can see that you have some skill. I should kill you out of principle just for daring to set foot in this place. However, you're also familiar with our little Nami and you look like you carry yourself well, better than the rest of the humans on this island, thus this makes you somewhat potentially valuable to me. Nami's breath hitched as she watched Naruto unflinchingly stare down Arlong without a thought. Naruto was currently weighing the positives and negatives of standing up and headbutting this guy in the face. The positives were that for one, it would make him feel better. That guy seriously had no idea who he was talking to. For another, it might make Nami smile, and not a fake one like she had been doing since they had arrived, a true smile like the one she used to give when they were with Luffy and company. The negatives were, if Nami was holding back her anger then chances were that she wanted to do it her damn self but something was stopping her from doing so, and if he acted on his desire to break this guy's jaw, that might have some negative repercussions for Nami that would really force Naruto to kill this guy, and he didn't really feel like slaughtering a base of mermen today, not without a good reason anyway. Naruto simply smirked and stood up. Okay Arlong, you've got me. As long as you can pay me some good money I'll work for you. What do you want from me? Arlong grinned once more. A good choice. The job I have for you is quite simple. Just stay with Nami and keep her safe. She's very valuable to us you see? She seems to trust you enough to bring you here and believe I wouldn't eviscerate you, thus you must be somewhat reliable to her. Naruto looked at Nami. Her eyes were very sorrowful as she looked at him. She didn't want him to get involved in this, but in response he simply gave her a huge foxy grin and turned to Arlong. Deal. However I don't answer to you. Arlong was about to snap again when Naruto raised his hand. I answer to Nami, who answers to you apparently, therefore you are still indirectly my boss, but Nami is the only one that can tell me to do anything. That isn't too bad is it? I don't think your mermen would accept me as a regular member of your crew anyway, so this should work out better. Arlong chuckled. You don't fear us do you Uzumaki? Naruto shook his head. If I told you all of the things that I've seen in my time you'd understand why your appearance means very little to me. Naruto reached his hand out. So do we have an accord? Arlong grinned and slapped Naruto on the back. Very well Uzumaki. He turned to the rest of the mermen. Our sister has returned and she's brought us a new ally. Let's celebrate. The mermen all let out a loud cheer at Arlong's proclamation. XXX. Nami wasn't very pleased with Naruto's actions at Arlong Park, but what could he have done? She didn't want him to haul off and start a one-man war against them, and he was stuck there until he could find a way to leave, not that he was leaving anyway with all of these questions of his still up in the air. Nami had basically taken him aside in the middle of the mermen's party and told him to leave. At first he was apprehensive about leaving her there, but she simply laughed bitterly. Arlong would never harm his golden goose. Just head to a village a short ways away from here, that's Kokoyashi village. There should be a house with a tangerine grove in the back. Naruto walked through the village of Kokoyashi and apparently word of him more or less joining up with Arlong moved fast because he was getting looks from the people ranging from fear to outright hostility. It's been a long time since anyone has looked at me like that. Naruto eventually made it to a quaint-looking place at the top of the hill. Naruto made his way to the front door and gave it a spirited knock before being greeted with a pistol in his face. Well, hello to you too. Who are you and what are you doing here? Naruto tried to look around the gun to get a look at the feminine voice. The person threatening him with a gun was a woman with bluish hair with a red tie keeping bangs from her face. She wore black pants and a yellow sleeveless top that showed off a tattoo that reached from her shoulder across her chest, where Naruto's eyes stopped. A pistol being pushed against his cheek attracted his attention. Back up, you should answer now before I pull the trigger. Naruto calmly placed his hand on the gun and lowered it. Nami sent me here for some reason. Apparently she didn't want me around Arlong or something. Now pretty lady, what may I call you? My name is Nojiko and since you know her well enough, I'm Nami's sister. She lowered the gun. What are you doing with Arlong's men? Naruto shrugged. Following your sister I guess. Nojiko sighed and moved out of the doorway. Well come on in I guess. Naruto walked inside at her behest. Why she would send you here in this village I don't know. Naruto smirked. Well maybe she was trying to keep the mermen at Arlong Park from murdering me just for standing around. They don't seem to tolerate me like they do her. Nojiko sighed again as she led him through the house. She's too valuable to them to harm. And they've gotten used to her by now. In hindsight it probably was a good idea for her to send you here. Naruto walked into a room where Nojiko sat at a table across from a little boy. Hey you're the brat whose ass Nami kicked outside of Arlong Park. What the hell are you doing here? The boy jumped up and glared at Naruto. She didn't kick my ass, she just caught me off guard. Naruto snickered. Yeah, because you having a sword pointed at us threatening to kill us is you off guard. She flattened you. If I wasn't so confused by it I probably would have laughed my ass off. The boy was about to shout at Naruto again until Nojiko gave him a stern glance. Chabwa settled down. Naruto looked to the side and had to do a double take as he saw an unconscious Usopp laying on the ground. Holy crap, they caught us fast. How the hell did they get here? Nami stole their ship. Nojiko looked strangely at Usopp on the ground. You know this person? Naruto nodded. Yeah, he's a part of the crew that Nami was traveling with. She stole their ship and came here while we were at Baratai. I was asleep somewhere where she didn't bother to look so she couldn't really kick me off. Who beat him up? Nojiko laughed slightly. It was me. It was either that or let him get killed by the mermen in Gosa village. Nojiko noticeably flinched after mentioning Gosa village and turned to look at Chabwa who was holding back tears. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What exactly happened to Gosa village? Nojiko looked away. Arlong and his pirates happened to Gosa village. Naruto stood up and walked towards the front door. I'm going to see for myself what exactly you all aren't telling me. You and your sister are keeping something very important from me, and I plan on finding out what that something is. Naruto exited the premises before vanishing outside of the window in a whirlwind of leaves. XXX. Naruto stomped back to Kokoyashi village, foregoing an outright run to stomp back and cool himself off. The village of Gosa was completely destroyed, houses had been upturned like some kind of joke, there wasn't a soul in the entire village. There was something seriously wrong with that Arlong guy. Naruto hoped that for Nami's sake he didn't have to see him again, or he might just forget Nami's apprehension towards Naruto trying to kill him. Apparently there were still lunatics outside of the elemental nations that had no problem destroying lives out of personal greed and evil. Naruto was just waiting for one good excuse to crush that fool under his heel and be done with it. No one would miss that scum if he suddenly up and got vaporized one day, he was sure of that. Arlong Empire. They're thinking of building their own empire? Naruto heard Usopp's distinctive voice by a few buildings near the outskirts of town. He'll conquer all of the towns in the East Blue, that means my town too. He saw the two of them leaning against a wall watching Arlong shake the people down. Nojiko closed her eyes lazily. Maybe. The best thing we can do now is stay quiet and be patient. No, pretty Nojiko? The best thing you can do is give me a reason to kill him and be done with it. They both jumped in surprise as Naruto appeared between them with a perturbed look on his face. Nojiki recovered first. Where did you come from? Usopp pointed at Naruto angrily. You and Nami stole our ship and left us at Baratai. How can you show your face to me? Naruto looked at Nojiko. I came from Gosa village. I shouldn't have gone actually, I'm so pissed off right now I couldn't see straight half of the way here. But that's a conversation for another time that I will be having with both you and your sister about exactly what the hell is going on here. He then looked at Usopp. I can show my face to you here because I'm not a coward and none of you scare me. Besides, I didn't steal anything. Nami stole it, I was just asleep in the crow's nest, so sue me. Usopp's jaw was slack. Well, why didn't she just kick you off? Naruto grinned, because I'm too awesomely sexy to just throw off of a perfectly good ship like that. Right, Nojiko? Naruto finished with a wink sent her way. Nojiko rolled her eyes and rested them back on the spectacle Arlong was causing. Gensan. Arlong had grabbed a scarred man in a police uniform by his collar and hoisted him up. You've been stockpiling weapons? A person with a weapon is one that wants to go against me, and I can't forgive that. Because that person has destroyed peace in my area. Arlong smirked cruelly. So I guess I have to kill you as a lesson for the others, so that everyone knows what will happen to anyone who dares to go against me. Usopp's eyes bulged out. Are you kidding me? He's only got a sword and he's going to be killed? Naruto kept a stone gaze on the proceedings with his fingers tracing the kunai pouch on his thigh. Give me the okay, Nojiko? I'll cut that arm that's holding that man up right off for you. He'll never see it coming, I guarantee it. Nojiko suddenly ran out into the open. Arlong, you can't do this to us. We have always paid you for the last 8 years. Until now there has been absolutely no one who has gone against you. Release Gensan. Arlong looked at the girl in amusement. I already told you that owning a weapon means trying to go against my rule. I have to kill this man to maintain peace in the areas under my control. Or do you want me to destroy the whole village? You can choose. If you hurt any one of us, the village will be completely destroyed. The villagers all backed off with anger in their eyes. Naruto clenched his fists alongside Usopp. Usopp, you have no idea how much I want to kill this person right now. I'm just fucking begging him to give me a current reason to do so. Usopp kept his eyes on Arlong, though his hands were creeping uncharacteristically towards his slingshot. Why don't you go out and do it? You weren't scared of Kuro and you destroyed him. That's what Nami said. Naruto scoffed. He was going to kill you and that girl Kaya right in front of me. I wasn't going to let decent people like you die right in front of me if I could help it. I like to fight, true, but I only really fight when there's a good reason for it. Usopp shot him a quick look. Well then why not fight him now? He's threatening that man out there and saying he'll destroy the village. Naruto's eye twitched, because from what I've seen this place seems to want to handle its own problems. Like I said to you, they want to defend this place with their own hands. Apparently they're doing it in their own way. How I don't understand, but they are. I can see it in their eyes. Right then Genzo yelled to the people not to fight, to be patient. Naruto cringed when Arlong slammed him face first into a beam. That man is doing that right now. He's trying to save himself and the village without fighting. Jumping in when he's so sure it will work would just be an insult to him and these people. Arlong grabbed Genzo and lifted him over his head to slam him on his neck. The ones who dare to go against me will end up like this. This is an example. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh. Murphy's Law, I swear. Usopp placed his goggles on it. He fired a shot at Arlong that hit home right in his face, explosion marble. Everyone buzzed about what just happened. Look, there's someone on the roof. Who the hell are you? Usopp stood with his arms crossed. I am the bravest warrior out of the East Blue. Captain Usopp. He spoke bravely but his knees were shaking. All of the villagers were wondering who this guy was. Nojiko just looked concerned. Everyone calls me evil Usopp from hell and are afraid of me. If you go back to where you came from I'll forgive you, for I have over 8,000 crewmen with me. Arlong stood up, smoking from the explosion. I don't care if you have tens of thousands of men with you. I will kill them all. He looked at Usopp with murder in his eyes. You puny human, you dare to go against me? You're just a weakling. Arlong lifted the house that Usopp was standing on up off of its foundations before throwing at the protest of the rest of his crew. Usopp survived and took off running to escape. Arlong had to be held back to keep from causing more damage to the surrounding buildings. Naruto decided to reveal himself and try to run damage control, appearing in the middle of the ruckus with a shunshin, surprising everyone there. He looked over at Arlong. What the hell is wrong with him? A towering fishman in a karate gi walked up, blocking Arlong from Naruto's view with a strict gaze. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Uzumaki. What are you doing here anyway? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I came here because you all seem to want to cut me a pair of gills, and staying in Arlong Park with the rest of you didn't seem to be the smartest move in that instance. I don't work for you anyway, I work for Nami, and until she tells me to do something I do whatever I want. The fishman walked closer to Naruto in an attempt to tower over him. As long as you're on our island, human, you listen to what all of us fishmen say. We control everyone that lives here. Naruto scoffed and turned around. Then it's a good fucking thing that I don't live here, huh? You might want to handle Arlong before he razes this place to the ground. He kept a heated glare on Naruto, who was walking towards the villagers. Naruto felt his eyes on him. Well? Are you going to just stare at my back? I know I'm sexy and everything, but I wasn't aware you were into the interspecies thing, let alone with a dude. Naruto walked through the crowd of people to leave a fuming fishman to attend to his boss. He sneered at Naruto and then looked at the villagers. This time you're safe, we'll be back. Naruto sat on the rooftops as he watched the villagers fuss over Genzo's wounds. They were talking about some system, but Naruto couldn't hear what this system entailed. Long time no see, everyone. Everyone's attention turned to Nami entering the village. She frowned at the village and widened her eyes at the sight of Naruto waving at her from the rooftops before he jumped down and landed next to Genzo and Nojiko. Nojiko smiled at her sister. What's wrong? You don't usually walk through the village? Nami looked around. I heard the noise so I came through. It's Arlong, right? Genzo just kept looking down, as if to ignore her. Nami just kept on walking up the hill. Nojiko looked over at Naruto and walked off after her. Nami sat down by a grave at the edge of a cliff and placed a bouquet of flowers on it. 7 million belly to go. Nojiko came up from behind her. Your name is still pretty bad. Nami chuckled humorlessly. I am a pirate, but Arlong is an understandable person. I collect and steal money for them. Soon I'll be able to fulfill my promise. She smiled back at Nojiko. If I can get 100 million belly, I'll be able to buy this village. XXX. Nami left soon thereafter to head back to Arlong Park. Nami told him that the fishman he attempted to provoke was Kurubi, one of Arlong's elite pirates. After scolding him for being an idiot, she left to head to Arlong Park once more. Naruto sighed as he sat with Nojiko inside of her house. I don't understand. Why won't you all just let me kill Arlong and be done with all of this? I'm begging you, tell me something that will make me go off and kill him. I need an excuse, please give me one. Nojiko set her cheeks in her hands as she rested her elbows on the table. Is that why you intentionally provoked Kurubi back there? Because you wanted a reason to fight them? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I'm that transparent, huh? If he had tried to attack me, all bets would have been off. But still, I've told you I can do it. I told you I'm willing to do it if you would let me. I could torch Arlong Park to the ground after I beat the shit out of all of the fishmen. Why not let me do it? It would be so easy. Nojiko shook her head. No, it's not, Naruto. You just don't understand. It's our problem, not yours. Naruto gave her a dry look. It's been my problem ever since I landed here. As long as I'm here or stuck with Nami per the terms of my agreement, it's my problem. Now spill it. What exactly is going on here? What is this guy doing to you all? Nojiko looked at Naruto. Arlong has been taxing us all for 8 years. We are all forced to pay a tax regularly to Arlong and his crew. 100,000 belly per adult and 50,000 per child. Naruto almost fell out of his seat when he heard that. That's insane. Who the hell has that kind of money to spend regularly in this little place? Naruto clenched his fists. That's just unreasonable. This is almost like Nami no Kuni all over again. Doesn't anyone patrol this place? Nojiko sighed, the man that does is on Arlong's payroll. Naruto growled, tell me again why I can't just smash him? Nojiko rolled her eyes, because the marine that watches this place is on Arlong's payroll. Naruto stood up, then why don't I just drop him too? With her hands on her hips, Nojiko stood up with an angry look at Naruto, because he's a marine captain. Do you know what will happen to you if you hurt him? The entire force of the East Blue's military will come down on you. Naruto stood up face to face with her and looked down into her eyes, as if the only thing a rat like that does is hide behind his money and status. If he comes here, and I get a hold of him, I'll put him down. Maybe then somebody competent will be stationed nearby so that some actual justice can be carried out. So far I'm not liking what I see of your Marines. Most of them are corrupt, incompetent fools. I would actually pay cash to meet one that was actually doing their job. If the Marines will come after me for actually doing the right thing, then fuck them. They can try to kill me, I'm not as weak as you seem to believe. You don't even truly believe I could beat Arlong, even though I repeatedly assure you he has no chance against me. You still think I can't win. Nojiko had tears beginning to form in her eyes. Arlong and his crew have beaten everyone. The only way we can be free is if Nami's plan works. Nojiko bit her tongue as she didn't want to say that to an outsider. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What plan? Nojiko averted her eyes from his. Naruto grabbed her chin and turned her face back towards him. Nojiko, what plan? Talk to me. You've already told me this much and I'm as involved as someone like me can get without directly marching on Arlong Park with intent to kill. Nojiko broke down and told him everything. About how Arlong appeared and took over, about her and Nami's adopted mother Belmir, about how he shot her in front of the girls for not having the money to pay the tax for them all, about how Nami was forced to join Arlong's crew and her plan to free the village, all of it. By the end she was in tears in Naruto's arms, who could do nothing for her but let her cry. As far as he could tell, it had been a long, long time since she had allowed herself to do so. Naruto sat with her in his lap, just letting her cry on him as he silently tried to comfort her. Eventually she stopped shaking in his grasp. Are you okay? Nojiko looked up at him with puffy eyes. Yes. I'm sorry, this is really embarrassing, breaking down like that. Naruto smiled at her and rubbed her back consolingly. It's no big deal to cry, Nojiko. Everyone has to once in a while, and you've been through a lot. It's alright, it didn't bother me at all. Although you got my sage coat totally soaked. He finished with something of a chuckle. Nojiko blushed as she saw the large wet spots on Naruto's red coat. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Nojiko blushed deeper as she realized what she just called the blonde foreigner. Could you put me down? Naruto grinned at her. Why, Nojiko-chan? He held her a little bit tighter. What? Is this making you uncomfortable? I thought you liked it. Nojiko hit him on the chest lightly. I don't know you nearly that well to be cuddling with you, new guy. Naruto put on a mischievous smirk. Well, you could get to know me. Suddenly there was an uproar from cliffside that gave Nojiko an excuse to hop out of his lap and run to the door. Oh, would you look at that? There's something going on outside. I guess I should go and check it out. Naruto laughed loudly as he saw how abruptly she bolted from the house. XXX. Naruto leisurely made his way to where Nojiko had run off to and found her along with the other villagers staring out at a ship just offshore. So what's going on here? The villagers were wary of his presence and telling him anything due to him working with Arlong. Naruto rolled his eyes at their hesitance as Nojiko answered his question. There's a ship here to help get the survivors from Goza village out of here. Naruto nodded. Okay, I understand that, but why is it firing on Arlong Park? What? The ship fired a cannonball at Arlong Park but no explosion ever rang out. Naruto shook his head. Those poor fools. Nojiko looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Naruto's eyes were locked on the marine ship. Do you really think Arlong is going to let that slide? You should all stop watching this right now. It would be better if you didn't see what was about to happen. Suddenly cries went out on the ship before a whirlpool opened up underneath it. Nojiko kneeled down to a little boy who was watching in horror. Even though they came to rescue us. Nojiko put a hand on his shoulder. This is the truth. No one can escape from Arlong's power. As the ship was sucked into the whirlpool, Naruto scoffed at Nojiko's words. What did I just get through telling you, Nojiko-chan? It's not that, it's just that the right people aren't doing anything to stop this. Genzo turned to Naruto. Don't you work for Arlong? Why are you speaking like this? Naruto gave the scarred man a smile. I don't work for Arlong. I told him I work for Nami so that I could stay here until this was finished. And I'm speaking like this because it's the truth. Let me loose on Arlong. Stop putting all of your eggs in one basket. The village gasped when Naruto said that. If she can't pull it off, then that would break her heart. Not letting her know that you all know what she's doing is even worse because you're making her feel alone. Genzo moved towards Naruto. We're trying to give her a way out, in case she ever does want to just quit and have her own life. Naruto shook his head. She's in too deep now. Nojiko told me she only needs 7 million more. She won't quit now no matter what. You can at least let her know that you support her. Trust me, there's not much worse than having no one on your side. Naruto walked off. I'm going back to Arlong Park to get something kickstarted here. I'm sick of all of this posturing and sitting around. It isn't my style in situations like this. Nojiko blinked and ran after him. Wait, you idiot. XXX. On the path back to Arlong Park, Naruto stopped and blinked at the sight of Usopp being mashed between Zoro's sheath and Sanji's foot. Hey guys, you made it here after all. Seriously, you guys were fast. Naruto. Was the collective cry from the crew minus Sanji, who didn't know him that well at all. Naruto noticed the new member. Well, it looks like you got that cook you were looking for. Usopp stroked his chin. There must be a reason she joined those mermen. Naruto smirked. Yeah, there is, but it's not my place to tell. This place likes to keep their problems local. Naruto looked around. Where are those other 2 swordsman guys that were with you? Sanji pointed back the way they had come. Naruto sighed. Of course I just missed them, that's just my luck. Naruto kept walking down the path. Alright then, I'm going to Arlong Park. You guys can do what you want, but I will be looking for any reason to kick Arlong's ass, of which I hope will be coming soon. He'll fuck up and overstep his boundaries very soon. Later. Nojiko just watched Naruto walk off towards Arlong Park whistling a jaunty tune. She looked at the rest of Luffy's crew, of which most were just relaxing. Are you just going to let him go right into their base alone? That's so reckless. Zoro looked up from where he was sitting against a tree. Well, he says he's not a part of the crew, therefore Luffy doesn't have any say over him. I don't think Luffy would stop him if he was anyway. The guy knows what he's doing, I guess. Nojiko rubbed her temple. If I tell you Nami's story for why she joined Arlong's crew, will you leave? Luffy stood up. I don't need to hear this because I don't care. I'll be taking a walk. Usopp watched Luffy walk off in the opposite direction than the one Naruto went in. You don't want to hear about her past? Luffy didn't turn around. No, I don't. XXX. A few hours later. Naruto quickly got bored waiting at Arlong Park for anything to happen. Nami hadn't even come back. He hadn't seen her for most of the day and he knew that she could take care of herself, but the thing that had unnerved him more than anything was that whenever he looked at Arlong he had a satisfied look on his face, and whenever he locked eyes with Naruto he would give the immortal a smug grin. Naruto's senses started tingling and he shunshined out of Arlong Park. Upon being sure of the blonde's absence, Arlong let out the victorious laughter that he had been holding back in Naruto's presence. XXX. Naruto arrived back in the village to find many people crowding around the doctor's office. Naruto pushed his way through them all and found Genzo sitting by a bandaged-up Nojiko. Naruto let out a low growl. What happened? Genzo gritted his teeth. That rat Major Nezumi came and took all of Nami's money. Arlong told them where it was and they tore apart the property looking for it. Naruto looked at Nojiko and noticed that her bandages were on her back. He gently ran his hand over them as his eyes softened on her. What did they do to you? Upon primarily getting silence for his question, his eyes sharpened. Hey! He snapped, getting everyone around to jump at his tone of voice. I said, what did they do to you? Genzo looked away with his fists shaking. Nojiko looked down. That bastard shot me in the back. Naruto didn't say a word. He simply turned and walked out of the building, passing all of the villagers with a stern look on his face. As he came to the outskirts of the village he saw Nami running towards it with tears in her eyes. He caught her and held her in his arms for a moment before lowering his mouth by her ear. I said that all I needed was an excuse. Just one good excuse to raise Arlong's fortress to the ground, and he gave it to me. Nami's eyes widened. What? Like her sister not long before her, he could feel Nami involuntarily shaking against his chest. He broke your heart. He used you and tricked you. Naruto let her go and continued to walk along the path towards Arlong Park. For the last time, no one hurts my precious people. Nami stared at his back until he walked out of sight before continuing to run into the village as she heard the people begin to rally. XXX. Naruto came to the east gate where he saw Johnny and Yasaku get thrown out by a group of mermen. They looked extremely beaten up. Naruto looked them over with a raised eyebrow. So I guess you all know what they did to Nami already, right? Johnny and Yasaku nodded. We accused her of being a witch, of killing Usopp and Ikki. After understanding the situation we tried to fight for Nami anew. We almost had them. We can't face her after all of the things we said. Naruto wanted to roll his eyes, but he really didn't feel like being sarcastic or witty right now. You guys are both weak, you know that, right? Did you really think that you had a chance of taking Arlong and his men out as you are? That was just asking for trouble. Johnny and Yasaku both looked down without saying a word. Naruto walked forward and patted them both on the shoulder, getting them to look up at the whisker-cheeked blonde smiling face. That being said, I have to say that fighting like that for a friend definitely puts you two up a notch in my book. Naruto walked past them towards the gate, rolling his shoulder to get any kinks out. That puts you both at notch 1. Getting over their momentary shock, the two swordsmen jumped up to try and stop Naruto from confronting the fishmen. Wait, Naruto Aniki. You should wait for Luffy Aniki, Sanji Aniki, Usopp Aniki, and Zoro Aniki. You can't go in there alone. Naruto looked back at them and saw that the villagers were coming up armed with anything that they had to fight. You might be better off trying to stop them than me. It just occurred to me that none of you have ever seen me fight before, have you? I mean, Nami saw a little bit, Luffy and her have seen me use one real attack, but other than that there hasn't been much of a reason for me to cut loose. Johnny and Yasaku now had people at their back as they stared at the mysterious man in the red coat. What are you saying, Naruto Aniki? Naruto cracked his neck. What I'm saying is, Luffy and the others better get here soon or there won't be anything left of Arlong Park for them to attack. Naruto formed a blue ball of energy in his hand and thrust it into the iron gate, sending it flying off of the hinges. He created 3 Kage Bunshin to stand outside the gate. When the people started making for the entrance, they simply stood there shaking their heads and blocking the way. The ruckus brought a bunch of Arlong's men rushing towards the gate to see just what had caused it when they found Naruto and the entire village of Kokoyashi a good way behind him outside of the threshold. What are you doing here, Uzumaki? Arlong-san didn't call for you or Nami. Naruto bared his teeth, revealing his naturally sharpened canines. I told Arlong already that I don't work for him. I'm here for Nami and nothing else. And from this day forward the little arrangement he had with her is null and void. You think you can take my prized map maker away from me, Uzumaki? Arlong's laughter came as he sat on his patio looking over Naruto with an amused face. And why would that be, puny human? Naruto lifted his cold blue eyes to Arlong, who almost shivered at the lack of emotion in the usually vibrant blue orbs. Because I'm going to cut your heart out for breaking hers, and 100 million belly is worthless to a dead man. Chapter 4, Nobody's Side But My Own. Arlong looked long and hard at the expression on Naruto's face. Who do you think you are, Uzumaki? You're out of your element here, boy. Naruto shook his head slowly. No, I'm actually right in my element. I was born for this kind of thing. He looked around at the mermen standing between him and Arlong. You might want to tell your gophers to get out of my way before they lose a limb. I have no problems killing every last one of them to get to you. Arlong laughed loudly. You have quite a bit of courage for a puny human. Boys, show him what courage gets you around here. Give him the treatment we gave the last 2 losers that came in here. The mermen all began to slowly move in on Naruto threateningly, pulling out flintlock pistols and blades. XXX. Johnny and Yasaku watched as Naruto simply stood in place while the mermen drew ever closer to him. Yasaku turned to his sunglasses-clad friend. What do we do, Johnny? Naruto Aniki is in real trouble. The villagers all stood behind them and the Kage Bunshin Naruto posted to keep them out, crying out to let them in to help him fight, but they simply stood in place. Nojiko ran up to the front and looked one of the clones in the eye. Let us in. He's all alone in there, he needs help. The clone smiled at her and placed its hand on her cheek, stroking it in a calming fashion. Calm down, Nojiko-chan. Boss wouldn't have done this if he didn't know what he was doing. He just doesn't want any of you to get hurt, that's all. Nojiko snapped out of the trance that the clone's hand had put her in, and he's going to let himself get killed all alone because he doesn't want us to fight and get hurt? The clones all started to laugh a bit. No, he's not worried about the mermen hurting you all. He's worried about him hurting you himself. He doesn't want any of you to get in the way while he cleans house of all the small fry. The clones looked up and smiled. Hey, you guys are late, the boss is about to start. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji looked inside past the clones to see Naruto facing down a couple dozen fishmen. Usopp freaked out at that sight. What is he doing? Is he insane? A little bit. Was the admittance of Naruto's clone. Yeah, boss is crazy, but we're the best kind of crazy. Sanji pulled the cigarette from his mouth. What kind is that? The clones all grinned ferally. The unpredictable kind. By the way, you might want to get out of the way of the gate. XXX. Naruto started flying through hand seals at a rapid pace, confusing the mermen who had never seen such a thing before. Naruto eventually stopped and held one of the seals. I hate Suetun ninjutsu, so many damn hand seals. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Arlong started to laugh uncontrollably. You think you can make a waterfall? What an idiot. Naruto simply kept a straight face until he heard a noise sounding like swelling water growing louder and louder. A smirk appeared on his face as suddenly a massive wave came spilling over the main gate of Arlong Park that the ships were to come through. The mermen watched in horror as they were hit with the full force of Naruto's tidal wave caused by his jutsu. The torrent of water crashed around within the gates of the fortress until finally spilling out into the bay, delivering many mermen into the drink. As they all swam to the surface, a few were dead from the blunt force trauma of being hit by a damn tidal wave, but there were a few survivors. Is that all you've got, a little water? We're mermen, you fool. I know. The mermen couldn't hide their shock as they saw Naruto walking on the surface of the water towards them, hands going through more hand seals at a pace that back in his days in the elemental nations could be construed as leisurely. I'm not done yet, we're just getting started. I still have to dispose of you lot once and for all. Suetun, Kippari no Uzumaki, water release, whirlpool of finality. Naruto kneeled down and placed his palms under the surface of the water. Slowly an eddy began to form that began spinning the mermen. As they tried to swim away, they found that the pull of the whirlpool was getting stronger and stronger before finally the depth of the whirlpool was deep and massive. The mermen were all sucked to the bottom of the attack when Naruto finally pulled his hands up. There was a trail of water leading from his hands to the surface. Before he finally clenched his fists and broke the link between him and the whirlpool, the water then imploded sharply, leaving no sign of any of the mermen that were just a moment ago on the surface. The water settled and returned to its normal state. Naruto turned and started making his way back inside of Arlong Park via the waterway, whistling to himself the entire way. XXX. Everyone watching him dispose of the mermen were all wide-eyed at the display out in the water. Luffy snapped his hand out to point at Naruto. Naruto is awesome. He's not the ship's hobo, he's like a super hobo. The villagers watched Naruto stride slowly back into Arlong's base as water poured from the east gate entrance, draining Naruto's first jutsu that started the fight. Who is this guy? He can beat up Arlong's men so easily and go right back for more. He can walk on the water and cause whirlpools, and you're thinking about him beating Arlong's men? He must be some kind of lord of the seas or something. The clone stood steadily in front of the gate after the rest of the water drained. Genzo stepped forward. Why? What is the reason that you are risking your life in this fight? Why is this so important to you? The clones gave him a stone glare. That bastard made Nami cry. I will never let those close to me suffer ever again now that I truly have the power to do something about it. If you have a better reason for me to want to get involved, then please by all means share it with me and I'll make sure the boss gets the message. XXX. Arlong growled as he watched Naruto re-enter his facility carelessly. Hachi, call our little pet to deal with him. Hachi, or Hachan, an octopus fishman, stepped forward. Come on out, my powerful monster. Momo. I've got an extra snack for you today. Naruto turned around as he saw something coming towards him, barely submerged under the water. Eventually it emerged in front of Naruto, a massive cow-like sea-dwelling creature. Naruto raised an eyebrow as it towered over him, looking down angrily. Naruto's lips quirked before he yelled out to Sanji, Hey chef boy, so if I kill and eat this thing, would that make it beef or seafood? Sanji shrugged. I don't know, I was actually wondering that myself. Why don't you try it and I'll find out. Luffy pointed at Momo. Hey! We beat that thing up when we first got here. Naruto watched the monster cower somewhat at the sound of Luffy's voice. You're scared of Luffy? Then you really don't want to fight me. Tell you what, since you're more like their pet, I'll let you go, just stay out of my way. Momo looked at a grinning Luffy, then at a grinninger Naruto. Luffy, Naruto, Luffy, Naruto. It finally turned around to head back out of the base, deeming discretion as the better part of valor. Naruto's grin never slipped. Good choice. Momo, what are you doing? Arlong's voice stopped the creature cold in the water. Okay, if you really want to go I won't stop you. Just go, Momo. He spoke in a threatening tone. The monster suddenly turned on Naruto with intent to kill. Mo. Naruto shook his head with a frown on his face as the sea cow bared down on him. You picked the wrong side to be afraid of, my friend. The sea cow launched at Naruto and dove at him in an attempt to devour Naruto in one bite. Arlong laughed as he watched his pet dive onto Naruto's body. XXX. Nojiko watched the massive sea creature seemingly devour Naruto in one bite in horror. He had been the first person she had met from outside of the island that had been ready and willing to fight for them. No, and Naruto-kun. Tears started to fill her eyes. The clones watching her break down frowned. Nojiko-chan, stop crying, please? It's okay. She looked up at them with teary eyes. How can it be okay? He just got eaten by that monster. The clones shook their head. If he was eaten, then we would have been dispelled. He's not dead, he's just milking it. Look underneath Nojiko-chan. Nojiko blinked her tears away. What? XXX. The sea cow surfaced, looking around in a confused fashion. It hadn't tasted anything other than water, so where did the human go? In the immortal words of my old sensei, you really shouldn't let your opponent get behind you all the time. Naruto stood behind the sea cow with an evil grin on his face and his right hand with a spiraling blue orb of power in it. Ahem. Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ugi, Senin Goroshi, saw no Rasengan, Hidden Leaf Village Ultimate Hidden Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Death, Rasengan style. Naruto shoved the blue ball where the sun doesn't shine, though it was unknown how he was able to do it to a fish. Thinking about it simply gave people terrors, so they stopped wondering it. The Rasengan carved into the massive Seikau's backside, forcing it to cry out in massive pain as Naruto sent Momo flying into the air at Arlong Park, knocking out the very top of the tower with its body and having it continue on into the distance. The rubble from the tower fell down and actually crushed a few mermen to death. Naruto simply stood on the water looking at his destruction with a somewhat pleased look on his face. Are you done throwing the weaklings at me yet, or did I kill them all? I can do this all day Arlong. XXX. Who is this boy? What kind of powers are these? I don't know of any Akuma no Mi that grants such immense power in combat. Genzo watched Naruto utterly decimate the majority of Arlong's forces with little actual effort whatsoever. Clones all shook their head. No Akuma no Mi. What is it with you people thinking that a stupid fruit gave boss that power? You couldn't be any further from the truth on that front. Zoro looked at the clones. Well then, how did he get it? I've never seen anyone do anything like this in my entire life. How can anyone be as strong as to manipulate the sea itself? The clones grinned. Good old-fashioned hard work is all I can say. Countless years of effort went into our training to hone our skills in order to fight foes far beyond our capacity. Zoro shook his head in disbelief. There's no way that any amount of training could get anyone to be able to make a tidal wave at will. What could you have possibly been doing to develop that kind of skill? You can't be any older than 18 years old. Naruto's clone had an amused look on his face. You'd be surprised. And yes, I did learn how to do that in the first 18 years of my life. That's a simple move compared to some of the other things I can do. Arlong growled at Naruto. Chew. Hachi. Kurubi. Kill this idiot already. Naruto finally stepped on land and looked around at the havoc he had caused. You should have just let things go as they were Arlong. If you had let Nami leave and gather the rest of her money, I might have honored the village's request to leave you alone. Now I have to crush you. You brought this on yourself. Chu, a merman in a blue vest and brown pants, walked forward at Arlong's request. You can't beat us. We're not weak like the rest of the crew, we're Arlong's elites. Chu inhaled and spit a shot of water at Naruto, who dodged easily. Thinking it was just a fluke, he fired again. Once again Naruto effortlessly dodged. Chu got a tick mark on his head and began firing rapid-fire shots of water at the troubling opponent. Naruto had his eyes closed as he moved around the speedy projectiles. Slow, slow, slow. You're all so slow. Naruto finished with delivering a heavy blow to Chu's ribs, doubling him over and forcing him to spit out all of the water in his body. Naruto grabbed Chu by his face and headbutted him, cracking his skull if nothing else by evidence of the blood that began to pour from his hairline, and threw him aside. He crossed his arms in front of the rest of the fishmen. Anyone else want to get maimed before I kill Arlong? Kurubi growled at the arrogant human. Hachi, if we attack him together he can't win against us. He's just one boy. Hachan nodded and drew 6 swords for each of his arms. Got it. He can't beat us together. He rushed at Naruto swinging wildly. Takochi Kaiken, Octopus Foot Miracle Swords. Kurubi followed suit, rushing in with his hand cocked in a karate stance. Hyakumaigawara Seiken, 100-tile True Punch. They both made contact with Naruto as he burst into smoke. Out of the smoke flew a log that had been utterly splintered and obliterated by the assault of the fishmen. Kurubi and Hachan looked around for any sign of the boy. Where are you, coward? Come and fight? I'm a coward because I won't stand still and take your attack head on like some kind of brain-dead monkey? His voice sounded out all across the area. The thing you need to realize, and you already should have seen as how you're both pirates, is that I don't have to fight fair. The sound of some kind of metal instrument whipping through the air rang out from somewhere. Hachan saw it coming and moved in front of Kurubi to block it with his blades. However, before it got close it burst into smoke, and out of the smoke came a rapidly spinning and flipping Naruto, who got past Hachan's protection and kicked him right in the jaw. I just have to win. Naruto let Hachan fall to the ground as Kurubi started assaulting Naruto with his fists and feet. I've been waiting for this ever since you showed up in our territory. Naruto dodged and blocked easily enough, keeping himself from countering the blows. You've been waiting for me to get pissed off enough to come inside of Arlong Park and kick all of your asses? What a coincidence, I have too. Kurubi growled and threw a punch at Naruto, who simply stood still and caught the punch in his teeth. He bit into Kurubi's hand, causing the fishman to cry out in pain as Naruto took out a chunk of his fist. Naruto ignored his cries of pain and chewed before spitting it out. He scraped his tongue with his hands. Bleh, gross. I've wanted to try that since I was little and saw a guy like you. I now have to say that you mermen taste like crap. You have to be the cheapest seafood ever. Kurubi looked at Naruto murderously. I have had enough of you. This ends now. Naruto smirked, I agree. What is this again? Kurubi set himself in a traditional stance, this is the true essence of fishman karate. This punch can shatter 1,000 stone tiles and will be more than enough to obliterate a lowly human like you. Sen Megawara Seiken, 1,000-tile true punch. He came at Naruto with a renewed speed and thrusted his fist out with more intensity than any other attack. However, Naruto simply ended up standing on his outstretched fist, that's much better, but still. Naruto reared his foot back, too slow. Naruto proceeded to punt Kurubi in the head, snapping his neck and sending his head hanging backwards limply. Naruto jumped off of the deceased fishman's arm and allowed him to fall back, dead. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, geez. Maybe I kicked him too hard. He looked back where he saw Hachan standing back up glaring at Naruto, you killed him. Naruto shrugged, it was either him or me, and I value my life much more than I value any of yours. You guys are simply in the wrong place, at the wrong time. Hachan pointed all of his swords at Naruto, I won't forgive you. Naruto sighed, I really should have let Zoro fight you, he would be having a ball right now. Hachan's eyes widened, Zoro? Roronoa Zoro? Where? He was looking around rapidly for the man that had fooled him earlier. Naruto reached into his pack and flung a kunai at the merman. Hachan saw it coming and dodged it, I'm not falling for that again. However, a shadow appeared above him that was expanding rapidly. Dynamic entry. Naruto drilled Hachan with a kick in face that sent him into the concrete ground, cracking it and leaving a crater. Naruto stood up straight with a big grin and delivered a thumbs up, teeth shimmering. Hoo yeah! Guy-sensei, check out my eternal youth. Naruto stopped and slapped himself across the face hard enough to draw blood from his mouth, I will never do that again. XXX. Nojiko watched the battle in awe, he's amazing. He just beat Arlong's entire crew without a hand being laid on him. And he told us the whole time that he was entirely capable of it. I thought he was just full of it, but he never seemed overconfident when he said it. Luffy grinned while he watched Naruto fight, he had to be the strongest person he had ever seen. At first he was upset seeing as how Naruto had come in and commandeered the entire fight, but right now he didn't care as long as someone was doing it. Nojiko smiled, I believe in him. I regret ever doubting him. This fight is giving everyone a new hope. XXX. Naruto took a moment to look around at Arlong Park. What once was a pretty scenic little place was now mostly rubble. The walls were crumbling, there were bodies strewn all about, Naruto had destroyed the little pool that led to the ocean. The only thing that was pretty much still standing was the main tower itself that Arlong was still sitting under. Man, I fucked this place all up. Do pirates have insurance? Arlong was seeing red as he watched how Naruto was carelessly destroying his men, some random human that walked in out of the blue one day and turned his empire upside down in a matter of hours. He stood up and stared Naruto down, I'll tell you what. If you surrender now I will spare the lives of every one of the villagers of Kokoyashi village. However, if you fight me I will kill every last human from that wretched village. I will not spare any man, woman, or child, except my dear Nami of course, I still need her to make her wonderful maps for me. No matter which you choose I am going to kill you, you have caused far too much trouble for me, but you can at least spare the lives of all of the others. Naruto shook his head, how can you still believe that you have a chance? I've killed pretty much everyone loyal to you, so even if you do get rid of me then what will you do after that? You're the captain of nothing. You have no way to actually enforce your rule over anything because you have no muscle. But even so, I already promised to kill you for the senseless pain you've caused this village and Nami-chan. You can simply save me the time and carve out your own heart now to skip the painful part where I have to butcher you myself if it would make you feel any better. Arlong bared his sharp teeth at Naruto, I'm a cut above the rest of these fools. Do you want to know why I'm here in the East Blue? Because Jinbei kicked me out of the Sunny Pirates for being too dangerous. Naruto grinned darkly, if you were weak enough to allow yourself to be kicked out then you're obviously not that strong, are you? He looked at Arlong and laughed, you have no idea what power is. You're just a big fish in a small pond, literally. Your plan to kill everyone else has one massive gap in it. In order to do that you need to kill me first, and I'm sure you'll find that to be as impossible as looking both left and right at the same time. Naruto then made a Kage Bunshin and made it look left while he looked the other way, but of course nothing is impossible for me unlike you. Arlong growled and grabbed a handful of water before throwing it at Naruto's Kage Bunshin, dispelling it and getting a frown from Naruto, now that wasn't nice. But you should know something very important before we fight Arlong. Arlong picked up another handful and threw it at Naruto. The ball hit him as he burst into smoke. Right then, Arlong got drilled in the face with a punch that sent him flying through the bottom floor wall of his tower. Naruto cracked his knuckles and walked towards the hole in the wall, I never make just one Kage Bunshin. XXX. Nami came upon the scene of the rest of the villagers watching something inside of the walls of Arlong Park. There were people crowding the gate and people climbing on top of the wall to look inside at what was going on. Nami slowly came forward. What's going on? The villagers turned with excitement in their eyes. Nami, the guy that you brought to the island is destroying the Arlong pirates. He's just beaten every last one of them. Nami ran ahead of them all. What? Really? She reached the front where she saw her sister looking on in awe. Is he really? Nojiko nodded. Yes. He just walked in and started fighting. They haven't been able to lay a hand on him thus far. She wiped at her eyes. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Where was Naruto-kun years ago? If only he could have come sooner. Nami. The girl in question looked to where she saw Luffy sitting on the wall with a huge grin. It looks like you aren't a part of Arlong's crew anymore, Nami. So how would you like to come with us? Nami's eyes widened. Even after all of this, Luffy still wanted her on his crew. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't. Luffy turned back towards the fight. You don't have to answer right now. Naruto's still busy fighting for you and I want to see what he can do firsthand so we can wait for your answer. Nojiko smiled at Luffy's words. You really have found some great people, Nami. XXX. Arlong stepped out of the rubble of his building and towered over Naruto who had been walking towards him. He opened his mouth as teeth fell out onto the ground. Immediately, replacements took their place. Naruto smirked. It's good to know that you can do that, because you're going to be losing a lot of those before I'm done with you here. Arlong started snapping his teeth at Naruto who dodged before punching Arlong in the mouth, forcing him to lose even more teeth from the impact. Arlong quickly regrew his teeth. You weak humans. How dare you? Mermen are naturally stronger and more superior to you filthy mongrels. Naruto picked shards of Arlong's teeth out of his fist. Right? I'm a mongrel and you're the one that's half fish, half man. Your logic is infallible. Arlong pulled out 2 pairs of his own teeth and held them in his hands before using them as weapons against Naruto. One of Arlong's missed attacks hit a fallen pillar and took a chunk out of the stone. Naruto drew a kunai and blocked with one hand while forming hand seal with the other. A Kage Bunshin puffed into existence and punched Arlong into the face before dispelling and allowing Naruto to stab Arlong in the shoulder up to the hilt. Naruto flipped away from the melee with a smirk on his face once more. Did that hurt? Good. I'm not even close to being done with you yet, you piece of crap. Arlong grunted and pulled the blade out of his shoulder. This isn't going to come even close to killing me, punk. He threw it aside and rushed Naruto down once again with his teeth weapons. Naruto dueled him using his kunai and eventually broke his guard. He took advantage of this by delivering a kick to Arlong's ribs that sent him flying into the water. Naruto sighed as Arlong didn't immediately surface. Naruto simply walked over to the face of the water and crouched down, staring into the blue water with a blank glance. Naruto eventually quirked his eye as Arlong sure had been taking a long time down there. It wasn't like he himself was going to go into the water with him. It might make the fight more fun, but he wasn't here to have a fun fight. No, he was here to humiliate Arlong and then kill him in a way that no one that would see it would ever forget. With this in mind, Naruto pressed his hands together before forcing enough space between them to form a Rasengan. Right as he finished the blue orb, he saw Arlong's fin sticking out of the water, speeding towards him. Naruto grinned and suddenly the Rasengan ended up having a sharp wind whipping around it. Arlong burst from the water shooting at Naruto extremely fast, leading with his nose, Shaku on Datsu, shark on darts. Naruto thrusted the Rasengan out with both hands, Futon, Rasengan, wind release, spiraling sphere. Naruto's Rasengan collided with Arlong's sharp nose. There was no contest. The attacks were heavily mismatched. Arlong's attack was based off of simple physics. The combination of the natural hardness of Arlong's nose along with the momentum generated by him swimming top speed and launching at his opponent like a torpedo was impressive. However, Naruto's Futon, Rasengan was pure energy condensed down to the size of a baseball with all of the power of a drill from each side of it. In addition to that, he added his own natural chakra, wind, the cutting element. Arlong was lucky that his nose was as strong as steel, allowing him to bounce off of the Rasengan so quickly, or else he would have been missing his entire skull. Fortunately for him, he didn't lose that much. Got my nose. Arlong stood up with deep bloody cuts all over his face and the top half of his body. His shirt, needless to say, was shredded. The tattoo on his chest was completely unnoticeable due to the incredible amount of damage his upper body had taken. Blood was pouring down his entire body. He removed his hands from his face to reveal that Naruto had ripped his saw nose off at its base. Arlong's blood poured from where his nose had been severed from his face. You filthy worthless human. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. I'll kill every last one of you weak humans. I'll tear you all asunder. Aha! Naruto went to clean out his ear until he realized that his hands were all bloody from carving up Arlong with his Rasengan. I'm actually surprised that you survived that. I guess out of all of the wimps in the East Blue you're the least wimpy. Be proud of yourself, you're the only person I've ever hit with that directly that didn't die on contact, though I guess that nose of yours was good for something after all. Arlong slowly walked towards Naruto, dead set on ripping him in half if it was the last thing that he ever did. Naruto chuckled darkly as he strode out to meet Arlong head-on. You still have some fight left in you, you're not a coward, I can admit that. You're still a dead man though. Arlong yelled as he launched a punch at Naruto. Naruto caught his punch in his hand and pulled him in to deliver another punch that sent Arlong flying into the wall of his tower. Naruto called out to him, "Are we done yet?" His response was Arlong bursting from the walls with a long sword in his hands, a massive blade, saw-like, much like his nose. Naruto shrugged, "Okay, if that's how you want to play then that's cool with me." Naruto pulled out a sealing scroll and wiped some of Arlong's blood from his hands onto it before it shrouded him in a puff of smoke. You think that sword is shark-like? The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto resting a massive sword on his shoulder. The blade was totally wrapped down. Come on down then. Arlong charged him and swung his blade at Naruto, who pulled the wrapping off of the top of the sword and clashed with Arlong's blade. The merman's eyes widened at the appearance of the weapon. It looked to be completely covered in scales. What kind of freaky sword is this? XXX. Johnny, Yasaku, and Zoro watched Naruto's actions with interest. Johnny pointed out at Naruto, "Naruto Aniki is a swordsman? Zoro Aniki, why didn't you tell us about that?" Zoro shook his head, "I didn't know. I've never even seen him use that before. What kind of sword is that anyway? I've never seen anything like that in my entire life." XXX. Naruto grinned, "Allow me to introduce a weapon I obtained a long time ago. Samahata. And in the words of the guy that used to wield this thing, it doesn't cut?" Naruto swatted Arlong's blade away and slashed the weapon down across his shoulder and chest. "It shreds." Naruto dragged it down and watched it carve into Arlong's chest deeply with the jagged scales. Naruto swung the blade again, this time catching Arlong crossways in the torso. As he cut into him, he sent him flying once more into the top floor of his tower. Naruto jumped up inside of the mess he had made during the fight and looked around at a room filled with maps and sketches of other cartography-related things. What room is this? As if he didn't already know. Arlong picked himself up using his sword as support. "This is the room where I keep the maps that Nami has spent 8 years writing. It isn't difficult for a merman to research navigation, but it's so hard to find a good navigator. Out of all of the people I've sought out around the world, there is no one that can write a map as accurate as her. She's really quite talented." He pointed his blade at Naruto. "I won't allow anyone else to use Nami's talents except for me." Naruto held Samahata over his shoulder. "Use? What the fuck do you think she is? Just a tool to you." Arlong spit blood onto the ground. "She is the best navigator I've ever seen despite being of your puny species. She's also a tricky little one. I plan to keep Nami in this room writing my maps until she dies. If she needs food I will get it for her, if she wants any dress I will buy it for her. I will give her anything she wants as long as I can keep getting these maps from her." He gave Naruto a bloody evil grin, "Because we are friends." Naruto frowned as he looked around and set Samahata to the side before making a few hand seals and putting his fingers to his lips. "Katan, Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu." Naruto immediately set fire to the nearest desk with maps stacked on top of it. Arlong's eyes bulged out. "What do you think you're doing?" Arlong moved to stop him. "Stop now." He found Naruto's fist buried right in his belly. "No." He choked out weakly, "My maps." Naruto sunk his fist into Arlong's body up to his wrist. "You made her write maps for you for 8 years? You took a little girl's mother away from her and ripped her away from her sister and village for a few goddamn maps." Arlong desperately sunk his teeth into Naruto's neck to kill him, however Naruto barely flinched as the blood ran down his neck. "I need to destroy this place. I need to destroy anything that links Nami to you and your despicable acts to let her move on." Arlong spoke as he stayed latched onto Naruto's neck. "I am Arlong, the strongest pirate in the East Blue. There's no way that a human like you can defeat me. I won't accept it." Naruto gave Arlong a chilling smile. "You don't have to accept your death to die. By all means, haunt me when you're gone. You won't be the first dead face to stick in my dreams." Naruto pushed Arlong off of him, ignoring the blood from his neck/shoulder wound running down his sage coat. Arlong snarled and ran at Naruto before jumping at him while rotating wildly with his teeth open. "Shaku on Tusu, Shark on Tooth." Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin and held out his hand with a Rasengan in it as the Kage Bunshin formed a Rasengan, forcing it to grow even bigger. Naruto waited until Arlong got right within range before slamming it right into the back of Arlong's head. Odama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. Naruto's attack drilled Arlong through the floor and Naruto powered him through each and every floor, sending him all the way to the ground floor. Triple X. Everyone watched as the top floor caught ablaze. Nami gasped, knowing immediately which room this was. Countless flaming papers began floating down from the building. As they began to land, tears started to fill Nami's eyes. Thank you, Naruto? With a loud and violent crash, finally the entire building came down as the floors folded in on themselves, sending floor after floor collapsing to the ground. Smoke and debris flew from the destroyed building and obscured the scene of the wreckage from view. Naruto/Naruto-kun/Naruto Aniki. Everyone that had known this man in some way yelled for him as they all ran inside of Arlong Park to search for him. Genzo looked around with his police hat covering his face. There is no way that any human could have survived that. No matter how tough they are. The villagers were all watching with shocked expressions. Arlong Park has fallen. But where are Arlong and the other guy? Nami ran into the rubble. Naruto-kun. Ow. A pile of rubble pushed up revealing a quite filthy Uzumaki Naruto with a perturbed look on his face. My coat. Shima is going to kill me when I send this back to her. Naruto walked over to some place and reached into it, pulling up his sword. I'm sorry, Samahata. I didn't mean for you to get caught in rubble. Here, eat up as an apology. Naruto generated chakra into the blade as it purred in satisfaction. Naruto grinned. Until next time then. He then resealed it into his scroll. Naruto looked at Luffy, who had a massive grin on his face. You won. You stomped that stupid fish. Naruto smirked. Oh yeah? I'm fine. He then pointed over to a random pile of rubble. He's assuredly not. Naruto walked over a decent ways and kicked away chunks of concrete, wood, and plaster to reveal the remains of Arlong. After moving more rubble he scratched his head. Well, I can't rip his heart out seeing as how I pretty much pulverized the top half of his body. He placed his hand up as people started walking over. Man, that was overkill. You really don't want to see this. Nami walked over anyway and looked at the mangled corpse of Arlong. There was nothing above his waist. All of it was just a bloody smear on the ground. The Odama Rasengan had pretty much turned him into fishman paste where it had hit, and the fact that Naruto had drilled him at least several stories into the ground with it didn't hurt either. Naruto noticed that Nami couldn't tear her eyes away from Arlong's body, so he formed a few hand seals and placed his fingers by his lips. Katan, Gukaku no Jutsu. Naruto incinerated Arlong's body to simply get rid of him. As she saw Arlong's body go up in flames, she turned to Naruto and gave him a tearful smile. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. She threw her arms around him gratefully. Naruto simply held her and let her cry on his shoulder. Arlong Park has been destroyed. A massive cheer went up from the villagers at the sight of the symbol of their oppression being eradicated. However, their mirth was cut short. Stop right there. Everyone turned to see a man in a Marine's uniform that looked like a rat with men flanking him entirely. This is my lucky day, isn't it? I came to watch an interesting fight from beginning to end. No one will ever believe that an unknown boy like you would be able to defeat Arlong, or that you have any of the strength necessary to tear this place down on your own. Because of you, boy, every single belly of Arlong will be mine. Drop your weapons. I, Commander Nezumi of Unit 16, will be happy to accept all of the treasure. Naruto tensed up in Nami's arms. This she noticed. Naruto-kun? Naruto got her to let go of him so that he could turn to face Nezumi with the blankiest of faces. Your Commander Nezumi? The man nodded proudly. Naruto nodded in understanding. And all of the rest of you are his men, and you knew full well what he was doing the entire time. The Marines all nodded but were confused. What was this kid getting at asking all of this? Futon, Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. The man directly in front of Nezumi exploded and showered him and the surrounding Marines in gore. He screamed in horror. What is the meaning of this? Do you think you can get away with T-dashed? He was cut off by a hand being shoved through his chest. Naruto's hand, covered in wind chakra, was sticking out of his back. Naruto looked up at Nezumi with an evil grin. Whoops, my finger slipped? It's just that when someone senselessly harms an innocent woman I can't control it. It's something of a little tick of mine. Nezumi let off a death rattle. You will pay for this. Naruto chuckled. You first. Naruto pulled his arm out with a wet squelch, dropping Nezumi onto the ground, and looked at the horrified Marines. Boo. The Marines all took off running as Luffy and the rest of his crew proceeded to beat them all up before letting them all run off. Naruto looked out and saw a ship in the distance. Counting down from 120, he turned towards it and inhaled deeply, a ring of a shockwave building around his mouth, and just held it until his count was done. Futon, Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. He let out a high-speed projectile of a highly pressurized air ball from his mouth at the ship. The Marines had hightailed it to their boats to row back to their ship. As many of them were climbing aboard, they saw a mass of rippling air flying at them. The ball exploded on contact with the ship's hull, sending tons of refuse and debris flying. Genzo watched the display and gulped in fear. You killed them. Naruto shook his head. No, I killed most of them. I should kill all of them, but I won't, I'm not a monster. Why? Naruto turned towards him and looked back at Nojiko, who blushed at the way he was intently looking at her. Oh, no real reason in particular, I just felt like they needed to die. He smiled and turned to leave. Well, that was a long haul. I killed a bunch of mermen and corrupt military men, pretty good day. He walked back out from the gate towards Kokoyashi village whistling a jaunty tune. XXX. 2 days later. The night of Arlong's defeat, a raucous celebration that the whole island partook in was thrown. At the end of it, however, the hero of the day, Naruto, was nowhere to be found. Chalking it up to simple modesty, they let the issue drop and went to bed. The next day, however, found people in shock as they awoke to a mass of Kage Bunshin carrying materials to Goza village. As they followed the clones, the people almost had a heart attack. Overnight, Naruto and a mass of his Kage Bunshin had begun to rebuild the village, and they were almost done by daybreak. The crew and Nojiko found the real one, who was pretty much in the center of the town directing traffic. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto turned to them with a massive grin. Oh, well, I was getting a bit stir-crazy. I mean, all you guys have been doing for days is partying. I wanted to do something productive, so I decided to rebuild this village. Usopp pointed at him. Don't you ever run out of energy? Who does things like this? Naruto grinned at him. Someone that can. Johnny and Yasaku then threw themselves in front of them. Please teach us, Naruto Aniki. Naruto blinked in surprise at the two men on the ground in front of him. What? Johnny spoke up. You were right, Naruto Aniki. We are weak. We were completely useless to everyone the entire time. Everyone else is so strong, and our old friend Zoro, it seems as if he has left us in his wake as he gains his own strength. We don't ever want to be as useless as we were when we tried to fight for Nami Inu again. He raised an eyebrow at the two men. Why me? I'm not really a swordsman specialist. Why not Zoro? He's more familiar with you two, isn't he? Zoro Aniki has a dream that he has to achieve. If we were to go with him now, we would only be in his way. Please. Naruto stared at them silently for the longest time as the sounds of construction rang out around them all. He finally walked past them. Fine, but you two had better be ready to work. I won't have any weaklings training under me. I'll whip you into shape even if it kills you both. Thank you, Naruto Aniki. Naruto walked back to Kokoyashi village. Don't thank me yet. You're going to hate me before long, I guarantee it. XXX. The night before Straw Hat's departure. Naruto sat out by himself. The villagers were still partying a week after Arlong's defeat, and he had grown bored of that. His clones had relinquished the rest of the work of rebuilding Goza village to the survivors, saying that it wouldn't be right of him to take the right to rebuild their lives away from them too. He had returned to Arlong Park to peruse over the wreckage for anything of value out of boredom. So here's where you are. I've been looking all over the place for you. Naruto turned around to find Nami smiling at him. You haven't really been around much since the battle. Naruto chuckled as he picked through the mess. This is your home. This is your celebration. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm just passing through. Nami frowned and walked with him as he continued to pick through the refuse. So why did you do all of this for us then? You don't even consider yourself part of the crew. Naruto kept his eyes peeled as he listened to her question. Well, I'm not. I helped you because I can do whatever the hell I want, and it just so happened that I was feeling particularly bloodthirsty that day. That kind of thing happens when someone hurts the people close to me. Nami blinked. You think we're close? Naruto nodded. Well, yeah, you're a friend of mine, Nami-chan. All you had to do when we got here was ask me to, and I would have blown that place to hell right then and there. But no, you had to drag it out for like 2 days and cut your arm all up to get me to take the decision out of your hands. Actually, the decision was out of your hands when that asshole Marine robbed your house and shot Nojiko-chan. Nami cringed. You shoved your hand through his chest. Naruto picked his ear. Yep. Nami walked next to him. Do you think he felt it? Was it painless? Naruto rubbed his head. Oh Kami, no, that bastard felt every last second of it until I pulled my arm out. Trust me, getting an arm shoved into your chest fucking sucks. He growled to himself as he looked around. Hey Nami, if Arlong was a pirate, then where the fuck is his ship? Don't they need ships to do nautical things? Why else would they be pirates? Nami thought for a moment. Well, Arlong's main ship was broken down to build Arlong Park. Naruto pulled at his hair. Again I reiterate, how was he a pirate again with a lack of naval transportation? I think he had a ship graveyard or something on the other side of the island. I never left with them, I always found my own way around, so I don't know. Nami shrugged apologetically. Naruto sighed. A graveyard, huh? Well, it's better than nothing. Maybe I can find a rinky-dink tub to get me far enough to get a proper ship. Nami looked down. So you're really not coming with us? I suspected as much this time. It's because of me, right? Naruto grabbed her chin and made her look at him. No, Nami-chan, it's nothing because of what you did, I told you already I didn't care about that. Nami looked into his eyes with her mouth slightly ajar. Naruto shrugged to himself and moved in, gently placing his own mouth against hers. After a moment he pulled away, "You're sweet, Nami-chan." Nami touched her lips with a massive blush on her face. What was that for? Naruto smirked. Well, you just looked so cute and confused right then, I had to take my chance. You aren't going to kill me now, are you? Name shook her head with a giggle. No, Naruto-kun, it's just no one has ever had the courage to do that to me before. Naruto chuckled. Well, honestly, I'm still slightly wary that I'm going to catch a staff shot to the testicles because of that. I'm not, am I? Nami giggled again and shook her head. No, a thank you kiss is the least I owe you for what you've done. Besides, it's not like I didn't enjoy it. She finished under her breath. Naruto walked around Nami, who was still standing in place, watching him circle her. But anyway, it's that I can't keep following you guys forever, you all have your own dreams and adventures to go for. This is your story, not mine. I can't just stay with you all doing nothing, I need to find something out here for me. Nami held her hands behind her back. What's your dream, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled. I had a dream, but circumstances that couldn't be helped put it out of my reach. I'm not really bitter about it though. I did everything else that I ever sought out to do, some of those things far more important than my ambition. Nowadays, who knows? I'm just content going around to break my boredom. This is actually the most fun that I've had in years. Nami raised an eyebrow. How old are you? Naruto grinned at her. How old are you? Nami got a tick mark on her head. You don't ask a lady that kind of question, Naruto-kun. Naruto's grin got wider. I'm old enough. I'm legal for you if that's what you're wondering, Nami-chan. He got a decent laugh off of the flustered look on her face. That's all I'm going to say about that. If you can actually guess my real age, I'll give you 100,000 belly. Nami's eyes got dollar signs in them. 19. Naruto started walking back towards Kokoyashi village. Nope. No fair, nobody knows how old you are. What if I get it and you lie? Nami thought for a moment. 23? Naruto shook his head. Nope. And trust me, I won't lie, because you definitely won't get it anytime soon. 26? Naruto shook his head again. Nope. That's 3 strikes, Nami-chan. You can try again when we meet again. Naruto then shunshined out of her presence. What? Nami pouted and stomped on the ground. That's not fair, Naruto-kun, you never said I had a limit. XXX. After bidding the Straw Hat Pirates farewell with the rest of the village, Naruto took Nojiko with him to the north side of the island to find himself a ride off of Kami Island, seeing as how commerce hadn't picked back up and probably wouldn't for quite a while, and water walking all the way to another island probably wasn't the best idea. All the way up there Nojiko kept sneaking glances at the immortal blonde. He caught her doing it, but let it go. If she wanted to tell him what it was all about, she would. Naruto eventually assisted Nojiko over a small ridge as his eyes widened. What? Ship graveyard, my ass. More like used ship superstore. Apparently Arlong did have decent little stockpile of ships to choose from, as his domination of this region of the East Blue had him taking many ships for years. As Naruto got closer to inspect them, however, he found that while there were many that looked great from afar, a lot of them had fallen into disrepair over time. Naruto frowned as he tested the wood on one of the hulls. Okay, I guess this is a ship graveyard after all. This is no good. These things wouldn't get me 6 miles off of the coast before something breaks, and I'm not good enough to restore these things. Nojiko-chan, do you have any shipwrights on the island? Nojiko shook her head. No, ships were commissioned from afar before Arlong took over. Now we're just waiting for word to spread that Arlong is dead for trade to fully return to the island. Why do you want to leave so quickly for anyway, Naruto-kun? Naruto's face twisted negatively as he kept looking at ships. I did just kill a marine officer. Even I'm not crazy enough to stick around here for retaliation. And even if I was, Kami Island would just get caught in the crossfire, and I'm not destroying this place after it was just freed just so I can fight off some glory hound marines. Leaving is all that I can do. Nojiko bit her lip. Are you sure you have to go? Maybe you aren't in trouble. You did destroy the ship that was off of the coast before it could get away. Naruto shook his head. No, I didn't kill them all, I just blew the ship up. I'm sure that quite a lot of them survived and made it back to their base. And that's why I need to get off of the island. I'm a sitting duck as I am. He eventually stopped in place, forcing Nojiko to bump into him. What do we have here? Nojiko squinted. It looks like a discarded marine ship. Arlong must have defeated some of them fairly recently. Naruto grinned to himself. Oh yeah? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 30 clones and pointed at the marine ship. Go and make sure that thing is usable. I'm certain it is, but when you're done take it to Arlong Park so we can fix this thing up in private. He got a unanimous cry of, "Hi boss," from his clones as they sprang into action. Nojiko gave him a fake smile as she saw him beaming at possibly getting a ship and a way off of the island. XXX. Johnny and Yasaku looked at Naruto excitedly. "We have a way out of here, Naruto Aniki?" Naruto nodded as Yasaku whooped in joy. "Yes. That means we don't have to wait around here to get slaughtered by the Marines." Naruto frowned. "What do you mean we? I can beat a Marine's ass, and besides they'd be after me, not you. All you idiots would have to do is pretend you don't know me." Johnny took on a pondering look. "I wonder how much your bounty is, Naruto Aniki." Naruto narrowed his eyes at Johnny. "Bounties are for pirates. I'm not a pirate." "But you dashed. Naruto cut off the argument. "I what? Killed a Marine officer and a pirate? So what? It's not like pirates are the only ones out there that can kill officers. Besides, that guy was totally weak, he probably would have killed himself bathing in waist-deep water." Johnny and Yasaku let it drop. "So is the ship ready yet?" Naruto grinned. "Yeah, pretty much. All the clones have to do is take all of the shit with the emblem of the Marines off of everything and cover it and we're golden. They repainted the whole damn thing. It looks badass if my clones all thinking the same thing in their memories is anything to go by." Johnny and Yasaku jumped to their feet eagerly. "Well, let's go see it then." Naruto smirked. "Sure thing, guys." XXX. I can't believe it. Johnny's sunglasses had slipped down his face slightly as he simply stared at the ship. Yasaku was much the same way. "Sans sunglasses, I know. It's just..." Naruto grinned at them widely. "I know, it's awesome, right?" The ship was a two-mast ship that was basically the exact same size and shape of a regular marine ship, however that's where the similarities ended. Naruto had taken the debris from Arlong Park and had used it to make many training implements to be used on the deck. From human-sized targets used for long-range practice, to simple bullseyes set up near the back of the ship, to 3 7-feet concrete pillars. Apparently Naruto was a decent hand at woodworking because the wheel was in the shape of a spiral with grooves carved into it around the edges for necessary grip. The masts had been painted blue, and let's not forget that the whole of the ship was painted orange. Yes, orange. Orange with blue trim. Johnny and Yasaku yelled at Naruto, "You painted it orange." Naruto snickered. Yes, I did. You got a problem with that? I saw a ship that looked like the circus came to town, therefore I painted my ship orange. Why? Naruto raised a finger in a scholarly fashion. Because orange is badass. It's an eternal truth. What was I going to do, leave it blue like the Marines? That's like keeping a big bullseye on our backs. And painting the damn thing orange wasn't? Naruto turned to see Nojiko, who had an amused look on her face as well as arms full of supplies. "Where in the world did you get orange paint anyway?" Naruto slumped his shoulders. "Why is everyone hating on the orange?" He then noticed that she had her things packed as well. "Nojiko-chan, what's going on? What's with all of the stuff?" Nojiko gave him a brilliant smile. "I'm coming with you." Naruto's eyes bugged out. "I'm sorry Nojiko-chan, I think I just misheard you. Would you mind repeating that for me?" Nojiko walked up to him and poked him in the chest. "You heard me right. I'm coming with you. There's no way I'm letting Nami go off and have all of the adventures while I sit on this island watching the grass grow." Naruto stammered. But what about your tangerine groves?" Nojiko waved off his concern. "The villagers will take care of it until I can come back. Anyway, shouldn't you be happy I'm coming? All you have with you otherwise are these two idiots." She pointed at Johnny and Yasaku. "Hey!" they both said in defense. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Well yeah, but I feel okay putting these two idiots lives in mortal danger." "Hey! Naruto Aniki." Naruto ignored them. "I'm going to be doing some stupid things that only I'll be able to get away with because I'm awesome. It's going to be pretty rough Nojiko-chan. I plan on heading to the Grand Line like Luffy's crew is going to. That's where all the action is." "The Grand Line?" Johnny paled. "Naruto Aniki, we're not that strong." Naruto grinned at them evilly. "I know. What did you think we were going to be doing until we got there and all the way through? Now that Nojiko-chan is apparently coming, I now have double incentive to whip your sorry asses into shape and make you competent. Your asses are mine until further notice." The two bounty hunters gulped. Nojiko looked at him hopefully. "So I can come?" Naruto nodded at her with a smile. "Come on aboard, Nojiko-chan." Nojiko squealed happily and sped aboard with all of her things. Naruto sighed and shook his head as he looked at the other two. "Get your stuff together and get ready to go. We have places to be getting to." They looked at each other and back at Naruto. "Where?" Naruto snapped at them. "My foot will be getting to the crux of your asses if you both don't move like you're on fire, now." They were both off like a shot. Naruto sighed as he began walking aboard the ship before another presence stopped him. "Gensan. How are you? Have you come to see me off?" Genzo stepped up towards the boy. "Nice ship. The color could make you go blind though." Naruto had a small storm cloud over his head as he pressed his fingers together. I did my best. I think it looks really cool. It's better than Luffy's ship anyway. Genzo had sharp eyes on Naruto. I tried to keep her from going. I didn't really want her to become a pirate like her sister, but to let Nami go and not let Nojiko go would have made me somewhat hypocritical. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his blonde locks. I'm not a pirate. I haven't even done anything piratey. Why does everyone call me one? Genzo paid his griping no mind. That girl is like a daughter to me, Uzumaki. Keep her safe and keep her happy. If I find that you have harmed her in any way dashed. Naruto cut him off with a sharp look of his own. That's enough, Gensan. I would never hurt Nojiko-chan, just like I would never let harm come to Johnny or Yasaku, no matter what I say to them that hints to the contrary. Whatever it is that Nojiko-chan is here for, I'll do my best to make sure she gets it, even if it's just an adventure like Nami-chan is going to have. I can sure as hell do that. Rest assured, she will be fine. He gave the man a smile as he jumped onto the deck of his ship. Take care of yourself, Gensan. I'll bring her back safe and sound. Naruto disappeared from the deck as Genzo turned to return to the village. She doesn't want an adventure, you blonde fool, she wants something else. An amused look fell onto his face. A god in battle, a fool in life, of course he would be. He let out a bark of laughter as he looked back at the orange ship. Chapter 5, The Anti-Pirate. Johnny and Yasaku were standing on deck with constipated looks on their faces and their hands in a ram seal. Naruto sat off to the side holding Samehada. It was feeding time apparently. Despite knowing how bad of an idea it would be for this information to get out, Naruto figured he could try to teach some jutsu to his crew since he was going to be taking them into the middle of the Grand Line for kicks. The problem was? Anything? Naruto asked lazily while Samehada purred in his grasp from the delicious flow of chakra. Come on, it's been 3 hours, you're telling me that you can't even feel it? Johnny and Yasaku fell to the ground in exhaustion, heaving and panting. No, Naruto Aniki, nothing. Are you sure we even have that chakra stuff in the first place? Naruto frowned and walked over to them with Samehada in grasp before setting it on them both. Samehada rumbled in Naruto's hand, getting a nod from the whiskered blonde. Yes, you both have chakra, but you guys never use it. That, and you also didn't even know anything about it until today. I had to train for years before I could access it. There was a school for it when I was a kid and they didn't even teach you any jutsu until you were like 10 or 11 years old. Johnny and Yasaku went wide-eyed over the thought of a bunch of kids blowing things up and making tidal waves like Naruto for a school grade. Naruto ignored them and carried on. Yeah. I guess that's why more people didn't know how to do anything with chakra, because it takes a while for your body to actually get used to the concept of such a power, and that's not even talking about the training that you have to do to access it. Nojiko came from below deck. Hey guys. What are you all doing up here? Sealing up Samehada, Naruto smiled at the girl. Nojiko-chan. Come here, I want you to try something out for me. Nojiko shrugged and walked over while Naruto turned to Johnny and Yasaku. Girls naturally have better chakra control because they have less chakra, so let's see if our girl here can use hers. He turned towards Nojiko and placed her hands in the ram seal. Okay, now I want you to focus. Focus on the bridge right between your physical and mental energies. Nojiko blinked blankly. How do I do that, Naruto-kun? Naruto stepped back. A very good question. Well, the way it worked for me when I was little was just tensing up my body and then having my mind set on reaching in and pulling that energy out. Nojiko stood still for a moment before nodding and trying to pull her chakra out. After a minute or two she dropped the seal and looked at Naruto apologetically. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I can't do it either. Naruto waved it off. It's okay, I wasn't expecting any of you to actually be able to do it, yet anyway. I'll just have you work with the exercises that I did as a kid before the instructors tried getting us to use our chakra? I guess that stuff had uses after all. Naruto scratched his head, though that does narrow down what I can teach you by a lot. Naruto pointed at the two bounty hunters. Not so much you two, because all you want to be able to do is actually not suck with a sword. That will be easy enough, all things considered. He then turned to look at Nojiko. No, it's you that I'll be having the real trouble with. Nojiko pointed at herself questioningly. Me? But I never asked to learn how to fight. I just want to travel. Naruto nodded. I'm well aware of that, Nojiko-chan, but I'm going to have enemies. Hell, I already have enemies. You're going to need to know how to defend yourself in case it becomes necessary, and chances are that it will. I don't want you to be a sitting duck waiting on one of us to save you. Nojiko frowned but nodded. I understand. Oh, I came up here to ask you something. Just where are we going next? You said we were going to the Grand Line. Do you have any idea about how we're going to go about getting there? Naruto laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his head. Ask directions? All three of the ship's other inhabitants stared at Naruto in shock when Nojiko spoke up. You mean you don't know how to get to the Grand Line and you're trying to take us there? Naruto shrunk back. Hey. It's not like I've been around in this world the entire time. I've been winging it since we left. Hell, I don't even know where we are right now. What? Naruto recoiled at the sound of 3 people yelling at him as he cleaned out his ear. Well yeah? What do I look like, a compass? I can barely read a land map. What the fuck makes you think that I can read a nautical map? Nojiko growled and immediately shoved Naruto out of the way before running inside to his personal lodgings. The immortal blonde stood up and dusted himself off. What was her deal? Johnny leaned against the mast. Naruto and Ikki, it's really dangerous to not even know where you're going at sea. You could be stuck wandering forever or end up somewhere really dangerous that you can't survive. Naruto stroked his chin. Ah, I see. That's why Arlong had that hard-on for Nami-chan, making him his stupid maps. Naruto eventually stopped thinking about it and laid down on the deck. Whatever. If we're lost, we're lost. It's been 2 days, too late to change anything about it now. Yasaku's jaw dropped at how detached their leader was being. How can you say that, Naruto and Ikki? Naruto shut his eyes and yawned. Well yeah, I mean this won't kill me, and it's not like I'm in a hurry to be anywhere or do anything. A series of heavy thudding footsteps kept Naruto from curling up and going to sleep in the sun before a heeled shoe crashed into his abdomen with breathtaking force. Nojiko stood over him with tick marks on her head. You're so lucky that you didn't do anything that sent us off course since we left Kami Island. I know which way we're going. Naruto pried the girl's heel from his ribs. So where are we going, Nojiko-chan, and why did you find it necessary to drop a heel on my kidney? Nojiko sighed and walked up to the wheel, turning it in the correct directions. We're heading towards Logetown. It's actually a good thing we're going that way too, since if we need to head to the Grand Line, that's the place that everyone stops at beforehand. Naruto just stared at Nojiko, who looked at him with a smirk. What? You think I'm the sister of a navigator and I didn't pick anything up from it? Naruto chuckled. Well, consider me humbled by your knowledge, Nojiko-chan. I am just a humble barbarian from the final continent, don't you know? Naruto turned to Johnny and Yasaku. Okay, it's time for me to whip your sorry asses into shape. Get over here, now. The 2 men shrugged and walked over to him. Okay, last chance to back out. From this point forward, if I hear any inkling of quitting from either of you, you are going to suffer for wasting my time. Johnny and Yasaku both gave him firm looks. Yasaku spoke for them both. We're not backing out, Naruto and Ikki. We want to be strong for the people we want to protect. Naruto pulled out a sealing scroll and in a puff of smoke had a bunch of bands in his hands. Well, we'll start you both off with this. In the blink of an eye he had placed them on the men's arms and legs. Ready? The men looked at Naruto blankly. What are we supposed to do with these, Naruto and Ikki? Naruto chuckled and made a half-tiger seal. You'll see. The bands glowed before Johnny and Yasaku crashed to the ground in a heap with a loud smash. Nojiko ran to look from where she was, being surprised from the sudden noise. Both men slowly picked themselves up as Naruto held back laughs. Hey! Don't break the wood, you bastards. Stand up. They both reached their feet with their legs shaking. Johnny's sunglasses were slipping down his face. Naruto and Ikki, what's going on? Is this your training? Naruto nodded. Yep. If you're going to be a swordsman, you're going to want to be able to cut your opponent before they can cut you. The way to do that is to be way faster than anyone else that you could be fighting. You also need to be able to block pretty much anything and break through pretty much anything. These weights will help you with that. Yasaku was sweating. Weights? Naruto pointed to his wrists and ankles. The 2 men looked at the bands. How much is this? Naruto did a quick run through in his head. I would say 25 pounds per limb, so you're both sitting with 100 pounds each right now. Nojiko paled from her spot. 100 pounds? Naruto-kun, that's a lot of extra weight to be carrying around. That will kill them. Naruto shook his head at the blue-haired girl. No, it won't, they'll be fine, they're just being drama queens. A friend of mine from when I was a kid did this with weights way heavier when we were 13. These 2 will be fine. He turned towards Johnny and Yasaku. Okay, 100 push-ups, 100 crunches, 500 punches per arm, 500 kicks per leg, and 50 laps around the ship. Go now, and if you quit or fall off the boat during the laps, I'll strap you to the lower part of the stern and leave you there until we dock. Understood. The men groaned in agreement, irritating Naruto. What was that? I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you just say, kick our asses and tie us to the front of the boat for a few days until we man up, Naruto and Ikki? They both stiffened up and dropped to the deck to eke out push-ups. Naruto nodded in a satisfied manner. That's what I thought. Now remember, push yourselves but don't pass out or something. However, Naruto made a Kage Bunshin. If he sees you actually slacking off, I'll have him motivate you. Nojiko frowned as she leaned on the wheel. That's cruel, Naruto-kun. Naruto walked up to the helm where the girl was leaning. No, it's not, it's necessary. If we go into there as we are and I wasn't awesome enough to keep them safe, they would get slaughtered. It's that simple. I know it, they know it, and that's why I'm doing this. There should be visible improvement by the time we get there. I need to work their basic parameters before I actually try teaching them skills. The basic stuff they know bolstered by an absurd amount of physical skill to augment it would work wonders for them. Nojiko watched them struggle to complete their push-ups. If you think it's needed, then okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto poked her on the forehead. You know, part of me is telling me to make you do it too. Nojiko's jaw dropped, but you don't want to be a swordsman, so the workout I'm giving them might not work with you. I need to find something for you to do as well as find a way for you to defend yourself. Speaking of defending ourselves, Nojiko said, ending his thoughts, there's nothing in the ship's armory. No bullets, no guns, no blades, not even any cannonballs or cannons to haul to the deck. We've got nothing. Naruto pointed at himself. We don't need cannons right now. I'm better than a damn cannon. I can kick everyone on a ship's ass by myself and steal all of their stuff, before even sinking the thing. Not that I would ever do anything like that. You're right though, we don't have anything. We definitely need to fix that. Nojiko's sweat dropped. Is there anything else we need to fix before we go to the Grand Line? Naruto thought about it. Well, we need weapons, ammo for the weapons, more food, medical supplies, stuff for basic upkeep of this thing. We need those two to be whipped into shape before they get themselves killed. You to get some kind of way to fight on your own so I don't have to bring your pretty little head back to Kokoyashi village to get buried. People to actually help run the ship that know what they're doing. A guy that actually knows their way around this watery wasteland called the ocean. Someone to patch you all up when you get busted up, and tons of other stuff that slip my mind at the moment. Nojiko sighed. Is there anything we don't need to fix? Naruto grinned at her foxily. Well, me of course. Haha. Nojiko stated dryly. She looked out at Johnny and Yasaku, who were throwing punches slowly and heaving. Are they all right? Naruto spared them a glance and waved off her concern. They're fine. A loud thud sounded out as they both hit the deck in exhaustion. That's just them feeling the burn. Hey, get your sorry asses up. Naruto's Kage Bunshin barked at the downed and aspiring swordsman in training. What did I say about passing out? XXX. 1 week later. Naruto had Johnny and Yasaku run the same drills twice a day. Every second of their waking existence was spent training. In between the hated mass drills he had them fight him. Though he didn't use Samahata, or even anything with a bladed edge, no, he used a Bakken, just a simple wooden sword. All of them did. With a Bakken anyway, he could correct their mistakes without cutting them into ribbons or impaling them. Oh, it felt like he impaled them when he jabbed them in the belly with it, but it was safer than the alternative. Naruto had one hand in his pocket and had the other using the solid piece of wood to defend himself from the attacks. Naruto sighed as he parried the strikes of the two men, too rigid, too stiff. I know it's a sword, but you two are far too inflexible in the way that you fight. Naruto blocked a shot from Johnny and kicked his leg out from under him, dropping him to his knees before palming his face and shoving him off. Yasaku came in next and swung overhead at Naruto, who cracked him in the hands, forcing him to drop the sword before pushing him down from behind. Naruto watched them pick themselves up off of the ground. You guys only really know the basics, and that's okay. The pair gripped their practice swords and gritted their teeth. Yasaku spoke up, but how can we beat someone like you without knowing any good moves? I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto twisted the sword in his hands. I don't have a single blade technique. The mouths of Johnny and Yasaku dropped at the revelation of that knowledge. But how can you be called a swordsman and have such a powerful sword if you don't even have any listed techniques for it? Naruto chuckled, because it's not about what you know you can do with your sword, it's just about what you know you can do, period. You can make your own moves, you don't need me to teach you that. All that needs is a little imagination, and you two are two halves of the same brain. Johnny lowered his sword. So then what are we going to get out of all of this? Naruto raised his finger in an astute manner. What you will be getting out of training with me on your swordsmanship will be an appreciation for the unorthodox, knowledge of angles, and strength and speed. He then grinned evilly, and by the time we're done you will realize that no one will ever be as rough on you as I'll end up being. You think this is hard? We haven't even gotten started yet. Come to think of it, Naruto made a half-tiger seal, forcing Johnny and Yasaku to buckle under the additional pressure. You guys are starting to move around a little too easily, 5 more pounds per limb. Naruto-kun. Naruto shunshined to the helm to see what Nojiko had called him for. What's the matter, Nojiko-chan? Do you need something? Nojiko shook her head and pointed at an island in the distance. We're almost to Logtown. I just thought I would tell you so you would stop torturing poor Johnny and Yasaku. Naruto gave her a dry look and pulled out another set of weights. Would you like to join them? I can find another practice sword too so you don't feel too terribly left out. Nojiko turned away and proceeded to the other side of the ship. No thank you. I'm fine over here. Naruto smirked and waited for them to reach land. XXX. Naruto stretched as everyone hopped off of the ship. Alright everyone. We're here to get stuff that we need for the Grand Line. I will be going off with Nojiko-chan to keep her safe and maybe find something cool for her to use. You two just walk around and do whatever you want, consider it a way for you to adjust to your new weight. The two men glared at Naruto but held their tongues. Naruto grabbed Nojiko's hand and led her off into the crowded city. The blonde man and blue-haired girl looked around in interest. Naruto marveled at the size of the city. I never see cities this size. Even back in the Elemental Nation cities never got much bigger than Konoha, and this place is bigger than that. Nojiko giggled at the look on Naruto's face. This city isn't even the biggest there is, Naruto-kun. We're going to see all kinds of amazing things on this journey, so you might as well get used to seeing marvels like this. Naruto laughed. Who do you think you're telling? You need a few more years under your belt before you start trying to tell me to expect the unexpected. Nojiko stuck her tongue out at Naruto. You're not any older than me, Naruto-kun. You might be strong, but you haven't seen everything the world has to offer yet. You're in the same boat as me. She finished with a light shove. Shaking his head in amusement, he kept looking around with a sigh. So this is where all the pirate stuff started, huh? It doesn't seem like it. This place seems really sleepy, totally way too docile to be a pirate hotspot. Nojiko was window shopping as she answered him. Well, this is where the pirate king Gold Roger was set to be executed. Apparently his final words over 20 years ago inspired the age of piracy that we're in. Naruto smiled. It's funny how single moments like that can start entire eras and movements and things. Well, not really funny, more terrifying really, how influential people can be. It's okay if the person is good, but any idiot with determination and a misguided goal can burn the world. He noticed Nojiko looking at him oddly as they walked. Sorry, ignore that. I ramble from time to time. It's okay, Naruto-kun. Nojiko assured him. You keep a lot of secrets, don't you? She noticed his eyes snap to hers. Don't worry about it. Any secret you have is your business to keep. I'm certain you'll tell everyone when you feel you need to. You're a good man, a little eccentric, but I'd rather you be eccentric than a bad guy. I'm a good guy because being a bad guy is boring, Noji-chan. Naruto said as they proceeded through the streets. From what I've seen, all bad guys do is get other people to do the stuff that makes them bad. Bad guys never do anything themselves unless they have to, they wait for the guy that challenges them to show up before they try something. Being a bad guy most of the time is static and boring with a lot of mind games and mental chess being played. He pointed to himself. I am dynamic, a man of action. While I enjoy doing nothing from time to time, I am also bored very easily, and when that happens I look for something active to do. Shadowy dealings and behind-the-scenes cavorting isn't really my thing. I do what I want because I can. It just so happens that being a good guy is far more fun than the alternative. You also meet more hot women that way. Nojiko gave him an incredulous look. What? Naruto smirked. I met you and your sister doing something good, didn't I? Case in point right there. Nojiko rolled her eyes as a smile pulled at her lips. Idiot. Naruto simply kept moving ahead, feeling content at having made her smile. Yes. Yes, I've been called that from time to time. XXX. With Johnny and Yasaku. The two aspiring swordsmen did much the same as their shipmates, wandering around the city and pretty much looking around. None of them had any damn money to buy anything, even though they saw a sword shop that was just crying out to them to head on inside. They would just be hurting themselves since they had nothing to buy any weapons, and they wouldn't be coming back even if they found something that screamed for them to buy it. The two just trudged around aimlessly and bored, and also somewhat exhausted because of their increase in weight on their bands, but at this point it was welcome compared to running laps on a moving ship and fighting their god of war captain. Man, Naruto Aniki is being a tool. Yasaku said as they walked along the docks back towards the ship. He wants us to come up with our own path in being swordsmen. What kind of stuff is that? We went with him to learn something, like the stuff that Zoro Aniki can do, and all we've been doing is running, getting yelled at, and getting beat up. Johnny rubbed his eyes under his sunglasses. I don't think he would mislead us or anything. Besides, have we been trained for real at all since we started using swords? This might be the best way for us to get better, you don't know. Yasaku yelled in exasperation to the sky. And he expects us to go to the Grand Line? Who are we kidding here? We're going to get slaughtered. He was grabbed by the arm and prevented from moving. Hey Johnny, what was that all about? Johnny was looking at a poster on a wall full of bounties. Dead or alive. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy. 20 million belly. A picture of a grinning Luffy, complete with straw hat and scar under his eye. Yasaku grinned. Hey! Luffy Aniki has won. That's really high, the highest in the East Blue. Way to go. Johnny slapped Yasaku on the head. What the hell was that for? Johnny simply pointed at the poster he meant for Yasaku to read. Dead or alive? Seed of War, Naruto Uzumaki. 55 million belly. The picture had Naruto after the fight with Arlong, covered in Nozumi's blood from thrusting his hand through his chest and a dark look in his eyes. Yasaku had the same look of surprise on his face that Johnny did. What the dash? XXX. Fuck? Naruto tightly gripped a poster of himself while reading the bounty. Seed of War? That's the best they've got? Couldn't they have come up with something cooler? I mean, come on. Nojiko gave him an odd look. The name is the thing you're freaking out about? How about the fact that you have 55 million on your head? Why is it so high? Naruto crumbled the poster. I did pulverize the top half of Arlong's body, shove my arm through a marine captain's chest, and then blow up his ship with his men still on it. I'm surprised it's not higher. Nozumi must have been as much of a pushover as I thought. He frowned visibly. Still though? Seed of War? Nojiko shook her head. You did kill about 24 marines in the span of 3 minutes as well as obliterate an entire base of mermen if you forgot. She gave the picture a long, hard look. How did they even get this picture? They were running from you so fast no one could have possibly had time to do it. This is true. Naruto tossed it aside carelessly. Oh well, you coming Nojiko? Naruto started walking off. Nojiko stood gaping at him. You're just going to leave it at that? Naruto-kun, this is a big deal, you didn't do anything wrong. Naruto turned around and grabbed a hold of her hand before pulling her along. I know, but it's the word of some random guy against a bunch of marines that saw me do it. Not only that, but I really don't care because first of all if all marines or bounty hunters are as weak as Johnny, Yasaku, and that Nozumi loser then keeping them off of my back will be a piece of cake. Boom. What was that? Nojiko wondered as smoke came from the center of town. Naruto's eyes drifted from the smoke to the girl. You want to go see? Nojiko nodded. Well then hold on Noji-chan. Naruto grabbed her and Shunshine towards the town square. XXX. Johnny just kept walking along back towards their ship. Man? Naruto Aniki has such a high bounty. That's insane. Yasaku noticed something. Hey, what is a marine ship doing next to ours? Johnny's eyes widened at the sight of a royal blue, normally colored marine ship docked right next to their orange abomination, They must have thought that it was an actual marine ship. If there are any marines on that ship when Nojiko and Naruto Aniki get back they'll chase us. One marine jumped out and looked around Naruto's ship. Hey. This one must have been commandeered by someone. It's marked out all of the marine stuff on it, not to mention it's totally orange. Have you seen this piece of crap? How could I not have? I saw it from 2 miles out. Called out a voice from the real marine ship. Johnny let out a girlish shriek. They're going to take Aniki's ship back. Yasaku's eyes hardened at that thought. No. We have to protect Aniki, we can't have him fighting alone all of the time. We have to fight too. Johnny grabbed him by his collar. Are you insane? These are marines? The real pirate hunters. They chase real pirates, not just the weak ones that we were going after. Yasaku shook his head and drew his sword. I don't care. Naruto Aniki would have done it, so I will too. I will be strong like him. With that Yasaku rushed the gangplank and ran onto the orange ship, surprising everyone that was on board. One marine looked at Yasaku oddly. Who the hell are you and what are you doing here? Yasaku growled, I'm here to take back my Aniki's ship. Leave now or I'll make you. The marine started laughing. Who does this guy think he is? He doesn't even look like he knows how to hold that thing. How is he going to take this thing back? Like this. Yasaku rushed the first marine who blocked with his rifle and pushed him off. This is Naruto Aniki's ship. The marines pulled out their rifles and fired at Yasaku who took cover behind the mast. Oh man. How am I going to do this? They all have guns, all I have is this sword, and I'm weighed down. His eyes widened in realization. Wait a minute? I'm weighed down. Flashback, 2 days after setting course to Logtown. Johnny and Yasaku were slogging around the ship as fast as their legs could carry them with their tongues hanging out, panting pitifully. Naruto was overseeing them, walking up and down the mast, sticking to it with chakra. Feel that burn guys, that feeling of your muscles screaming at you to stop moving? Don't listen to it or I will jump down there and break my foot off in your asses. Naruto looked down to see Nojiko pouting up at him. You're going to kill those two Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. Nah, they're fine. Right guys? Johnny and Yasaku both groaned loudly. Naruto got a tick mark on his head. What was that? Was that, please jump down here and beat some spirit back into us Naruto Aniki? Well okay, if you insist. Johnny and Yasaku suddenly sped up. No need for that Naruto Aniki. Seriously, they heal really fast. The fact that they can get up and do this again after what I made them do yesterday is nothing short of amazing. They should just be one big bruise right now. Naruto smirked and jumped down onto the deck. Can you access chakra yet, Nojiko-chan? She shook her head in the negative. I can't feel anything, Naruto-kun. Are you sure that I even have it? Naruto nodded. Everyone has it. Just keep trying whenever you have the time. Even these guys can do it. He looked at Johnny and Yasaku. Come here, you guys. You're done for the day. The two yelled in victory and dropped to the ground and crawled over to Naruto and Nojiko, who let out a small laugh as they collapsed at their feet. Naruto crouched down and lifted their heads up. All right, this is important. I want you to wear these things everywhere you go, for everything you do. Johnny tried picking himself off of the ground, but Naruto Aniki, this is hard. I've never seen anyone train like this. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. Have you ever seen anyone that was actually strong train? How do you think Zoro got good? He just picked up 3 swords and started going nuts? No, he did retarded stuff like this that looks insane at first glance. Compared to the stuff I'm going to make you do soon, this is tame. Naruto thunked them both lightly on the head. Make everything an exercise. I only want you to take them off in one instance. The two had their eyes firmly locked on Naruto. The first time you two fight, I want you to take them off. Just to prove to you that I'm not blowing smoke when I make you do this stuff. You don't even tamper with these things until then. End flashback. Yasaku unsnapped the bands from his legs and arms and felt an absurd amount of pressure drop from his body. Did we kill the guy? No, he's still hiding behind the mast. Hey! Aim for the mast. XXX. Johnny saw the Marines on the other ship pointing their cannon at Yasaku, who was crouched behind the mast. Crap. He reached for his weights and unsnapped them, letting them drop onto the dock with a crack. Hold on, Yasaku, you idiot. Johnny pulled out his sword and jumped onto the Marine boat, overwhelming them at how fast he got in front of the cannon. He kicked it, touring it to the side in time for it to fire at the helm, destroying the method of steering the ship and disabling it. Johnny surprised himself at how hard he kicked the cannon, so much so that he didn't notice the Marines looking at him oddly. Who the hell are you? Another one of these weird guys, I assume. I'm that idiot's partner. Johnny pointed over at Naruto's ship with Yasaku taking off his weights, and as stupid as this is, I can't let you blow him up. So I have to have his back on this. Johnny saw them pull out rifles and take aim at him. Shit. Johnny evasively rolled out of the way and took off behind the mast. He waited for them to stop firing as he readied himself for a counterattack. Reload! Johnny rushed from behind the mast, kicking a barrel sitting on the deck at them to avert their attention, and knocked the rifles from their hands with a slash before whipping back around and taking them all out with a second-wide slash. Johnny stayed in a crouch, just taking in the moment. Did that really just happen? One of the Marines groaning in pain on the ground looked up at Johnny weakly. What crew out there has the ability to steal a Marine ship? And who paints it orange? Johnny was stunned by the question. That's a damn good question. Naruto Aniki never named us. XXX. Yasaku shut his eyes tightly and sprang from behind the mast ready to attack as the Marines were reloading. They abandoned trying to reload and attempted to use the bayonets on their rifles to stab and slash at him. Yasaku parried a thrust from one of the Marines and elbowed him in the face before he slashed at another, getting him right in the chest, eliminating him from the fight. The last Marine found time to reload and got off a shot at Yasaku, who saw it coming and shifted his body out of the way of the shell, shocking himself at how fast he was moving. Before the man had time to register the fact that he missed, Johnny had run past him, finishing him with a bypassing cut. Yasaku turned and saw that he had defeated all of the Marines aboard the ship. A grin started covering his face and he leapt in the air, whooping in victory. I won. I actually won. I can't believe this. I'll never badmouth Naruto Aniki's training again. This is awesome. Hey Yasaku. Yasaku ran over to the side of the ship to see Johnny doing the same from the Marine ship. Hey Johnny. Johnny had an identical grin on his face. Did you win too? Yasaku started laughing madly. It's never been that easy before. That was just after a week of training. Johnny thumbed his finger over his shoulder. Naruto Aniki said we didn't have any ammo or weapons, so I think we should raid their supply. I mean, they did try to take our ship. Yasaku slapped the side of the ship before jumping over and heading over to Johnny. Hell yeah. Now that's showing initiative. XXX. With Naruto and Nojiko. Naruto and Nojiko appeared in the middle of a crowd of people, dispersing them out of shock from seeing two people appear in a swirl of random leaves. Naruto saw Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro running away from the square towards the docks. Naruto had to blink. Did we just run into Luffy and your sister's crew again? What the hell? How did we catch up to them? Nojiko looked at the men of the Straw Hat crew run away. I don't know. Is your stolen Marine ship that much faster than theirs? It has to be because you left 2 days after they did. Nojiko gasped as she saw the amount of Marines chasing them. If they get back to the rest of the crew where Nami is dashed. Naruto groaned. Oh well, I guess things have been quiet enough. Come on, let's make sure your sister and her friends don't get arrested. Naruto picked up Nojiko piggyback style, ignoring her sound of surprise, and took off running along the rooftops of the city, keeping pace with Luffy's crew and the Marines. Nojiko cried out when it started downpouring randomly in the midst of the chase. Nojiko looked behind them and tapped Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto-kun, what is that? Naruto saw a mass of smoke moving towards Luffy, who had left Zoro behind to fight some girl with swords. The mass turned into a muscular white-haired man smoking 2 cigars at once. He wore a thick white and blue marine jacket with fur lining the neck, wrists, and hem in addition to brown leather gloves, blue jeans with a brown belt, and brown leather boots. He also had a jutty on his back. My name is Smoker, I am the captain of the Marine main base. I won't allow you to get out of here, Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker's arms turned to his namesake as he sent them out at Luffy, snatching him up into the air. Sanji tried kicking at the smoke to free his captain. What is this? However, his leg was caught just as easily when he kicked at Smoker's face. Don't mess with me, you weakling. How wait oh auto, white out. He covered Sanji in smoke and picked him up like Luffy. Luffy stretched his arm out and grabbed a hold of Sanji to try and pull him out. Smoker caught him and mashed Luffy's face into the ground. He attempted to pull the jutty from his back. Naruto, upon seeing this, was about to spring into action until a hand rested on Smoker's arm. I don't think so. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. Fast. Suddenly a massive storm came up, forcing Naruto to hold tight to Nojiko lest she get blown away like Smoker was. The storm was the opportunity for Luffy to reach his feet and escape with the rest of his crew. Naruto jumped to the ground as the mysterious man vanished. Who the hell was that guy? He's the strongest guy I've ever seen since I've shown up here. Where can I find more guys like that to fight? Nojiko hit him on the shoulder. You want to fight that guy? What's wrong with you? Guys as dangerous as Arlong aren't enough for you anymore. Naruto picked his ear. Nope, not really. Arlong was a jabroni, that guy's a champion. Naruto's eyes cut to the side. Speaking of jabronis. Naruto threw a kunai on the ground as a motorcycle stopped in front of it. Naruto stared at Smoker, who had come back from being blown away. Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin. Nojiko-chan, go with my clone back to the ship. Tell the others to get everything ready for us to leave, I might need to make a quick escape. Nojiko nodded nervously and grabbed the Kage Bunshin's hand. Be careful, Naruto-kun. Aren't I always? He gave her a wide grin. Now get on out of here. Nojiko gave him a hesitant smile and took off with the Kage Bunshin to the ship. Naruto's grin dropped as he turned back toward Smoker. So I assume you're here to keep chasing Luffy. I can't let you do that. You see, that strong guy showed his face to get him free, and I have to believe that someone that powerful doesn't just do random things for no good reason. That's not his style, so in order to meet this person that I can fight him, I'm going to have to stop you from pursuing Luffy. Smoker climbed off his bike, cigar smoke billowing from his mouth. The seed of war, Naruto Uzumaki, one of the youngest marine killing pirates in the entire world. Are you saying that you intend to pursue Monkey D. Dragon, the most dangerous man in the world? Dragon is the man's name. Good to know. Naruto snickered. Young? Yeah, sure, let's go with that. And Nezumi was a shitstain. Fuck that guy. I'm not a pirate just because I killed some crooked marine captain, but it doesn't matter at this point. Naruto dropped into a stance. If you want some, come get some. Smoker shot his arms out in smoke again in an effort to surround Naruto. The blonde was faster than the attack, however, as he evaded the shot and ended up in Smoker's face, hitting him with a series of rapid-fire punches. Naruto was noticeably irked as his fists went through, much like Sanji's had. Naruto avoided Smoker's counter of using his body to engulf Naruto's frame by flipping up one of the walls nearby. What the hell is that? Why can't I hit you? I know I hit harder than Sanji or Luffy can. Smoker's face appeared in the massive cloud of smoke that he became. This is a Logia-type Akuma no Mi. Anyone that uses these kinds cannot be harmed by most attacks other than their weaknesses. Now get ready to face the gallows that Straw Hat avoided earlier. Hawedo Supaku, White Spark. His massive smoke body charged at Naruto. Naruto rolled backwards in retreat. What the hell? Now I can't run or he'll follow me to the ship and then everyone else is screwed. He yelled at Smoker. Fuck off. You're really starting to piss me off now. The smoke overtook Naruto, who was trying to think of some way to get Smoker off of him so that he could leave, since any attack he could muster would just pass through him like smoke. That was it. Like smoke. He was smoke. Naruto quickly burst out of the smoke before Smoker could solidify it around him and retreated towards the ship a bit further. Smoker laughed as he chased Naruto towards the ocean. Just give up, Uzumaki. It'll be easier for both of us. Naruto looked behind him again. Yeah, actually it would be. Since I would just break out of wherever you would put me and be on my merry way, but I have people to take care of and you're in the way, so now it's time to remove you. Naruto pressed his hands into the horse seal and took a deep breath. Futon, Tatsumaki Sandan, wind release, twister shot. Naruto spat out a massive tornado that ripped up the streets and messed up houses and other nearby buildings. The tornado pulled Smoker's body into the forceful whirlwind. Naruto held fast to the ground with chakra as he watched his opponent get tossed about into the air. Naruto snickered as the attack cleared up. Later, Smoker. Feel free to find me again when you put yourself back together. Naruto ran off towards the ship. XXX. Nojiko had her hand over her face, shaking her head slowly. Naruto-kun is going to kill you too. You're both so stupid, I really underestimated how dumb you two were. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Never again. Johnny sat on the brand new cannons they had moved from the other ship onto theirs. Johnny was gleefully buffing the one he was sitting on. Why would he be mad? He already has a bounty, how the hell would he find himself any worse off now, and we have cannons and tons of ammo right now. Whoever's ship that was, they were loaded. Yasaku was busy hauling crates of bullets under the deck for storage, yeah, and we actually beat our opponents. With all that Naruto Aniki has done for us, getting him some firepower was the least we can do. After all, we are just his humble pupils. Naruto appeared on the deck in a burst of leaves with a mirthful look on his face. All right, today has been eventful. Let's get out of here before Smoker pulls himself back together and starts hunting me down. There are some seriously weird powers out there, I swear. Naruto looked at the 4 new cannons he had lining his deck, 2 on each side. Where did these come from? Nojiko pointed at a marine ship docked right next to theirs. Your humble students ripped them off as a thank you for your diligence in teaching them, she said in a stupid voice. Naruto stood still for a moment just staring at Nojiko, then at a grinning Johnny, then back and forth a few more times. He finally threw his hands up and walked towards the helm. I'm not even going to say anything. Johnny. Yasaku. Naruto called out as he started getting the boat out of the docks. Both men ran right up to Naruto's back, standing like new recruits. Yes, Naruto Aniki. Naruto's eye twitched as they still hadn't realized what they had done, however he still kept his back turned. Did you take off your weights to fight those marines on that ship? Both men grinned. Yeah, we did, but we put them right back on after we won. It's your winning training method after all. I see. Naruto nodded to himself and made a half-tiger seal. Weight increase. Both men dropped to the ground once again. Groaning as they found themselves unable to move from the deck, Yasaku had to ask, Naruto Aniki. Why? Naruto turned around slowly with a displeased look on his face. You two stole those cannons. I can understand kicking their asses because they were trying to take my ship, but you stole everything from them. What is the definition of a pirate? Johnny shakily tried to pull himself up. We don't know? Naruto made a hand sign and dropped them both to the ground again. Piracy is defined as any criminal act of violence, detention, or depredation committed for private ends by the crew or the passengers of a private ship that is directed against another ship, or against persons or property on board a ship. Do you know what that means? Both shook their heads from the ground and found Naruto's fists angrily bouncing off of their skulls. It means that you literally made me a pirate, for real. Both had huge bumps on their heads. Johnny looked up at the angry immortal. How much weight is this Aniki? Naruto turned back to the helm and kept steering the ship. Since you both got used to 100 pounds so quickly and because you pissed me off, you can now have fun learning how to walk with 200 pounds each. Enjoy. Something rolled from Johnny and Yasaku and hit the back of his foot. Naruto reached down and picked it up. It looked like a compass/watch of some sort. What the hell is this? Johnny finally pulled himself to his feet. It looks like some kind of funky compass Aniki. We took it because it looked cool. Nojiko walked up to Naruto and took it from his hands before strapping it on her wrist. You don't know what this is? All of the men shook their heads, forcing the girl to sigh. You're all so stupid, I swear. It's a log pose. You need one just to navigate the Grand Line because regular compasses don't work. After getting blank looks from everyone on board, she simply walked away below deck. Never mind, just go where I tell you to go when we get to the Grand Line. She disappeared, mumbling about stupid blade-swinging morons and cute blonde ignoramuses. XXX. Smoker finally got himself together and rushed toward the docks where Naruto had been heading, intent on pursuing either them or the Straw Hats, whoever he caught up with first. One was too dangerous because Dragon found it in his best interest to intervene to protect him. What could that mean? The other was too dangerous because, well, he just pissed Smoker off. He was also dangerous for real. Who spits out tornadoes in the middle of a city? Captain Smoker. Smoker found his Master Chief Petty Officer running near him. What are we going to do now? She had dark blue hair that went down to her neck, glasses, dark blue slacks, and a yellow shirt with pink flowers on it. Smoker reformed as they arrived at the docks. We're leaving to pursue them to Shiji. Both of them are going to the Grand Line, Monkey D. Luffy and Naruto Uzumaki. A marine ran off of the ship, but sir, you were supposed to remain stationed here. Smoker moved past him to board the ship. I will show them not to order me around. Come on, we're leaving. The same man pushed his fingers together. About that, sir. There's something you should know. Smoker stood on his ship with his mouth wide open in surprise. It was a wonder the cigars he had in there didn't fall out. What the hell happened to my ship? In addition to the unconscious marines strewn about, the helm was completely destroyed by cannon fire. And speaking of cannons, there weren't any. The marine that had tried to tell him came aboard. Sir, these two men came and attacked us when we were trying to take back a marine ship that had been stolen and refurbished. The two men beat all of us and wrecked our ship before stealing everything of value on board and dumping everyone on the ship. It just now left. Smoker almost bit through his cigars. This is just not my day. Who? I want to know who did it. They were two odd-looking guys with swords, but they kept screaming stuff about Naruto and Ikki. Apparently they call themselves the XXX. Foxhound Pirates? Naruto asked, looking at the rest of his crew strangely with squinted eyes. What is it with stupid names revolving around me? For the second time today I reiterate, was that the best you had? But it makes sense, Aniki. Yasaku tried to reason. Me and Johnny were bounty hunters that pursued our prey like hounds, and that's how loyal we are to you. Johnny pointed another point out, not to mention that you are the captain, and with those whisker marks on your face and the facial expressions you give off regularly you kind of reminded me of a fox. Naruto turned to look at him, still squinting. You see? Just like that, how can you not see that? Nojiko grabbed a hold of Naruto's face, studying it for a moment before breaking into a smile. Oh yeah. I totally see it now. Naruto grumbled under his breath childishly and walked up the mast to take a nap in the crow's nest. Stupid stigmas? Stupid foxes existing everywhere in the entire world. Even after several lifetimes I can't escape. XXX. 1 week later. What the fuck is that? Naruto asked, looking out the window of the common area as they came to a massive landmass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Nojiko held up a map. That's the red line, Naruto-kun. If you want to pass between the seas or head towards the Grand Line you have to get around it. Naruto stroked his chin. How do you get across? I mean, I could climb it, but that would leave the boat here as well as the rest of you. Nojiko gave him a dry look. You can climb it, Naruto-kun? Seriously? It's 10,000 meters up and over. How would you manage that? Naruto returned her look with one of his own and proceeded to walk up the mast of the ship and back down, stopping in front of her. Now picture that, just on that continent, and for way longer. Actually I would just run it so it might not be that long. Nojiko gasped. Naruto-kun, do you know what that means? If you're serious you can reach Mariehua, the holy government land. Naruto nodded. Good to know in case I ever want to burn it to the ground. Ignoring Nojiko's stunned look at his words he took the map from her. Now how do we get this boat onto the Grand Line? Nojiko shook off her bewildered look. We have to traverse Reverse Mountain. A place where all of the four oceans' waters meet and spill into the Grand Line. Naruto scratched his head. Man, the world has some messed up geography. How does everyone travel like this? There can only be so many people that are capable of anything even remotely similar to what we're about to do. There has to be another way. Nojiko frowned. There is, but now that you have a bounty of 55 million it's even more obscenely dangerous than it was in the first place. You have to get through one of the 3 gates of justice of the Marines. Each one leads directly to heavily fortified areas of power for the Marines. Naruto shrugged. We have a marine ship that apparently still looks enough like one to risk getting repossessed. I'm damn sure that there are some marine uniforms on this tub. Why not? It seems a hell of a lot easier than climbing a mountain. Or, and stay with me now because I know this will sound illogical, how about going south, which also seems like a much, much better way than climbing a mountain with a ship. Nojiko punched Naruto in the head. Are you really this worldly stupid or are you just a reckless bastard? If we get caught, maybe you could fight your way out, and I severely doubt that even you can, but the rest of us would be dead. Even if it did work, not only would it only work once, your bounty would have to triple because you made a damn fool of the Marines, getting past them like that. All ways are risky for different reasons. Reverse Mountain is the way everyone uses. Naruto and Ikki. Johnny ran inside. The ship has stopped, it's like the wind died or something. Nojiko scraped her nails on the table they were sitting by and ran outside. No, 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 no. Naruto and Johnny followed her outside to find her reasonably freaking out about something. Noji-chan, calm down and tell me, what's the matter? It can't be that bad. Nojiko turned to him, calm? Calm is what the problem is in the first place. We're in the calm belt, the stretch of ocean surrounding the Grand Line. Naruto smiled, see, I knew there was an easier way to get there than climbing a mountain. Nojiko didn't calm herself, no, this is different, it's not good at all. This place is the reason I didn't want to go south in the first place. The calm belt is swarming with sea kings. Naruto raised an eyebrow while Johnny paled, okay. What the hell is a sea king and why do I care? Johnny started moving towards the mast, trying to stay away from the edges of the ship. Sea kings are gigantic monsters way bigger than anything you'll see anywhere. They attack anything that comes near them mercilessly. Naruto shrugged, so? I'll just kill it. It can't be any tougher than a rampaging demon of myth, right? Nojiko just stared at him, I'm not even going to ask. But seriously, we need to get out of here. Or, Naruto started, we just need to hustle to the Grand Line. Once we get there everything should be cool, right? Johnny cupped his chin in his hand, well theoretically it should be. Right? I mean they do go other places, but for the most part they only stick around in the calm belt. Nojiko had anime tears coming from her eyes at this point, you're going to get us all killed. There's no wind here, there's no current, don't you remember? How do you think we're going to get anywhere without even any wind? We need to get this thing turned around and keep from heading south, we need to go north to Reverse Mountain, that's the way all pirates get to the Grand Line. Naruto picked at his ear, Marines don't do it. Nojiko blinked, huh? That's right? I've never heard of any Marine doing that to get to and from the Grand Line, or anywhere in general. Even though they have the gates of justice that can't account for everything, can it? I mean, Impel Down is in the middle of the calm belt, how the hell do they get anyone on or off that place? Yusaku came on deck yawning, hey guys, what's up? Naruto turned towards Yusaku and gestured for him to come over, we're trying to figure out how the hell the Marines can go everywhere in the entire world with all of the strange crap that act as natural barriers. Yusaku's eyebrows raised, why are you worried about that? Are we being chased or something? Nojiko shook her head, no, it's because we're in the calm belt. Oh no, we're still in the calm belt. She pointed at Naruto accusingly, stop distracting me by being so cute and inquisitive. We need to get out of here. Naruto raised his hands in defense. Yusaku just walked over to the training area and brandished his sword before beginning to go through his motions, oh that's it? We're fine. Nojiko snapped at Yusaku, how the hell are we fine? I may not be nearly as good at navigating as Nami is but I know that the calm belt is a death trap for most ships. Yusaku just kept practicing, yeah, most ships. This is a marine ship remember. Yusaku made a face while he was moving about, hey Naruto and Ikki can you increase my weights for me? Naruto nodded and did so, watching Yusaku buckle slightly before he continued to work out as Nojiko didn't understand what he was talking about, what do you mean this is a marine ship? Duh. Who cares? Yusaku was starting to get irritated, because marine ships have sea stone lining the bottoms so that sea kings can't sense them in the ocean water. That's why marine ships can go anywhere, why do you think they can get to Impel Down in one piece? That place is teeming with sea kings. Everyone else just stood silently while Yusaku eventually got tired of everyone staring at him, what? Johnny pointed at him, how do you know that? You don't know anything. Yusaku rolled his eyes, because when we stopped off to drop our bounties I didn't just stand there looking stupid while waiting in line, I actually listened to some of the stuff that the Marine guards would say. You'd be surprised how much that comes up, it's like every Marine worships seastone or something. Naruto rubbed his hands together in excitement, alright. Now that that little issue is resolved we still need to get out of here, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed 5 clones that jumped off of the back of the ship and ran out a decent distance on the water, give us a boost boys. The clones saluted him and made hand seals, Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. They caused a great gust of wind to fill the ship's sails and blow it along from its stationary position. Yada! Grand Line here we come. Naruto yelled into the distance at his waving clones, good going guys. The party of the Kage Bunshin was cut short when a massive pair of jaws emerged from the water, snatching them all up and devouring them. The entire crew, sans Naruto, watched with wide eyes as the creature dove back underneath the water. Naruto scratched his head, so that's a sea king huh? I can see why you were so concerned now. He said blankly, oh well, whatever. Let's go. He walked back to the helm, taking a shell-shocked Nojiko with him, I really need to learn how to navigate. We're all going to die. Why was coming out here supposed to be a good idea? She muttered to herself as Naruto led her away. Johnny's sunglasses were falling slightly off of his face, Yusaku. Yusaku's eyes were still bulging, yes Johnny. We're going to die out here aren't we? Naruto's voice was heard, Johnny. Since Yasaku took the initiative and asked for an increase in weights, you're getting it too. A glow of bands ended with Johnny crashing to the ground. Yasaku nodded in answer to Johnny's question, yes. Yes we are. The only question is, whether the Grand Line will do it, or will Naruto Aniki do it himself. Chapter 6, Famous for All the Wrong Reasons. Naruto looked over Nojiko's shoulder as she sat in the common area going over a map. He pointed at the log pose. That thing isn't pointing north, Noji-chan. Nojiko rolled her eyes while keeping them on the map in front of her. I know, Naruto-kun. Normal compasses don't work on the Grand Line. Something about this place has messed up magnetic fields, so your regular everyday compass is useless here. That's why the log pose is important. Naruto nodded in understanding. Okay, so if this is what we need to navigate, then why the hell is it going all haywire like that? Because right now it's acting just like my regular compass. Is it broken? Nojiko frowned. How were you planning on captaining this ship if you don't know this stuff, Naruto-kun? Naruto shrugged and she pulled him down to sit next to her. Listen up. The log pose needs to lock on to a specific island's magnetic signature. From that point it won't reset until we reach that island and stay there for a while. It resets 7 times and then always points at the final destination on the Grand Line, Raftel. Naruto smirked. Well, it's a good thing that we can get on and off the Grand Line whenever the hell we want, isn't it? Man, taking this ship was an awesome investment. Nojiko smiled and nodded. Yep, even though you did it by accident, you've really gotten us a boon here, Naruto-kun. We can do all kinds of things with this ship that other pirates can't do. Naruto's smirk fell. So you're calling us pirates now too? We haven't even done anything piratey. Yeah, Johnny and Yasaku did, but they're idiots. I don't even think they know that I've been increasing their weights slightly every other night. Nojiko looked at him in shock. You've been what? Naruto grinned. Yep. Every other night I increase their weights by 2 pounds, even if I end up giving them a massive increase the next day. I can't believe they can't tell, but I guess being as tired and sore as they probably are all of the time, they can't feel much difference when they wake up in the morning. He looked at the map. So where are we anyway? Nojiko returned focus to the map and placed her finger on the blue line leading east to west through the middle of the map. We're somewhere in here, fairly close to Reverse Mountain in the Paradise part of the Grand Line. Naruto gave her a questioning look. Paradise? You call a place with giant sea creatures capable of smashing our ship by accident paradise? Nojiko thunked him lightly on the head. Listen please. Paradise is what they call the part of the Grand Line that spans from the start point of Reverse Mountain to the Red Line on the adjacent side of the world. Once you pass that point, it's the New World, the part that's barely mapped out at all. It's super dangerous. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How the hell are we going to cross the Red Line once we get that far? I guess I could drag the ship up the side and over. We could cross it that way. Nojiko panicked. No. We need permission from Mariewa to do something like that. Naruto scoffed. Again with that Mariewa place. Fuck them. They can't tell me where to go or what to do. I'm not a citizen of the stupid world government. I've told you once and I'll tell you again, Noji-chan. I do what I want because I've yet to come face to face with anyone that can stop me. When I actually do meet someone that might be able to kill me, I'll probably start watching my back, but until that point in time I will be reckless and immature. Nojiko eyed him. Why? Naruto smirked. Because I'm bored. I thought we've been through this. A sigh came from the girl's lips. You know, sometimes you seem really smart, like the 2 times back on Kami Island and in Logetown, and even the first time you started training Johnny and Yasaku, and then most of the time you're like this. Naruto wrapped an arm around Nojiko's shoulder. Do you know why? Nojiko shook her head, fighting to keep a blush down. Because being smart is boring. Being able to plan things out and seeing everything coming as it happens is boring as all hell. I used to hear people say that it's a virtue, not when you hate doing nothing. Do I realize that this was a bad idea to go to the Grand Line with no real crew and not a single idea as to what I'm doing here? Of course I do, but once again, I don't care. Nojiko pulled his arm from around her. I don't think I have to tell you that's a terrible way of thinking, Naruto-kun. Naruto stood up and shrugged. Maybe so, but the thing is, I've lived a specific lifestyle since I was a kid, and that lifestyle revolved around combat and misadventures. My developmental years were spent training to fight, fighting, or going places, where I inevitably ended up getting into fights. Do you see my point now? Yes, I guess. Nojiko said, so your nickname on the wanted poster isn't inappropriate at all. That's kind of sad come to think of it. So you grew up pretty much fighting? Naruto scratched his head. Well, I didn't really start fighting until I was 12, but I had been training to do it for about half a dozen years before that. He looked at the table she was seated at and made to change the subject before he said too much. So for someone that isn't very good at this navigating thing, you're sure getting us where we need to go. Nojiko looked down at the table. It was full of maps that she had joined together at their edges to make a bigger scene of things to work with. She smiled up at him. Well, I never said I was bad. If I was, I never would have tried. I'm just not nearly as good as Nami. That girl can navigate using just one of these, sometimes none at all. All she really needed when she was stealing for Arlong was a compass and a general direction. Sometimes she would come back with fully filled out maps that she made herself. Nojiko laughed to herself at the thought. She gestured to table filled edge to edge with all kinds of maps and estimations of potential stop points. She even accounted for them needing to get off of the Grand Line at certain points. Me, however, I need all of this here to get us anywhere. Naruto grinned. I'm going to get you some big, ornate piece of crap to place all of this on proper. You know, something that shows how absurdly important this all is. Nojiko smiled at him and pulled on his cheek. Just let me figure out where we're going first for now. I'll tell you when the log pose gives me our first destination, okay? Naruto gave her a playful salute. Sure thing, Noji-chan. I'll come back later so you don't get lonely. With that, he left the common area and headed outside where Johnny and Yasaku were sparring. The two were jumping all about the ship, clashing bakken against one another. Naruto had to admit, they had gotten far more agile than when he first placed the weights on them. Instead of fighting and retreating all the way up the steps as they would be prone to doing when they first started training on his watch, they were now jumping between levels instead of running up the stairs. Naruto would have called them show-offs when he saw them both standing on the banister between the upper and lower level, but admittedly he probably would have done the same damn thing in their case. On this day he had decreased their weights enough so that they could fight each other well enough to start working on skill instead of just fighting to move about. They were fast enough for the time being. It was best to let them get used to their top speed and how they would move without being weighed down. He watched them gain their balance before attempting to charge one another, while standing on the railing. Not a particularly good idea since they both slipped and, smashed their grapes on the wood. Naruto had to hold on to something to keep from collapsing in laughter as he watched them both drop to the lower level on their heads holding their junk. Johnny groaned in pain and kicked at Yasaku, who was mirroring his actions. Why did you convince me that doing that was a good idea? Yasaku kicked him back and pulled himself away while still holding on to himself. Naruto Aniki does stuff that makes that look as easy as walking down the street. If he can do it, then we can too. Excuse me for trying to make us better than we already are. Johnny pulled himself to his feet with the use of a wall. Naruto Aniki also uses that chakra stuff. He can stick to stuff. Meanwhile, we are on a moving ship. That was a terrible idea. How the hell did I let you talk me into trying that? Naruto pulled himself up and wiped a tear from his eye. That was absolutely classic. Hey, you guys shouldn't try to learn how to fight like me. Nobody fights like me. You should find your own way to do it, not just trying to copy someone. They both looked at each other and then at Naruto. How? They both asked at the same time. Naruto walked away, heading back inside the ship. Figure it out. You two are both two halves of the same brain. Johnny and Yasaku simply looked at each other with confused expressions as Naruto's footsteps sounded out across the wooden surface. XXX. Nojiko sighed with her cheeks in her hands and glared at the log pose that was still going haywire on her wrist, point somewhere already. Her boredom was broken when she saw Naruto carrying a crate of stuff up from the hold. She saw him go back and forth 3 times, carrying more crates and then an armful of bundled items. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Naruto looked over at her and blinked. Are you busy? Nojiko shook her head. There's not much I can do until I know where the log pose wants us to go first. Naruto smiled. Excellent. He formed a seal-less Kage Bunshin and handed the stuff off to it before grabbing Nojiko by her hand and pulling her outside. Come on, let's get started while we have the chance. Nojiko was confused. Started with what? What are you doing, Naruto-kun? He smirked back at her. Well, I've been racking my brain trying to come up with something for you to do, and I have to say, I'm a complete idiot. Nojiko gave him a dry look. I could have told you that myself from personal experience. Naruto fake laughed. Whatever. The problem was, I was trying to think of something out of left field for you to use. Some kind of absurd weapon that I had no idea how I was even going to get you in the first place, and then it hit me. There was no need to get so intricate and complicated with it, especially since the main goal of me getting you a weapon was simply defending yourself. And we have tons of the simplest/deadliest things here for you to use. He reached into the wrapped bundles and pulled out a flintlock pistol, placing it into her delicate hands. She looked at it with wide eyes and then up to him. A gun? You're going to give me a gun? Naruto shook his head. Not a gun, Noji-chan. He pulled the cover off of the things he had brought up. Guns. He walked over and pried open a crate. Johnny and Yasaku did do something right by dragging all of this crap onto our ship. Do you think you stole enough ammunition though? Seriously, I could make 100 Kage Bunshin, arm them to the teeth, and have them get into a 2-day wasteful shootout with each other and still have enough here to teach Noji-chan how to shoot. The two swordsmen just grinned. Now I'll never pick one of these damn things up. I like punching people in the face too much to use guns, but you can learn how to use these. I know enough from my time on a merchant ship that got me to the East Blue in the first place to teach you how to use them better. Nojiko held the pistol in her hands. Why a gun? Naruto shrugged. You don't seem to be the type to pick up knife fighting, so teaching you how to do that seemed out. Besides, the very first thing you did when we met was shove a pistol in my face, so you're not unfamiliar with them. Nojiko kneeled down to look at what Naruto had on hand as far as firearms went. Well, in that case, the first thing you did when we first met was stare at my chest. So what does that say about you? Naruto chuckled. Well, what I think it says about you is that you have a nice rack, and that your tattoo attracts attention to them. Speaking of which, you bending down to check those guns like that is giving me prime view of your cleavage. As if you didn't want me to look, tease. Pervert. Nojiko got a tick mark on her head and pointed the pistol at Naruto and pulled the trigger, getting an empty click sound for her trouble. Naruto smirked and revealed what was in the crate he opened. Cases of ammunition and powder. Did you really think I would give you a loaded gun and then say something so stupid? I'm wiser than that, Noji-chan. He finished with his eyes closed, right before getting cracked over the head with the butt of the pistol. Ow. Shit. Johnny and Yasaku snickered from their place near the wheel. Naruto and Ikki just got clocked. Nojiko held the gun by its muzzle, glaring at Naruto, who was holding his head with tears in his eyes. We didn't have many bullets for me to use because of Arlong's whole no stockpiling weapons thing. I never fired it before. Naruto rubbed the bump on his head and pointed at all of the things out on the tarp he brought up to the deck. All of this stuff has uses. We have extras of most of them thanks to our friends with sticky fingers. He said while pointing up at a waving Johnny and Yasaku flintlock pistol. He started to say as he positioned himself behind Nojiko, taking her hands into the proper firing position. This is how you aim as a beginner. When you're good you'll only need one hand to hit stuff while in full movement, but for now you aim like this until it becomes clockwork for you to shoot the bullseye of a moving target. Nojiko nodded, blushing the entire time as Naruto guided her movements from behind her. Thinking she had a shot, she pulled the trigger just to get another click. She looked back at Naruto questioningly. Naruto let go of her and moved over to one of the crates to grab a box of bullets and powder. We didn't load it yet, Noji-chan. I just wanted you to get used to the feeling of holding it and aiming it. He took the gun from her and dropped some powder into the gun before placing 3 bullets inside. These aren't the super cheap ones like the one you tried to use on me. It can hold 3 shots each, then you need to reload. You also need to work on your reload time. I'll come up with a way for you to practice that without wasting stuff. You should always have at least 2 on you, since reloading in the middle of a fight is a terrible idea, especially since you don't know how to do it right yet. He handed the gun back to her. Now hit the target over there. I usually use it to practice with kunai and shuriken, but I'm as good as I'm going to get with those. Consider these bullseyes yours to practice on. Nojiko nodded and took up the stance that Naruto first placed her in. Her first shot recoiled, making her stumble, and she missed the target altogether. Damn it. Naruto steadied her. That's okay. Every gun has some kind of kick to it. And you'll be learning how to use all of these. He kneeled down and pointed to each one. Rifle, for long range. It's extremely accurate, but you have to reload after every shot, so only use it when you are far enough to hit something without being left a sitting duck when or if you miss. He pointed at another, shotgun, for super close range. This requires a whole different kind of shot that I didn't bring up here. Use it when you're surrounded or about to fight multiple opponents at once. It has 2 shots and then you reload. He looked up at her and tapped the pistol in her hand. That should be your go-to weapon at all times and the thing that you end up being best with, since it's basically multipurpose, and if you end up fighting, chances are the fight will start with whoever your opponent is too close for proper rifle work and too far for your shotgun to be effective. Nojiko nodded and then pointed at some round things with fuses on the ends. What are these then, Naruto-kun? Naruto shrugged and picked one up. I have no clue. No one ever went over these with me. I guess they're like some kind of marine-only weapons. I wonder what they do. Naruto lit one and watched as the fuse slowly started burning down. Johnny started sweating. Naruto and Ikki, only cannons have wicks like that. I think you should get rid of that thing, now. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh shit, Noji-chan, get down. Nojiko did as instructed while Naruto threw the ball as high and as hard as he could. 1 second after it left his hands, it went up in a fiery explosion. The entire crew watched the scene wide-eyed until a grin slowly spread across Nojiko's face as she picked up another one. I think I like these. She fished in her pockets for a match before Naruto snatched it from her hands. Naruto-kun. Naruto placed it back on the tarp with a sweat drop on his head. Okay. Now that we know what that does, let's keep that far away from anyone with ideas to use anymore on my ship. I just stole Dash. I mean commandeered this thing, I'll be damned if I watch it get blown to bits by a mini cannonball. He looked at the explosive orbs wearily. Cammy, those things are like explosive tags. After taking a moment to get her over pouting about not being able to use the explosives, even after hearing Naruto say that they had a ton of them in storage, Naruto proceeded to teach Nojiko how to hold all of the guns and fire them. Soon thereafter she forgot she was supposed to be bored waiting for the log pose to lock onto something as she immersed herself into practicing with her new weapons. It brought a smile to Naruto's face seeing how interested she was in guns after just using them once. XXX. 5 days later. What do you mean we have to stop? Nojiko asked as she held her rifle at the ready while Naruto had a frisbee-like disc in his hand, motioning it as if he were to throw it. They were both at the back of the ship, standing on the back upper level, facing the ocean. Naruto wound up repeatedly with the disc, waiting on Nojiko's cue. Well, I have to get the Bonehead brothers decent swords. The crappy ones they have will break the second they fight anyone with an adequate piece of hardware. Zoro could cut right through them right now if they were to fight today, and if they want to be as good as he is one day they need something better. Pull. Nojiko said as Naruto let fly with the disc. She waited until it flew far enough for her to get a good challenge from shooting at it before pulling the trigger. With a crack of her rifle the plate broke in midair, bringing a smile to her lips. I see your point, but the log pose still hasn't given us a reading yet. Naruto scoffed, and going to some random island to see if they have a good smithy or something is really going to stunt our already defective log pose? Besides, I need someone to make me more kunai and shuriken, as well as a few more other nasty little toys that you guys seemingly don't seem to sell outside of the elemental nations. He picked up another disc and held it at the ready. You're getting good with that thing, Noji-chan. How's it going with the pistol? You good enough for me to start teaching you how to fight on the move? Nojiko shook her head and put her eye back to the crosshairs. No. How are you going to do that anyway? Pull. Naruto tossed the disc. Oh, well, you're going to try to shoot me while I simultaneously throw sharp, pointy objects at you. Nojiko flinched at the thought and pulled the trigger. Naruto smirked at her when she turned around to stare at him. You missed, Noji-chan. Nojiko tried to stammer an argument at him about how that was just a downright horrible idea all around. Why would you do that? One of us could dash. No, we'll get very hurt. For 2 reasons. 1, the second you hit me, anywhere, you're ready for just about anyone you might end up having to fight. 2, because you have to learn how to fire under pressure and while you're in pain in addition to learning how to simply dodge. Naruto just placed a hand on her shoulder before walking away. You'll be a sniper in no time with what I'm going to make you do. He turned one more time and winked at her before leaving. You really didn't think that I wasn't going to have some kind of painfully absurd/effective training program for you two, did you? Nojiko just drooped her shoulders pitifully and walked back inside the ship with her rifle in hand. XXX. Naruto-kun/Aniki. The sounds of his 3 crew members down below forced Naruto awake from his spot in the crow's nest. He pulled himself to the edge and looked down below. What? He yelled to them. Nojiko pointed off in the direction the ship was going in. Naruto looked and smiled at the sight of an island. Fantastic. We've finally got somewhere to stop for a bit. No. Nojiko yelled up to him, holding binoculars in her hand. Look closer. Naruto turned back towards the island and squinted. Shit. Naruto saw a marine ship docked in port. He immediately jumped down from the crow's nest, landing in a crouch in front of everyone else, scaring them from the height of his fall. Nojiko pointed at him admonishingly. Don't do that. Naruto stood up straight as Johnny walked up to him. So what are we going to do, Aniki? Avoid the island altogether? Naruto shook his head, like I'm going to let one marine ship tell me what to do. Tajuo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto made 20 clones, all of you. Man the ship and keep it out of sight. When I need you to pull it around I'll make and dispel a clone, telling you to do so. You signal me by dispelling one of yourselves. We're going ashore. Nojiko looked at him oddly. How are going Asho Dash? Was the last thing she said before she, along with Johnny and Yasaku, were picked up by the powerful blonde before he jumped over the side of the ship and sprinted atop the water towards the island. Naruto jumped onto the pier and dropped them all before he noticed that the eyes of the roughly 12 people were staring at him in awe. Naruto grinned widely and waved. Howdy. Would anyone mind telling me where we are? One old man spoke up to answer him. You're on Starter Island, lad. Naruto bowed thankfully to the old man. Thanks a lot, Aji-san. He looked down at his crew who were all disoriented from moving so fast across the water. Come on you guys, get up. We need to get our stuff. Nojiko stood up first and dusted herself off. How exactly are we going to pay for anything while we're here? None of us have any real amount of money. Johnny and Yasaku pulled out their empty pockets, nodding in agreement. Naruto pulled out a scroll. Just because all of you are obscenely broke doesn't mean I am. I was with Nami when she last ripped someone off and she stole a massive amount. Enough for me to get a nice little slice for myself. Nojiko moved closer to him with her eyes locked on his storage scroll. How much money exactly are we talking about here, Naruto-kun? Naruto shrugged. Let's see, Nami-chan stole 5 million belly and I got a good chunk of all of the stuff she couldn't carry with her. Not to mention the stuff that she made Luffy carry when he left it with the people of Orange Town. I kept a sack of that for myself. He counted on his fingers. I say I have at least 2 million belly worth of stuff. I know I have about 500,000 in greenbacks. He looked up from his hands to see Nojiko's eyes shining. What? Nojiko placed a death grip on his arm. We're going clothes shopping, now. She finished as if daring him to say no. Naruto blinked at her before turning to Johnny and Yasaku. Well guys, it looks like we're going clothes shopping. Nojiko dragged Naruto off in a trail of dust. Don't do anything stupid and I'll find you guys when we're done. Naruto yelled as his voice trailed off. The two swordsmen looked at each other and shrugged before walking off to find something to do. In the shadows of a building overlooking the pier, a sharp canine grin cut through the darkness. Well, what have we here? This is the biggest bounty to float through here in quite a while. The Seed of War, huh? Sounds interesting. XXX. With Naruto and Nojiko. Naruto sat in a clothing store while Nojiko tried things on. They had been there for the last hour with Nojiko trying on pretty much everything she thought that Naruto could afford, which with 500,000 belly was a lot of stuff. Naruto sat tapping his finger on the arm of a chair as Nojiko stood in her changing room. You know, Noji-chan, if you're going to make me sit here and give you opinions on stuff, you could at least make it fun for me and maybe parade around here in some lingerie. That would be awesome. Nojiko grumbled from behind the door, bringing a smirk to Naruto's face. Left your guns on the ship, didn't you? Naruto chuckled to himself. So do you need me to come in there and help you out? I have something of a magic touch in case you didn't know. Instead of responding, Nojiko came from the changing room wearing tan shorts that came to her thighs and fit tightly. She had on a sleeveless blue V-cut shirt that was ruffled around the collar and very generous with the amount of chest shown it cut off around her stomach. So what do you think, Naruto-kun? Naruto nodded fervently. Along with the majority of the stuff you try on, I like it. However, I still request the parading around in lingerie for Naruto's amusement suggestion from earlier. Something that we can all enjoy. XXX. With Johnny and Yasaku. Johnny led Yasaku through the town as they waited for Naruto to return from whatever it was he was doing. Yasaku sighed. Why does Naruto and Ikki always go off with Nojiko whenever we stop somewhere? Do you think it's us? Johnny simply looked back at him with an incredulous look on his face. It would have been far clearer to tell if he wasn't wearing sunglasses. You are so goddamn stupid it's absurd. If you don't get it then I'm not going to bother explaining it to you. Yasaku stared at him in a lost fashion. Yeah, what are you talking about here? Johnny shook his head. Unlike you, Naruto and Ikki isn't as close to his right hand as you are, hence why he hangs out with Nojiko. It's pretty simple. Do you understand that? Please tell me you do, because I truly fear to let you procreate if you don't. Future generations don't deserve the fate of having to deal with your ass-backwards offspring. Yasaku stared at him blankly. What? Johnny just sighed and patted Yasaku on the head. Just stand there with your hand on your sword handle and look menacing, okay? Good boy. You guys are obviously the dumb muscle. They both looked at the source of the voice speaking to them to see a man crouched on the rooftop right by them. A man wearing a sleeveless dark gray shirt, black pants and black shoes had a smirk on his face as he looked down at them. He was a rather young bald man with pointed ears. He had a light tan and an odd red tribal marking that spanned his entire left arm and went up his face as well. From there they were able to see that he had ears that were somewhat pointed. Yasaku had his hand on his sword. Who the hell are you? The man grinned and showed off sharpened canines. Me? Well, you can just call me Soren. Your friendly, neighborhood bounty hunter. And you two came into town with the biggest bounty I've seen come around here in a while. Johnny now had his hand on his sword as well. If you want Naruto and Ikki you'll have to get to him over our dead bodies. The grin that appeared on Soren's face cleared the streets of everyone else around as they fled indoors. Oh, you say that like it can't be easily arranged. Johnny and Yasaku drew their swords and launched themselves at Soren from the ground, thanking Naruto mentally for keeping their weights low enough to move. They both slashed at the man who dodged, leaving them swinging at a chimney, cleaving it apart. You're pretty fast for entry-level goons. Soren said from the position formerly occupied by the two swordsmen. Better than most of the cronies I end up having to deal with, that's for sure. Yasaku launched himself from the roof. Stop talking. He missed his falling slash and cut at Soren rapidly. We are not goons. Naruto Aniki believes in us and we won't let an asshole like you kill him just because you want a payday. Soren smirked as he dodged the blade strikes. He's got you brainwashed, huh? I've seen your type before. You think you're important, but the way you fight I don't see it. You're cannon fodder as far as you boss is concerned. Trust me, you were better off just staying wherever he picked you up from. Yusaku kept swinging away like a berserker. Just one hit would shut this guy up. Naruto believed in them, he knew he did. There was no other explanation for why he brought them along, he was strong enough on his own that he didn't need people to fight for him. A swing got annoyingly close to Soren, getting a frown from him. Yeah, I'm tired of that thing. He hawked a loogie that hit Yusaku's sword near its guard. The man watched in horror as the blade began to melt in front of his eyes right at the base. Yusaku dropped the sword, or what was left of it, as the guard started melting down to the handle. Soren smirked at the look on Yusaku's face. You like that? He had to divert his attention to Johnny, who attempted an attack from the rear. Ibi no tsum, rot claws. A green glow lined Soren's fingernails and swung at Johnny, who attempted a slash. The two attacks clashed against one another with Soren pushing him back. Soren smirked at the look on Yusaku's face. You like that? He had to divert his attention to Johnny, who attempted an attack from the rear. Ibi no tsum, rot claws. A green glow lined Soren's fingernails and swung at Johnny, who attempted a slash. The two attacks clashed against one another with Soren pushing him back. Johnny got his footing back but watched his sword break apart in front of his eyes, much like Yusaku's did. Before he could even speak, a fist was buried deep into his body. Johnny gasped for air with the enemy fist driven into his sternum. You know I'm trying to cut back on killing cronies, so why don't you just take a little nap for a while so I can get your captain out here for a fight? Yusaku dropped to his knees as he saw Johnny crumple to the ground in a heap. Why are you doing this? And why are you letting us live? Soren glanced back at him before walking away. I want your boss's bounty. There's no need for me to kill you when I've already beaten you so easily. Take my advice, get out of the Grand Line now. Get out any way you can, you'll both only get killed if you go any further than this. You're lucky this is the first island in paradise, damn lucky. With that he leapt back to the rooftops and disappeared. Yusaku looked at his destroyed sword and his unconscious friend as he clenched his fists. Even after all we've done, we're still so weak. Why does Naruto Aniki keep us around when all we do is require rescuing? XXX. With Naruto and Nojiko. Naruto walked out of a weapons store with a smile on his face and two wrapped bundles in his arms. These should be way better than those flimsy starter swords that they've been lugging around. Nojiko had a smile on her face as she followed him down the street with bags of her own purchases in her arms. You've spent a lot of money today, Naruto-kun. First on me, now on the boys. Why so loose with your wallet today? Naruto grinned at her. Do I need a reason to spoil you, Noji-chan? A pretty girl like you should be used to getting gifts from guys like me. Nojiko blushed and laughed slightly. Ha ha. I was never that into fooling men with my feminine wiles like my sister. I'm afraid I'm somewhat out of practice on that front. Although as long as you're being so generous I guess I'll have to take advantage of that, won't I? She gave him a playful shove and winked at him. Yes. I'm a regular philanthropist. And yes, I do know what that word means before you insult my intelligence again. Naruto said as he continued walking with Nojiko down the street. What do you think the Marines are doing here anyway? You think we're near a base? It's possible. She said, putting a cute look of contemplation on her face, but I haven't even seen any in town since we got here. What could they be doing here? They haven't even acknowledged your presence yet. Naruto shrugged. I haven't done anything yet. They can't find me if I didn't even do anything to alert them to my presence in the first place. Whatever they're here for, it's not my problem, thus by proxy it isn't your problem either, therefore there's no need to worry your pretty little head over it. Besides, escape is just a sprint across the water away. Nojiko looked around the village for another place to stop at. You take things way too lightly, Naruto-kun. Doesn't anything ever make you get serious? Naruto gave her a humorless look. You've already seen what makes me get serious. When I get serious, bad things happen to people and massive amounts of property damage ensue. Nojiko remembered, like with Arlong. Naruto nodded. I wasn't even that serious with Arlong, because like I said, I could have killed him anytime I wanted. By the time he actually gave me a good enough excuse to ignore you and Nami-chan telling me not to do it, I had already run the scenario through my head about a dozen times. The worst combination of things possible is me being serious against someone that can actually fight back once I do. He then turned a 180 with his attitude. Hopefully you never have to see that though. Nojiko gave him an odd look. Is it really that bad? Naruto didn't look at her this time. You know how I made that tornado back in Logetown to get rid of that smoker guy? She nodded. That was me still messing around. Naruto's danger senses went off, warning him of impending aggression towards his person before he picked Nojiko up into his arms and jumped out of the way of green balls of liquid that came at him from nowhere. Naruto turned around and kept his eyes peeled for a sign of his attacker, gritting his teeth at the realization that Nojiko was with him. What a time to not bring any guns with you, sweetheart. Naruto handed the things he had bought over to her. Get somewhere out of sight until I handle this. The blue-haired girl hid at the base of a nearby alleyway, keeping her eyes open for anything that might have launched the attack. Well, the guy has such a pretty girl traveling with him too? What a lucky man. Nojiko's eyes widened as the voice came from behind her. She whipped around only to stare into the empty alleyway. What are you looking at, gorgeous? Came the same voice from right behind her once more. She could feel the grin on the man's face. Naruto was right, she really needed to start carrying her guns with her when they went ashore. Bad idea. Naruto dropped an axe kick where the man had once been standing, cracking the ground and leaving a heel-sized crater. This was a feint to get him away from Nojiko so he could keep her safe. The man sprang and flipped into the open street where Naruto could clearly see him now. Who the hell are you? A grin from him showed off sharp canines. Your other crewmates asked me that same thing before I kicked their asses earlier. I didn't kill them if you're worried about that. I'm here for the big fish, Mr. Seed of War, or should I say Naruto Uzumaki. He gave Naruto a mocking bow. My name is Soren, at your service. Naruto placed himself in front of Nojiko protectively. How wonderful for you. Now what the hell do you want with us? Soren pulled out a canteen and took a long drink. With the lady? Nothing. I'm here for you and your obscenely high bounty. I've been hanging around this island for quite a few months now, and I have to say, you're the biggest potential reward I've seen come through here ever. There's probably a good reason for that, you know. Naruto said as he took in the man's appearance. Soren chuckled. Oh, I'm sure of it actually. But like I said, I really don't have any issues with your honey behind you, so you can just tell her to get out of here while the big boys settle up. Naruto looked back at Nojiko and motioned his head, telling her to get out of there. She gave him pleading eyes to let her stay, but the stern look on his face told her that arguing would do no good in this case. With one last look at Soren, who actually waved goodbye to her, she took off away from the area. Naruto kept his eyes on Nojiko to make sure she made it away with no shenanigans before moving his eyes back onto Soren. And here I was expecting you to attack me while my eyes were off of you. You really let me down on that one. You didn't even go after Noji-chan and leave yourself a sitting duck. Not the usual bad guy type, are you? Soren shook his head. No, you dodged my first attack. You're the first one to do that in quite a while. It's a good thing for you that you did too, he said while pointing at the spot where he had hit with the balls of sickly green liquid. The ground had been eaten away at, as if by acid. Soren cracked his neck audibly and dropped into a tiger stance. No, since you dodged it and blew my cover of surprise, I figured I would just come on out and fight you myself. No need to prolong the game of cat and mouse that was already over. And about your girl, I said that I didn't have any problems with her. It's you that I'm here for? Naruto set himself into a ready stance. Well then, come and get me, Mr. Bounty Hunter. Soren rushed Naruto with his fingernails glowing green once more and took a swing at him. Naruto drew a kunai and moved in to clash with him before he got a nasty surprise by way of Soren cutting right through his weapon. A wide-eyed Naruto jumped backwards, avoiding Soren's follow-up. Okay, that's not good at all. You don't even know the half of it. Soren said as he took a deep breath. Ibi no kiri, rot fog. Soren exhaled and released a green mist that came at Naruto rapidly. Seeing that nothing good would come from being caught in it, the blonde leapt to the rooftops, but not before hearing something hissing. As he looked down, he saw his sage coat melting at the bottom. Naruto cursed audibly. God damn it. Shima is going to beat my ass when I tell her I messed this thing up again. A stupid jacket is the least of your worries right now, Uzumaki. Soren yelled as he jumped from the acid mist onto the same rooftop with his glowing claws once more. Naruto began ducking out of the way of Soren's slashes after seeing what they could do to a metal blade. In the midst of his evasive movements, Naruto flashed out a jab that caught Soren right in the face, disorienting him enough for Naruto to get away and make a few hand seals. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. The wind attack wasn't aimed at Soren, but at the mist that was hanging in the streets, as he blew it away and jumped right back down there. Naruto noticed how the acid had eaten away at the buildings, chipped siding and crumbling brick surfaces. Soren looked down from the rooftop on Naruto, dabbing at his nose which had some blood leaking from it. That was a lucky shot, Uzumaki. You're lucky that I wasn't ready for you to hit me back, or you'd be pretty bad off right now. Naruto looked around. Who randomly shoots acid everywhere? You don't do things like that with powers so dangerous. What if you hit somebody or something? Soren rolled his eyes. I was trying to hit you, duh. It's the Ibi no me, rot fruit, dude. I would probably hurt you just from touching you. Naruto pointed at him lamely, I just punched you in the face and I'm fine. Soren got a tick mark on his head, I didn't have my defense active you ass. He pulled out a random capsule of yellow liquid and quickly downed it before throwing it away, I know better now. Naruto pointed, what was that? What was what? Soren asked, playing off the utterly random thing he just did. Naruto motioned to the direction he threw the capsule in, that. What the hell did you just drink? We're fighting and you're taking portable shots? That's not cool. Soren frowned, it's complicated okay. I don't see why you care so much, I'm about to kick your ass and get your bounty. You've got more important things to worry about right now. Soren grabbed his forearm as his entire hand started to glow green. Naruto's eye twitched, I don't like the way that looks. You're going to like the way it feels even less. Soren rushed down the side of the building to pick up more speed as he launched himself at Naruto faster than anyone else he had fought to date, Ibi no deba, rot knife. Naruto moved his head out of the way of Soren as he thrusted his hand straight out, sending it right through the wall that Naruto was standing by. Upon contact, the wall quickly corroded, starting from the point where Soren drove his hand through. Naruto, seeing a counter, shot out another punch that hit Soren in the face again, sending him flying down the road, although all wasn't well for him after he made contact. Naruto clutched his fist and started growling in pain as he saw his skin start to burn. What just happened? Soren chuckled and stood up as he rubbed his orbital bone where Naruto had hit him. Good shot, but I see you got a little taste of my eye acid. Naruto went back and forth between staring at his fist where skin was starting to flake off and Soren, who had one teardrop going down his face. Gah! Who squirts acid out of their eye? He asked angrily and in pain. Soren smirked, it's my fruit's power. I can produce powerful acid from my body. Even my fluids, such as my saliva, sweat, or tears can be a corrosive acid as you can plainly see. Soren paused to pull a canteen from his waist to take a sip. Naruto gritted his teeth as his healing factor was just as quick acting as Soren's acid. Stop drinking stuff while we're fighting already. Soren snapped back, you don't tell me what to do asshole. He puffed out his cheeks, Iba no Danmaku, rot barrage. He started shooting rapid-fire loogies at Naruto that looked like the first attacks that he dodged when the fight began. Naruto jumped off of the ground and back on the roofs, fuck that. Enough with the acid already. Kami, I'm starting to really hate all of you guys with Akuma no Mi powers, they're like freaking Kekki Genkai. Naruto started running back to the docks and made a single Kage Bunshin that immediately dispelled, what the hell? It finally hit him as he continued to feel his hand in agony, duh. They're taking the damage from the acid that I have as well. Well, my clones should at least know to get their asses in gear and pull the ship around. Don't run from me Uzumaki, you can't get away. Soren ran along an adjacent rooftop, he then began launching acid bullets at Naruto across the street. Naruto bared his teeth at Soren while dodging, don't make me have to kill you. XXX. Nojiko ran through town when she came across Yusaku with Johnny draped over his shoulder. What happened to you guys? Johnny coughed, some guy named Soren beat the crap out of us. He melted our swords, it was completely embarrassing. Nojiko gasped, he melted your swords? How is that even possible? Yusaku cringed at the memory of how easily they were defeated, he just cut Johnny's up with his hands and spit on mine. It was like they melted or something. We were so useless. Nojiko dropped the bundle that Naruto gave her to hold, Naruto-kun is fighting the guy that you're talking about right now. Yusaku dropped Johnny as he saw Nojiko turn to run back the way she had just come from, and what are you going to do to help him? Do you even have a gun on you? He grabbed her to keep her from running, Naruto and Ikki will be fine. We just need to go back to the pier that we first came here by and wait for him. Johnny stood up and limped over to the things that Nojiko dropped. He picked up her bags of clothes and then the bundle that she dropped. What is this? He asked as it felt rather weighty. Nojiko tried to struggle out of Yusaku's grip. Are you just going to leave him there? Yusaku let out a low rumbling from his throat. Why don't you believe in Naruto and Ikki? That made her stop. What is he going to have to do to make you believe in him? He beat Arlong right in front of your eyes, he saved your village, he can walk on water and walls, he can make a tornado at will and make tidal waves with a stroke of his hands. What part of you thinks that he can't beat that guy? Johnny unwrapped the strange package and grinned widely, Naruto and Ikki. Nojiko sighed and gave Yusaku an apologetic look, I'm sorry. You're right. Naruto-kun will be fine. He'll be way better off than if I was there. Let's go wait for him to show up. XXX. Meanwhile, marine ship in the harbor. Captain Hina. A random marine yelled as he ran through the inside of the ship, Soren has been sighted at last in town, he's currently in the middle of a fight with another of his bounties. Another bounty? A woman with long pink hair said, as she walked towards the deck, which one is it to actually make Soren work so hard? Another man handed the first one a stack of flyers that he quickly began to peruse through before pulling out the right one, this one here. He handed it over to his captain. A smile came to her red lips. It looks like Hina will be having some fun today. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto threw a handful of shuriken out at Soren, who spit his acid bullets at them, melting them in midair. Stop melting my damn shuriken. I haven't found anyone that can remake them yet. Soren scoffed. Well, stop throwing them, stupid. His fingernails once again glowed green as he launched himself across the street onto Naruto's rooftop, taking a swipe at him. Ibi no tsum, rot claws. Naruto dodged and watched as he took a decent chunk out of the roof with that. There's no way in hell you're hitting me with that, or anything, ever again. If you're still on me by the time I get to the docks, I'm going to be forced to do something that can be construed as overkill. Like what? Soren asked mockingly. Yeah, you're fast. I'm certain you can go faster, and you don't seem to be concerned at all despite being on the defensive for the entire fight, but I don't see why you're not sweating your situation right now. Naruto grinned at him, because I learned something about you devil fruit users that will make it so that you can't win. Soren raised an eyebrow. What? The ocean came into view and Naruto leapt from the rooftop, all the way over the street, all the way over the docks themselves to land on the surface of the water, where he ran a decent distance out and turned to face Soren with a smirk on his face. Nah. You can't chase me anymore, motherfucker. That's not fair. I can't get into the water. Soren stopped yelling and blinked before he pointed at him. How the fuck are you doing that? Naruto jumped and did a mid-air heel click. Because I'm awesome. Soren opened his mouth to retort before a figure in a dark pink suit passed him swiftly. He then found himself in iron shackles. A what now? Hey! I'm fighting here. Naruto looked over at a woman with long pink hair and lipstick. She wore a dark pink suit with a white blouse underneath, brown gloves and brown boots. Hina's got you. Naruto stared blankly at the woman that had just shown up and shackled Soren. Who are you? She looked out at Naruto. Hina is Hina. Naruto nodded. Understood, but who are you? She got a tick mark on her head and pointed at herself. Hina is Hina. Naruto's mouth formed an oh. Why the hell are you here? Can't you see that me and the bald kid have a gripe? Soren agreed. Yeah, get out of here and let me get my bounty, lady. This isn't any issue of yours. Hina shook her finger in a disputive manner, but it is Hina's business. You two are fugitives of the world government and the Marines, and it is Captain Hina's job to bring you in, dead or alive. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Well, you're stronger than the first Marine I met, so I'm getting a better opinion of their skills, but if your only power is putting shackles on somebody, then you had better make tracks before you piss one of us off, dear. Too late. Soren said in a low tone. So you're a Marine, are you? And a captain at that? How wonderful for me. Soren's body began to generate a hissing sound as the air around his immediate body began to sizzle. The shackles around him melted off of his body. Let me show you what I think of Marines. Halt. Surrender now or we'll be forced to open fire. Soren grinned darkly as a group of Marines came upon the scene with their rifles pointed at him and Naruto. How about no? Ibi no aim, rot rain. Soren fired a large burst of acid into the air. It exploded over the heads over everyone. Naruto, being used to Soren melting every damn thing he ever tried an attack on, and Hina, not being stupid, took a hint and hightailed it out of there as acid rain began to fall onto the heads of the hapless Marines. They screamed in agony as their clothing and skin began being eaten through. Soren nodded in accomplishment with a smile on his face. Ah, the sounds of justice. The only good Marine is a dead Marine. Dying is okay, dead is better. Soren had his nails glowing green again as he began systematically ripping into the Marines who were still screaming in agony. All they could do was be cut down by the young man who was cutting through them like they were wheat. Naruto watched from a distance atop another roof. Man. How incredibly random. He's having a blast down there. I think he forgot all about me. He then jumped away just as Hina attempted to attack him from behind. I wish you would have taken after his shining example and left me alone. Hina frowned as the sounds of Soren destroying her men still rang out. Soren is a monster as far as Hina is concerned. He's nothing but a killer. Naruto motioned back towards him. He seemed just fine and perfectly sane to me before you showed up. I mean, yes, he did try to kill me and everything, but by now I'm conditioned to that response. No one just flips a switch and becomes a random psycho killer just like that. And anyway, why are you fighting me? I'm not down there turning your men into puddles. Hina tugged on her gloves while staring Naruto down. You still have a bounty and you are still a pirate. Soren will still be there after I'm done with you. Really? Naruto questioned as he pointed behind Hina. The pink-haired woman ducked a swipe from Soren intended for her head. this is wonderful. Now Hina can capture you both at the same time and avoid having to chase one of you or the other. Away's Bowery, lined kimono feather cage. She surrounded the area around Naruto and Soren with a fence-like cage of bars that came from her arms before restricting them. Naruto jumped out to safety while Soren remained and allowed himself to be restrained again. You just don't get it, do you? You can't hold me with this. Iba no hifu, rot skin. Soren melted the restraints with the acid that he generated from his sweat. Now die for me. Iba no damaku, rot barrage. Soren released a massive amount of acid bullets from his mouth that Hina dodged for dear life. Alright, I'm sick of this. Naruto was standing on the street making hand seals. I can see my ship, and my hand hurts like a mofo. Time for me to go. Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu. The two preoccupied combatants were caught off guard as a massive dragon, made of water as the name of the attack indicated, flew at them both. They dodged but ended up getting drenched in seawater, paralyzing them both. XXX. On Naruto's ship? Nojiko looked over the ship's edge at Starter Island, nervously watching through binoculars. Where is he? He had time for his clones to come ashore and find us. He should have beaten us back. Suddenly she gasped as a sea spray-shrouded figure ripped through the waves. Naruto-kun. The figure burst from the water and landed on deck. Yo. Johnny came up and slapped him hard on the back. Yo yourself. What took so long? Naruto grinned. I brought a souvenir. Naruto held up an utterly drenched and unconscious Soren. All three crew members back away from Soren, who was being held up by his collar by Naruto. Yasaku pointed at him. What the hell are you thinking bringing him here? Naruto stroked his chin. Well, I figured that since I saved his ass he would owe me one. I mean, I could have just left him there to keep fighting that Hina lady, but as they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or is he my enemy? Naruto shrugged. Either way, dragging him with me seemed way more fun than just leaving him there. Soren spit out a massive amount of seawater. Dude, I'm going to kick your ass when I get dry. Naruto smirked down at him. Well then it's a good thing I have the perfect position for you on our ship, isn't it? XXX. Naruto-kun. Nojiko ran up to Naruto who was manning the helm. Look. She held out her wrist. The log pose finally locked onto an island. We can get started now. Naruto grinned at her. Well, that's good. Naruto walked towards the edge of the front of the ship and yelled down. Hey Soren, we have a destination. Isn't that great? Soren was tied to the bow of the ship, his body half submerged in the water. Go fuck yourself. Naruto and Nojiko shared a look of amusement. Doesn't he just make the best figurehead? You see, Noji-chan? And you were getting on me about decorating the ship. Oh make. Soren randomly pulled out a canteen and took a sip. I'm here for you and your obscenely high bounty. I've been hanging around this island for a while and I have to say, you're the biggest potential reward I've even seen come through here. Naruto watched Soren drink from his canteen and smacked his lips. Hey, I know we're most likely about to fight and everything, but can I get a sip of that? Soren raised his eyebrow and stared down at him. Do you backwash? Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes. Everyone backwashes, genius. Soren twisted his face in thought. Let me think about it. No. Go fuck yourself. Naruto whined. Oh come on. Don't be such a little girl about this. I haven't had a sip of anything all day and you're just standing there, lording it over me. Give me a sip so we can kick each other's asses. Soren turned around, turning his back on Naruto before mockingly taking another sip. Naruto's eye twitched. Fine, you big baby. I'll overhead then. How about that? A grin came to his face as he caught the canteen. Thank you.